直播进行中，这样看得见吗？
现在目前看到3人。
这样子。
We are about to begin. OK， 那我就开始了。可以。
我可以先上去看一下从哪里开吗？
先不要，因为目前正在开始。那到时候再发。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony will start in 10 minutes. Please, in order for conference to run smoothly, please kindly turn off your cell phone or switch it into silent mode. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to our opening ceremony of International Conference on the Southeast Asian Studies. My name is Harvey. I'm a sophomore from Department of Southeast Asian Studies. It is my honor to be your host today. This marks our 5th year of holding such a significant conference here at Wenzao. We are proud to welcome so many scholars who devote themselves into Southeast Asian studies. During past 4 years, we hope this kind of gathering will continue to grow. And we also hope this added participation will grow in the future. There are some guests come to us today. The president of Wenzao Ursuline University of Languages, Chen Meihua, President Chen. Vice President Lin Yaotang, Vice President Li. Dean of College of European and Asian Languages, Dong Zhuangjing, Professor Dong. The Director of Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Lin Wenbing, Director Lin. Professor Hong from National Cheng Kung University, Professor Dong Jingfu. Now, we would like to invite Professor Dong to give us a welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Wenzao Ursuline University of Languages, I would like to welcome you all to this year's International Conference on Southeast Asia Studies Wenzao, ICSEAS. And the COVID-19 epidemic has had a significant impact on people's daily life. We might never able to go back to our ordinary life that we used to live. For instance, visiting foreign country through the low-cost flights, intimate social life with my family, friends, without fear of infection. We may be living a new normal life, which we do not know much about right now. The 2021 Wenzao ICSEAS invites scholars and researchers to explore the impacts and challenges of COVID-19. Panelists will share their research on the issue of politics, economic, business, sustainable development, topics that the international community is concerned about very much. So finally, I wish to express my appreciation to the Department of South Asia Studies for their hard work to organize this big event And most importantly, I would like to say a big thank you to everyone to participating in this conference today. I truly hope that you have a wonderful stay here at Wenzao and enjoy what will be presented to you. Thank you.
Now, I would like to introduce our agenda today. First, we will have a keynote speech from Professor Hongjing Fu from Cheng Kung University. And then we are going to take a photo. After that, we are going to have a short break outside of the meeting room. Without further ado, I would like to start our first session. So let's welcome Professor Hongjing Fu to give us a speech. Please give him a round of applause.
Vice President of the College of European Studies and our Director of Southeast Asian Studies. And I would like to thank particularly Professor Gu and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. This is my great honor. I'm very much pleased to be invited to do this keynote speech, even though I think I'm still learning about Southeast Asia, and this topic is to be in line with our general theme of this conference. So I try to share some of my observation to our distinguished guests. And today I'm going to talk about the vaccine distribution, geopolitics, and the emerging new US-China Cold War. I do understand this is not an easy topic, but I also think we have to look at what has been going on during this pandemic and the post-pandemic. So I try to look at the important aspects that would really affect Southeast Asia. So this is what I'm going to share in this 15 minutes talk. First of all, I would like to shed some light of the COVID-19 death. As we understand, this is an international public health crisis, and this crisis has caused many death toll. From this chart, we may understand that I try to compare some of the figures that result in the deaths during the pandemic. So we understand that Indonesia, particularly, is the country that has suffered the most serious one. So until today, we have seen the decrease in the death toll. Nonetheless, there are many countries like Indonesia or the Philippines still suffer from the pandemic. So, but some other countries in Southeast Asia are doing much better than the others. So, but I would say that this pandemic has not only caused worldwide death toll, but also regional death toll. Southeast Asia is no exception. And if we look at the confirmed COVID-19 cases, we also understand that there's up and down in terms of the confirmed infection cases. But we can see that at a certain period of time, especially when there emerged the COVID-19 variant, such as the Delta, or nowadays we also find out the Delta Plus. So you will see that even though many countries in this region try to contain the virus, especially with the help with the fully vaccination program, but nonetheless, we have seen that many countries are still having their infection cases daily. So, but until now, many more countries are doing their job heartily to try to minimize the impact of the COVID-19 on their economic development. So you will see that it seems that we are now moving into a moderate period of time when compared with the mid of this year. And here we try to look at another chart which give us some information about the daily new confirmed COVID-19 deaths. So you will see the peak would be roughly around June, between June and I would say September. So the second or third quarter of this year marks the peak of the death toll in this region. So, but hopefully, we will see the situation getting eased as days go by. And from this table, we may be able to see that more countries, some other countries, especially those wealthy countries, such as Singapore, they are not doing much better. So they are more than 80% of the total population have been fully vaccinated. And but if we look at the down part of this table, we will see countries like Myanmar or the Philippines, or East Timor, or Indonesia, for example. They are not fully vaccinated. And for those who have enjoyed, or for those who have their own first dose, it's roughly about 20%, or even less than 10%. So there is a sharp gap between the wealthy countries in the region and the much poorer or the middle or middle country or the poor countries. So the sharp gap has really not been reconciled if there are not more vaccine supplies in the short term. So here also said about the share of the people vaccinated against COVID-19 up until October 17. So we will see, if we try to look at a bigger picture, not only some other important countries or some other illustrated country in Southeast Asia, but also some other country like Africa. We may try to get another picture that, in general, a Southeast Asian country, when compared with the one in Africa, is doing much better. So, I'm trying to illustrate the comparison between those developing countries in Africa or even in South America with the one that we are caring much more about, that is Southeast Asia. And then we move to the number of the people vaccinated against COVID-19. Here, we have seen that, for example, the South Africa, the people who are fully vaccinated are about more than 200 million. And for the first dose of the vaccine, it is like 78 million. So this is the general tendency, is that many more people are not are left behind because of the shortage of the vaccine. But talking about some other regions, such as Africa, you will see that there are many more are left behind. So this is the general description of South Asia country with regard to some other equivalent continents, such as Africa and South America. So I think from these tables and charts, we may grasp understanding that this pandemic has not only caused a lot of death toll. Up until now, we have seen more than 241 billion people died of this pandemic, and got infected. But also 4.9 million people has lost their life because of this coronavirus. So we haven't seen the full stop of this virus, but we have seen that the new variant are deadly posing serious threat, and we have no idea whether the newly emergent variants still posing very serious threat to not only our life but also our social and economic developments. So this kind of global public health emergency, I would say that really cause our concern, and the leader worldwide need to pay much attention. This is not about humanitarian crisis, but also a world that could work united in a united manner. So from this point of view, I would say that from the scientist viewpoint, they have seen that the only best way, I guess, would be to get fully vaccinated if we want to control this pandemic. But the problem is that, actually, my mask, you better to talk. I think the reason is that we don't know whether our science can catch up with the new variant, but we do understand that if more people could get vaccinated, that would be the best remedy for this pandemic. So the problem would be that how can we make sure the vaccine reach the people, especially the people who need them most? So this really caused our concern. This raised a very serious doubt whether we are doing good, or we need a lot of progress to make in the near future. So we will see that many vaccines which are in the process of their development will ultimately fail, because in terms of the safety and efficacies, not many vaccines could be successfully developed. But we have already got some more effective vaccines available, mostly produced by those countries in Europe, in the US, or in some other countries such as China or Russia. So if we really want to become successful in containing this virus, government need to do more to secure more supplies for their populations. But on the other hand, we have seen the contrast develop, because every government are supposed to secure more vaccine supplies or even medical supplies in terms of doing their job on COVID-19. But government competes against each other. So the vaccines seems to be the valuable things, rather than the public commodity, which would be produced available for the rest of the population in the world. So this highlights the important aspect of the vaccine shortage, which really pose a major problem and concerns in many other developing countries. So I would say that the vaccine distribution is rather uneven. And this development has been highlighted by the World Health Organization recently. And this is not really not an easy question to be solved in the future. But some other mechanisms, such as the COVAX, has tried to come up with ways to ensure that every country, regardless of your wealth, could get fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. This is really a positive sign. But on the other hand, we have also seen the other opposite development, which is that wealthier countries, such as the European countries, or even the regional countries in Asia, such as Japan or Korea, or even Singapore, have tried to to get more portion of this vaccine. So, in order to get access to vaccines, they are paying more money, or they are exerting more resources to get more vaccines when competing against their developing country counterparts. So, from this point, we will see that China is now playing a role trying to mitigate the shortage of the vaccine. Why China come up as the number one? I will argue that their effort on vaccine diplomacy. That is simply because that we understand the vaccine, the virus, the COVID-19 virus can firstly or it originated from Chinese central city, Wuhan. So the Chinese government would really want to improve their world image, because they don't want to be accused of originating, or they don't want to be accused of creating this virus purposely. So when they have become much better in terms of fighting against vaccine, in terms of fighting against COVID-19, they try to look outward. They try to employ their vaccine diplomacy, because they understand if they could turn the upside down to be a helping hand to international community, they could not only improve their international image, but also enhance their national interest, because they do understand that some countries are accusing them and they want to get compensation from China. But here we understand that China stands out to be the first country, one of the first countries to try to donate to some other developing countries or some other friendly countries. Okay, so from this photo, we understand that Beijing in particular appear to see vaccine diplomacy as the way to extract their political gain. I will say, what is the gain? We understand that China is doing very vigorously, trying to sway those countries that if we donate more medical supplies, such as vaccines or masks, you could really, you could really show your gratitude, not only verbally, but also cooperating with some other Chinese initiative, such as the Belt and Road Initiative. So you will see that the Chinese government has done much effort in a very quick and very intentional way to try to boost their vaccine diplomacy. In countries such as El Salvador, so logistic workers, you will see that they are trying to load the package containing the Sinovac, which is one of the two successful vaccine produced or made in China. So it is not only in this country, but elsewhere, many more other developing countries. So China has used many occasions to try to say that we have not only donate a million of doses, such as 2 million doses, but also donate money to the COVID-19 vaccines. Some money would go to the COVAX, but some would go directly from the Chinese authorities. So I would also want to highlight an important conference organized, or you could say jointly launched by several other countries. But in principle, this kind of international forum was really led or organized or pushed, triggered by the Chinese authority under President Xi Jinping. Because they understand that many more countries are now short of the vaccine. So the Chinese government will really use this opportunity and try to cooperate with many other developing countries, such as Argentina, Brazil, which are suffer the most, suffer a lot from the pandemic, or some other developing countries, such as Hungary in Europe, or Egypt in Africa, or some other countries in Southeast Asia, such as Indonesia or Malaysia. They try to really organize this conference, and China, as the main organizer, will say we will provide free, such as 2 billion doses of vaccines worldwide. And he also promised to donate such as 100 million money to the implementation program, vaccine implementation program. So I think if we look at the joint statement made by this forum, we will see they would like to highlight 2 things. One, the vaccine is the global public good. And this is something that would make the Western counterpart share it, because we understand the United States and some other European countries were at that time trying to get more vaccine as much as possible. But while on the other hand, the Chinese-made vaccine would do different, would like to do differently. And they would firstly proclaim that the vaccine itself is a public good rather than a commercial good. So this really win the support from many other developing countries. And the second point is that they would like to highlight the vaccine is a vaccine multilateralism, not vaccine nationalism. Because as I have just pointed out, many other wealthier countries would like to acquire or purchase more vaccines, even though they have their own produced vaccines. But for the sake of their population safety, they would like to get more than 2 doses per person. And they would even say that booster, the 3rd doses, is even necessary for some people in their country. So the vaccine nationalism seems to be on the high ground when compared the Chinese claim the multilateral things of vaccine. So this really opposes a sharp contrast between the Chinese side and the Western side led by the US. But we have also seen some other resistance from the region as well. The resistance is not only about the safety of the Chinese-made vaccine, but also the advocacies. But we understand that China know very well that while the US was busy, taking care of their own people, it's the right time for China to further impose their vaccine diplomacy, not only to improve their world image, but also try to incorporate their already existing grand strategy. Here, I would say this is about BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. They try to adapt this BRI project or initiative to a more like health Silk Road, which accommodate the public safety, in public health safety worldwide. So if China could not only improve their world image by providing free or selling their vaccine, they could also combine their existing initiative to work better for their national interest. So China promotes the so-called global health governance. So this global governance is really trying to really working all together to combat these vaccines. So you will see that a lot of low or middle income country has been swayed, has been influenced by this kind of propaganda. But we will see that China from that period onward, they try to really give the priority access to those Chinese-made vaccine to friendly country or to those countries who would like to work well with China in terms of their Belt and Road Initiative. So this really gives Chinese authority a chance to influence more, while the US is also busy taking care of their own people. So I'm not going to say about their vaccine sold or donated, but according to the Bridge Consulting, which is a very authoritative consulting company, they said that when China made the propaganda that they will freely donate the vaccine to those middle or lower income countries, but most of the Chinese-made vaccine do, on the other hand, sell to those countries. So, this is the difference between the propaganda and the reality. So, most importantly, I would say that the Chinese government know that if we could dominate the discourse, international discourse, then you are supposed to be the winner in the story of combating this virus. So the slogan would be the community of common health for mankind. So this kind of propaganda is particularly work well for the Chinese national interest. But the reality also show different stories. So from here, we understand that Southeast Asian countries show selective acceptance or hesitancy toward Chinese-made vaccine. Why? I think this is not only about safety, but also advocacy. And the Chinese has also used, as what I have said, the Belt and Road or this global health Silk Road to try to foster their national interest. So even though the Chinese has shown very warm and very positive side to those developing countries, such as Southeast Asia, but when Southeast Asian countries have another chance to purchase or to be freely allocated by COVAX, they would prefer to having some other US-made or UK-made vaccines. So I try to highlight some of the Southeast Asian countries' selective hesitancy toward Chinese-made vaccines. So in many cases, we have seen that Asian countries once consider the Chinese vaccine as a key part of their immunization program, had announced that they will use other vaccines. What I'm going to say is that when they haven't got more opportunities to purchase the US-made vaccines, they would rather go to Chinese vaccine. So this is really a competition between the two sides, the US and the Chinese side. Okay. So I highlight some of the examples from Thailand, Indonesia, and Singapore. Most of them was really consider if they have the second options. Okay, so let me shift to the US side. We understand that when Joe Biden has inaugurated, and then he understood that the Chinese side had been working so fast to try to dominate the vaccine diplomacy, but the US was really later catch up with this vaccine diplomacy, because they said that if really the international discourse has been in favor of the Chinese, then it is not for the US national interest. So I would say that Joe Biden has announced in May this year, trying to say that we will instead supply 80 million doses of vaccine to many other developing countries. And Taiwan is one of the countries who receive the US donated vaccines. So you will see that the US has even pushed further, because they would really say that, for example, the Joe Biden quote, just as the United States was the arsenal of the democracy in World War II, our nation will be the arsenal of the world vaccine in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. So really, the US want to become a world leader in, in leading many countries, or many other countries to fight against COVID-19. So you will see that many other countries, in particular the US and China, are exerting or conducting their new background of the vaccine diplomacy. So is it going to be the game changer? We have to wait and see, because this is really, again, a political and international diplomatic game between the two superpowers in terms of their vaccine supply race. And if we look at this table, we may see that the US, for example, is donating more. It will be the most donor of the vaccine to the COVAX. And Germany followed, and United Kingdom, and the European Union, and so on. So you will see that this is another table that shows us the comparison between the major powers in the world in terms of their vaccine doses donation. The US is top of the table, but Chinese in this regard is not bad, because they have donated more than 15.2 million doses worldwide. So I would say that, because I'm running out of my time. I think if we try to sum up with what I'm going to say, that vaccine diplomacy is not only a new thing. I think if we want to look at the vaccine distribution, vaccine diplomacy in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, we have to understand, the outer framework, international framework, then we could get a better picture. Because we understand that every country, the major country, would like to enhance their international effort. They would enhance their international effort to eventually get their political gains. So recent development, including what we have already seen, the Quad security dialogue between the major powers, or the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, or the AUKUS Trilateral Security Pact. It seems to us that the Indo-Pacific alliance is now emerging, and who will really benefit from this vaccine diplomacy, the US, China, or both? We can't say for the time being. We can't say for sure for the time being, because it is going to be a longer US-China Cold War emerged. That is my last point. Before I close the keynote speech, I would like to add the last sentence. It is not about one country versus another. It is about one word, protected. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your truly inspiring speech, Professor Hong. Next, I would like to invite everyone to take a photo together. And please stay at your seat. We will have our photographer to take a photo of you. Photographer? Then
他只要拍照一个，对，拍照，我也不用录吧。
you can take off your mask while taking photos. Yes, it is allowed. One, two, three, say cheese. Another one. Be careful. 2, 3. Thank you. Now, I would like to move to our last part today, of our opening ceremony. After this, we will start our conference in different meeting rooms. Okay, so now this is the end of our opening ceremony. Thank you very much. The next session will be started in 10:50 in frequent meeting. So don't forget it. Thank you.
这就结束了，对吧？对。如果简单不够算，不错。10:50. And you move to this is 13:07. Yeah. 我现在工作室就没了，你就可以休息了。我可以休息到晚上。对。目前可以先下去。大家都离开这个。或者是你要变下去的话，也可以看到学者，就可以跟他讨论说，we have this this and 下来那个例子啊，因为我主要30岁，看着叫我啊，
Enggak dong, kalau kamu post berarti aneh.
Bisa. Still in Indonesia. So your senior one is she, I think she will come. Yeah, she will.
所以我们现在来看这个。
三个委员都要这么高，然后有。他想旁边会不会太小？所以这样，最旁边这边还有一个。对啊。这样。
它才会感受到号码出现，但是这边就比较没有，所以我现在会有敏感，对。Yes. OK. 他说出来我的影响到，这对方，因为他这个他的情绪，对，就是这样。它就会出现一个连续的方块这边的希望。没有办法就像那方面的时候这边一定得起来，对，但是不知道为什么，但是这个环境是需要。你看这个。
可是我们现在还有一些的时间，我们尽量来聊。这要准备水还是还有水？可以，没问题都可以哦。好啊，好啊，所以你是第四组吗？好啊，好。就是学校的设备啊，看备忘录，对，所以对，就那边学校设备就是这样。好，
第一个是用这个。
谢谢。另外上出去了吗？
没有办法。OK， 那我就用我的笔电就好了。OK。
不好意思啊，
不会不会。
学校的这个系统有点
它整个设定的，
对，被乱。
我大概就会站在这边。
那好，好，行，好的，可以。哎，你先放这。
应该是需要，因为我要换页。
哎，行，那老师我们就放这里喽。And if you would like to have coffee or any drinks, you can just bring it in. Okay.
一票，是不是别人他自己一票？是，相表会有影响。好几次了，他自己一票。频率相同。 I'm still nervous. You still use the same program it works in high power. Good news. Another 6 or 7 So I think after my presentation, I will step down for the second level for presenters to see the
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Okay, wait, let's see what here. Okay, this panel is going to start right now. Right now it's already 10:15. We have 4 papers by 4 different scholars. And according to the conference rules, every presenter should have 12 minutes, right? 12 minutes. So the way I'm going to run this panel is to ask all the panelists to present their papers first. Then afterwards, we are going to do discussion comments. I hope we can follow the rules to control the time because the time is quite limited. So after all the presentations, I hope we still have floor open for more questions and comments. And the first paper will be presented by Professor Lai Yusen from the Yishu Daxue. And this paper is co-authored. He is co-authored this paper with Jilin Tang. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. The title of the first paper is Poverty Alleviation Strategy and Public Expenditure in Aceh, Indonesia. So Professor Lam, please, you have 12 minutes, right? Okay.
May I have your permission to remove my lens so that I can articulate clearly to present my paper? Dear moderator, discussant, and also presenters and audience, I am Jesse Lan. The topic of our paper is Poverty Alleviation Strategy and Public Expenditure in Aceh, Indonesia. And this paper is a collaboration of Jet. I still have the problem to pronounce their names. Jetalan Pribadi and Dr. Agusati and I. And because they are unable to attend this conference due to the COVID-19, as the corresponding author of this paper, I will present on their behalf. So, as the most populous developing country, Indonesia suffered the weak economy foundation and unequal development. One of the provinces with the richest natural resources in Indonesia, but experiencing poor poverty rates, is Aceh. Poverty reduction has always been the main agenda of the policymaker in Aceh, but the results are still far from expectations. According to the statistic, Aceh ranks the 6th largest numbers of the poor people out of 34 provinces in Indonesia. The poverty rate is almost 20%. In 2015, the number of the poor people is about 851,000, about equivalent to 17.8%, and it's increased by 14,000 compared to the previous years. Despite the skyrocketing of the budget transfer in Aceh since the autonomy status in 2007, last year, Aceh still ranks #1 province with the most poor people on the island of Sumatra. The government In the past decades, the government of the Aceh has launched various policy and programs to mitigate the problem. Unfortunately, the effort to reduce poverty has not been fully effective. So the government of Aceh have their policy program target to reduce the poverty from almost 20% in 2011. They plan to take it down to 9.5% in 5 years. That means 2017. However, the government of Aceh was only able to reduce the poverty level by an average of 1.1%, an achievement that is still far from their target of reducing the annual poverty rate by 2%. So these facts have shown that the government of Aceh's policy in overcoming the poverty has not yet been fully effective. In order to achieve the poverty reduction target, innovative policy and strategy are needed to accelerate the poverty reduction in Aceh. So this study aims to understand the factors that influence the priority given to the poverty in the budget process and the effectiveness with which it is addressed. We hope to provide a synthesis will be prepared to draw good practice lessons so that can be replicated in other places. This study has been implemented based on the combination of review of written documents, budget documents, focus group discussion, and interview with stakeholders in the policy process and government community. And our literature review focused on defining poverties and the causes of poverties. We use the most concise definition of the poverty provided by the World Bank, lacking of the ability to achieve a minimum standard of living. And also, based on the World Bank's analysis, they also group into two vulnerable groups in the Aceh, the structurally poor group and the shaken by the civil conflict, which happened from 1975 to 2007, and also the suffered from impact by the tsunami in 2004 groups. So this research will identify the causal factors of the dilemma and the ineffectiveness of the poverty reduction effort in Aceh from the perspective of the effectiveness of the program budget allocations and also the poverty alleviation activity between the province and the district cities in Aceh. So the research method of this paper is a combination of qualitative narrative and quantitative narrative and also the qualitative analysis. The quantitative and narrative part use the official statistics and data to analyze the poverty alleviation budgeting program and strategies. In addition to the quantitative narrative, qualitative analysis was carried out through the structured interview and the focus group discussion. So now come to the main part of this paper, finding and discussions. Figure 1 shows that there are certain district cities accumulated 56.5% of the total population suffer poverty, then much above the average provincial poverty rates. And 22 districts and cities accumulate to almost 96% of the population in Aceh also suffer the poverty rates. So this phenomenon illustrates the government's poverty alleviation program has not been able to reduce the poverty significantly. So among the factors slowing down the poverty level in Aceh are First one, we identify the local government's limited capacity in managing poverty alleviation program. Second, mental attitude of the dependence of the poor on external assistance. Third, underdevelopment of the basic infrastructure facilities needed to support the poverty alleviation efforts. Generally speaking, the highest poverty rate are in the newly established districts and cities. And also the greatest concentration of the poverty is in the rural area. So figure 2 shows a steady increase of the development budget in Aceh. Despite this significant increase, the provincial and the district budget composition of in Aceh are still not proportional. And on average, the budget of the Aceh province is dominated by the functions of public services, housing, public facilities, and the economy. But the district city budget, the local budget, is dominated by the functions of the education, public services, housing, and the public facilities. In contrast, the proportion of the social protection, tourism, and cultural function and the environment are relatively similar between the province and the district and cities. This composition indicates the difference in development priority between the provincial government and the district city government. On the other hand, there are similarities in the lacking of the attention to the function of social protection, tourism and culture, and the environment, which are in direct contact with the effort to reduce the poverty in Aceh. So on average, the budget of, figure 4 shows the convergent budget growth between the province and district cities. The growth of the provincial budget is relatively greater for education, social security, and public services, whereas district city budget growth is relatively inclined to housing, public work, economy, environment, and health facilities. This radar chart clearly shows the difference in budget priority between the province and the district and cities. On the other hand, this condition seems to be good for minimizing the disparities in budget functions that occur between the province and district and cities. The study shows that most of the 2013-14 district and Aceh provincial projects are still relevant, are not relevant to the regional priorities. But this condition clearly shows the gap in budget priorities between the district and cities. Figure 5 illustrates the ineffectiveness of the budget in the education sectors. So the study showed that districts' budget composition had not been fully compiled as the incentive in poverty alleviation efforts. This can be seen from the budget composition, which is now relevant to the poverty problems. So we identify 3 fundamental problems in terms of the poverty alleviation's implementations. The first, programs implemented are more political than strategic and economic aspects. Second, evaluation of the success of the development program is more emphasized on the budget absorptions. Third, synergy and sectoral ego. So various program and social assistance are considered to have been effective, while assistance aimed at empowering business tend to be ineffective. So accelerating poverty reduction requires a variety of policy strategies and program approaches to include improving data system, focusing on budget, business regulation, and economic infrastructure. community empowerment, and the rehabilitability of the social values. Last part. Now, conclusion. So we conclude this research with 5 preliminary findings. First, cultural and structural problems are the most dominant factor causing the poverty. Second, cultural factors cause the vicious cycle of social misbehavior and poverty. Third, unequal development and budget inefficiency are the result of the structural causes. Fourth, the loss of the social and economic independence are the consequence of the degradations of the spiritual virtue, local wisdom, and cultural factor. Last but not least, the community will continue to depend greatly on the government support, that means funds and budgeting. Thank you for your listening.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mark. Now I'm going to invite the authors of the second paper to present. We have 2 authors for the second paper. One is Sri Papang and the Penina. Where are they? Over here. So you are Sri Papang. Okay, Sri Papang right now is in the doctoral program of the Department of Business Administration from National University of Science and Technology. I guess you are from Thailand, right? Okay, good. So, Sri Papang, you have 12 minutes to present your paper. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good morning everyone. It's my honor to be here to present our work about the public health and human security in the Southeast Asian COVID-19 pandemic. This is our part of the talk today. Before we go to the first part introduction, I will talk about the purpose of our work. Southeast Asia is one of the regions close to China, but this measure have been taken to slow down and control the spread of the virus outbreak. Using content analysis, this study examined the response of each country in Southeast Asia to the COVID-19 pandemic. Also included the concern about the importance of the public health and human security. And this one is the study introduction. And now the situation of Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia country members confirmed at least 10 million cases and about 200,000 deaths as of the October 17 this year. And Southeast Asia is not much number when compared with other regions. By the way, the pandemic still has a large number of unreported or undernoted, especially in the country with the lack of the healthcare system. All the government need to pay attention to this crisis. From a public health perspective, we issued a death to threat on the border of the neighboring country for controlling the disease. In addition, the safety of the country depends on the security of the individual citizens. If they are not safe, the country is not safe. And the next is, I would like to talk about public health. Public health is defined as the science and art of disease prevention, extending life and improving health quality to the organization, employer, community, and individuals. And the outbreak of new disease changing demographic patterns when teaching the public health, so public health response are needed. The long history of the Southeast Asia with diversity of the population, class variety, and globalization have increasingly returned to the public health in the region, especially because of the modern medical technology is higher than most of the some region population can afford. Malaysia, Thailand, or Indonesia have established some public health programs for the poor people and universal coverage in order to ensure and keep financial coverage and possibility for implementation programs. This one is showing the health spending per capita in the Southeast Asia. The highest value was in the Singapore is around 2,800 US dollars, and the lowest value was in the Laos. It's about 57 US dollars. And now the public health has become one of the most important social sectors in the Southeast Asia, and spending already dedicated. A political democracy and the economic growth have expanded government spending to the public health in Southeast Asia region, especially as elected politician incentive to expand and enhance the lives of the people in the public health program. However, the growth of the GDP in each country leads to the number of government spending in the public health. And the next part, we talk about human security. Human security in the health is about the condition for the intelligence of the subjective and objective element. We can only be achieved when the human freedom of life and lifeline are protected. And the advantage of focusing on human security lies in the holistic and encompassing nature of the phenomena, as well as the stable and least free thinking within the interest of freedom from fear. This is the question: how and why health issues develop into the human security test? The first answer is about it's complex and related to specific disease of the wildlife being investigated. In what term COVID-19, although still not yet finally confirmed, appear to be a part of wildlife, the one who were initially gone to the Huanan market in Wuhan, China, were diagnosed with the disease. Similar to the two previous outbreaks, SARS and MERS, COVID-19 also caused a respiratory disease. And the second answer is, will be the failure at some level or the level of the host country which cannot check and then it can spill over into the other country. And the key sector where is the failure may occur. The first sector is bureaucracy. When time constant and information requirement cannot meet the needs of the particular case, bureaucratic failure occurs. And the second one is about the market. When there are information and or authority market failure, we observe it and can also fail when goods are controlled by the neighborhood population than immediately different population. And the third one is about the community. When the overlapping needs and identity of the individual cross them who in the same direction, the failure of community may disappear. This will undermine the stability of the nation state. And next part is the overview of COVID-19. I will skip the progress step. I think we are already know. But I should focus on the right-hand side is the data from the WHO. And now it's the number of the highest of the COVID-19 is in America. And the second one is in Europe. And our Southeast Asia is ranking number 3. This one is show the vaccine growth and administration in the Southeast Asia. In the key line, show the percent of the population fully vaccinated. The first ranking is in Singapore, followed in Cambodia, and the next one is in Malaysia. And the next part is about the example instead of the COVID-19 of each country. Okay, so that is in our work just pick some the action from each country, not all of the action of the country. The first case from the Thailand. Thailand has achieved universal health coverage. We are seeing meaning the more than 99% of the population is already covered by one of the 3 public health insurance schemes. Moreover, Ministry of the Public Health announced that anyone residing in the Thailand could access COVID-19 service free of cost and both public and private facilities. And the next action from Singapore. Several ministers were created to coordinate action between the clinical and non-clinical stakeholders, concentrate the effort and disseminate information. And the next one, somewhere from the Malaysia. Prime Minister of Malaysia said that the purpose of the gradual expansion is to provide medical staff with a space to fight the disease and prevent it from spreading to the public. And the next one is somewhere from Indonesia. In the local area, the mechanical ventilator is not widely available and lack personal protective equipment for the healthcare worker. But the country has allowed it to provide financial support in each sector. And the next one is about the Philippines. Philippines, where public healthcare is not yet fully implemented, the government helped add through the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation 2020, which assured to cover the full cost of the COVID-19 hospitalization, and to its members may help have positive effect on the public mental health. And the last example from Vietnam. Vietnam has they offer a 6 million text message related to the hygiene, self-protection, and self-isolation were sent to the mobile user to raise the awareness of the COVID-19. This is a successful way in Vietnam. I will skip in another country for safe time. I will go to the lesson learned from this case study. When dealing with the academic lesson learned from the one country, and the other non-willing country can provide a valuable insight into the fight against current epidemic. This has been exchange represented the country that wants to infection and to prepare for a similar coronavirus outbreak in the future. And also it's highly a third of category showing the intersection between politics, economic development, and public health. And the lesson learned that show government should quickly establish a high-level institution that can coordinate information and policy on current sectors among all the government departments as well as need to improve, including healthcare, capacity, and infection prevention. And the second one, in order to improve infection prevention, the Ministry of Health in our country needs local support line in the single along actually follow-up approach to the COVID-19. And the next one, in terms of the healthcare capacity, every country in Southeast Asia and now that several package to support the healthcare spending in the country. And also this is a way that let's learn from the many countries that good channel communication between the government, healthcare staff, and people is will be the successful way that helps in these situations. And also the important that the country must take action to ensure that the government procedure do not fail and must ensure that procedures are sufficiently transparent and run a willing country to take preventive measures to deal with any potential threats. And let's look for China. China internal deficiency had inadvertently created threat to the human security on a regional and global scale. Therefore, one of the main lessons that can be learned from this issue is that enhanced public health and human security will bring the benefit to the whole population in their own country and also in other countries. And the next one is conclusion. We can say that the coordinated effort and the collective action are required to prevent and eliminate the spread of the future pandemic. And the so-called financial and technical help to member states that lack adequate sanitation facility, service, and the laboratory. It also reminds all the country to invest more in the public health system and technology, and must continue to learn from the lesson learned from the management of the COVID-19, and also adapt this pandemic to the other health and environmental crises in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Then I'm going to invite the third presenter, Kia, restaurant. The third paper has 3 authors, and Ms. Wesley is going to present this paper. The title of this paper is Health Service Innovation for Pregnant Women During the COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study in Malad City. Ms. Wesley is now a doctoral student at the National Citizen University. Okay, so Wesley, please, you have 12 minutes also.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished moderator, discussant, and also other panelists and respected audience. My name is Restu Karina Rahayu. I'm from University of Sriwijaya, Indonesia. I would like to present our paper entitled Health Service Innovations for Pregnant Women during the COVID-19 pandemic, a study in Malang City. I will present on behalf of my co-author, Shanani Sidamayati and Kesu Bekti. They cannot come here because of the COVID situation. So this is like the overview of our presentation. Why in particular we're interested in this theme or this topic on pregnant women in Indonesia? Because COVID-19 has made health service focus on COVID-19 patients. So other patients, when they come to the hospital, when they come to health facility, they tend to be like, if you don't have COVID, they tend to be like, you're not the priority, because the priority now is people, the patient with COVID-19 disease. Because of that, the mortality rate for pregnant women is higher than the mortality rate of citizens above 60 years old. Because as we know, people above 60 years old is the group which a very high risk of getting the COVID-19. Since the beginning of COVID-19, there are 2,179 pregnant women who have passed away because of this disease. On the other hand, in Malang City, in 2020, there are 9,000 plus pregnant women, and the mortality rate because of the COVID-19 is increasing. And also the infant mortality rate also increasing from 9 babies in 2019 into 11 babies in 2020. According to WHO, they suggest that during the maternity, during the pregnancy, women should minimum 8 times visit the doctor, visit the midwife, or healthcare facility to check up their pregnancy. It's like once in every month you should check your pregnancy. But because of the COVID-19, the number of visitation reduced from 80% to 50%. So you should go to see the doctor minimum 8 times. Because of the COVID, they only come for 4 to less than 4 times. And then innovation is necessary to reduce the risk of pregnant women amidst the COVID-19 situation. This is the literature review from our paper. Because crisis, the nature behavior of crisis is uncertain. We don't know what can cause by the crisis, what risk can cause by the crisis. Therefore, there are 3 characteristics of crisis: immediate, emerging, and sustained crisis. This COVID-19 is we can categorize this COVID-19 into sustained crisis because it is more than 1 year now. And also we use the network governance, where the role of social capital is trust is necessary. In public governance, this is like divided from the new public management. In new public management, they said that public should be treated as customer. But according to new public governance, the public should be treated not only as customer, but they also should treat it as co-creator and co-producer. And then also in collaboration, that we need co-implementer, co-designer, and initiator to make this situation and to make the governance is working better and to provide the public services. And this is the method of our paper. This is qualitative research. And we use the case study because we only choose particular city in East Java, which is Malang City. We use interview. We interview pregnant women, health workers, and also community health cadres. Because of the COVID-19 situation, most of the interview we use this online interview because it's quite difficult to find like health worker during this situation. We conduct this research in the middle of the year. So it's the peak of COVID-19 in Indonesia. So to avoiding the spread or the transmission of COVID-19, most of the interview we conduct with online interview. And also we use this study like official document and reports, and also we try the application, the telemedicine account. This is some of the telemedicine account we try to use because during the COVID-19 situation, most of the pregnant women using these two applications because if they cannot go face-to-face visit the doctor or the midwife, they use this kind of application to ask about their situation pregnancy. And then this is our findings. Before the COVID-19, the healthcare service centralized to the midwife, the obstetricians, and medical specialists. While during the COVID-19, for health service for the pregnant women decentralized into the midwife, obstetrician, and it revolves around the community health cadres because many of pregnant women, they avoid to go outside their house. They're afraid to go outside their house. Therefore, the community health cadres have the significant role in delivering the service. Before the COVID-19, the health facilities, it revolves around the public and private hospital and health center. But during the COVID-19, the telemedicine and community health centers are rising in delivering the service. The antenatal care is minimum 8 times face-to-face, but because of the COVID, it's only 6 face-to-face visits and 2 virtual. This is so the Ministry of Health, they make some adjustment in order to also have 8 times the antenatal care. So they adjust to 6 face-to-face visitation and 2 virtuals using the application. And then before the COVID, they can go directly to the doctor, they can go directly to the health center, but because of the COVID, they need to make reservation at least 1 day before. If you want to go to a health center, if you want to go to see doctor, you need to make reservation, and the pregnant woman should have antigen swab. If they don't have the antigen swab, which is supposed to be negative, they cannot go to visit the doctor. And then in the ward, there only can the pregnant women and the doctor or the health workers in the ward or in the room, while their spouse or their husband is supposed to be wait outside to avoid the spread or the transmission. And the number of visitation of pregnant women to the healthcare facility is decreasing from 80% to 50% because of the COVID-19. This is the decentralized health service. So in Indonesia, we have midwife coordinator. So in order to decrease the number or reduce the risk of spreading to the pregnant woman in Indonesia, the midwife coordinator taking the role. So they need to coordinate how many pregnant women in every district, and then they will monitor to the midwife and nurse in the sub area in charge. And then the community health cadres in every village or every community, they will check, they will count how many pregnant women, which month, and then have they visit the doctor, have they take 8 times of ANC. And this is some of the activities by the local health cadres. When the pregnant women cannot go to the healthcare facilities, then the local health cadres, they will go to the pregnant woman house. They will check their weight, they will check the blood pressure, and then they will check their health conditions. And then this is very focal because the pregnant women, they avoid to go outside. This is very critical to check their pregnancy situation. The significant role of the local health cadres, there are volunteer marriage women with primary health care, and they are free because they're volunteer. The government didn't pay for them. this is like collective sense of awareness. They don't want any other pregnant women pass away because of the COVID-19 or have high risk because they didn't see the doctor or the midwife. So because of this collective sense of awareness, it's increasing because of the COVID-19 situation. And they also distributing the information about the antigen swab, visitation, if they have questions, if they have like health situation about their pregnancy. This health cadres, local health cadres is the one that helping the pregnant women. Health cadres serve as co-producer and co-implementer in delivering the ANC service. And for conclusion and discussion, in the time of crisis, as we all know, government is required to take decisive decision. So they need to fast. They need to respond fast during the crisis. It tends to be cut down. But our question from this paper is, can innovation occur during the crisis? If it's only according to the paper, yes, it can rise during the crisis, and it also can rise from bottom to top. So the policy doesn't have necessarily to be top down. And healthcare adjustment during COVID-19 is the reservation, swab test, and also the telemedicine. There is also decentralized healthcare service from centralized. We are usually focused on doctor and midwife, but because of this situation, the role of local health cadres is rising and more significant than the other health workers. Thank you for your listening.
Okay, thank you. Now we are doing very specific. Now we come to the last paper, which is co-authored by Dr. Yang Hong and Professor Jin Xu. So Dr. Yang is going to present the paper. Okay. So the title of this paper is Cross-Cultural Communication in Workplace in Taiwan. Okay. So you have 12 minutes. Please.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jin Chu from English Department. I teach cross-cultural communication in both English Department and Southeast Asia Department. I conducted different kind of research study on how Taiwanese perceive intercultural communication differences when they work in Southeast Asia and other parts of the world. One thing I found interesting is the power distance difference. For example, when Taiwanese students work in Thailand, they have difficulties that they cannot speak up or explain something against their managers in public. And Vivian would like to conduct a similar study based on Hofstede theory, which is intercultural dimensions, including power distance, masculinity, individualism, uncertainty avoidance, and indulgence. And this paper will only focus on power difference. The research question is how do Vietnamese workers perceive power difference in Taiwan? So we are going to hear different stories from 7 Vietnamese workers. 2 are white collar and 5 are blue collar workers in Taiwan. The reason why we have both blue collar and white collar employees from Vietnam is to see how we can learn from different levels and also different manufacturing industry, because Vietnamese workers make up more than 80% of manufacturing sector in Taiwan.
Oh, we have computer problem.
That's all right. Let's keep going. Okay. According to Hofstede, the cultural dimension of Vietnam is 70%. So 1 to 100, Vietnam's power distance is 70. Taiwan is 58. So the power distance means definition of power distance is the less powerful member's perception and acceptance of more powerful members' power in your workplace. So if you are able to accept the power difference between your supervisor and you, then you have higher power difference. Therefore, when Vietnamese workers come to Taiwan, what kind of power distance do they expected, and how much do they perceive their working condition in Taiwan? Do they have to be a little bit afraid, like freedom from fear, as our first representative have talked about? Therefore, we will not. Yes? Okay. Okay. The Vietnamese workers are modeled after the statistics of their percentage in Taiwan. So there are metal and machinery and food producing, and also clothing, textile manufacturers. And the result is divided into two parts. The first part is power distribution, means are the Taiwanese employees and the middle rank supervisor treat them fairly. And the second part of the result is there power distance, or is the power distance related to cultural stereotype? Does that still pose a problem today? Because we have started Vietnamese labor since 1999. So by now we have already 22 years of Vietnamese friends working in Taiwan. Yeah, okay. I'm going to give the time to Vivian. Relax.
Thank you very much. Sorry about the trouble of our presentation PowerPoint slide. And now you continue present my thesis. Before I start, maybe Professor Chin just introduce with you some research background about Vietnamese immigrants in Taiwan. And according to Hosted study, Vietnam power distance is 70 points out of 100, and is higher than Taiwan, which has 58 points. After 30 years later, when he took place of this study, I'm wondering whether Vietnamese employees' power distance perception changing over time. Therefore, my research question is, how do immigrant Vietnamese employees perceive cross-cultural communication within Taiwanese companies centering in power distance? Now I'm going to present you my major findings from seven participants from in-depth interviewing, and which divided into two parts. The first one is lower power distance, power distribution in Taiwan company, and the second is power distance in contrary viewpoint. The majority of the participants responded that power distance between the supervisor and staff in their workplace in Taiwan was less and lower than in Vietnam. Like participant A says, there is a clear disparity between employees and supervisor, but I feel my boss is quite close and share with us in the same room. Other participants share their feeling about power distance in the workplace with a positive view. Like participant F says, supervisor and higher level management work on different floors in my company, but the supervisor very care about employees, while the direct management is a tiny male who very like Vietnamese employees and often chat or talk with us. Participant B, a white-collar worker, commented, I do not perceive any hierarchy among employees and supervisors in my company. My boss treats employees very well and we share the same working space. This finding is similar to the result from host study when evaluating in general to compare power distance between Vietnamese and Taiwanese companies. Most respondents think that the working environment in Taiwan is less authority, more friendly and open, even though there are existing different in status between management and employees. Now go to the lesson 2 of the exceptional case. There are 2 participants expressed negative treatment of the power distance in cross-cultural communication in workplace in Taiwan. That is E and G. They report that they had experienced with clear separation, higher power distance between both supervisor and employee in Taiwan company. Participant E says the relationship between supervisor and employee at the company is quite distant. Supervisor often scrutinize and report employee. Participant G comment, there is also a big gap between me and supervisor like other Vietnamese counterparts. I feel that the boss has a different treatment between Vietnamese and Taiwanese. The boss does not actively talk and chat with us. He does very less communication with employees, except when assigning work. Regarding the factor influencing the issue of power distance, some researchers found that knowledge of the background of the worker can lead them to be more concerned about their rights. The higher of education can lead to the more respect on the respect and value of from employee. The type of knowledge of the worker is holistic and inclusive of worker education, work experience, advanced skill, and so on. We have an additional relationship with power distance. Language ability, especially, is a big handicap in effective communication and good relationship between employee, college, and supervisor. The respondents in this study have large difference in education, work experience, and Mandarin ability background. Their reason maybe reasonably affect their perception of power distance between them and their supervisor in the working environment. In the case of E and G, because of their high level of education, like G hold bachelor degree and extensive working experience like E, which is 6 years working on 3 different companies. They have a need to be respected and valued more by their supervisor, but they have limitation in English, not in Mandarin language ability, and cannot communicate effectively with their supervisor in college. Therefore, they naturally feel that power distance in working environment in Taiwan is higher than Vietnamese company. In conclusion, these studies indicate a positive power distance perception of the majority of the Vietnamese participants with 2 exceptional cases. Limitation in language and educational background influence in the ability to communication with supervisor and colleagues. Furthermore, this factor prevent the establishment of good relationship between employee and with college and supervisor. In that relationship in mutual trust. By the way, the study contribute to cross-cultural communication in helping overcome language barrier and cultural differences. Future study are recommended include Taiwanese management for two-way cross-cultural organization communication from local employer and management perspective to optimize labor force. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Viva. Now we finish all paper presentations. Now I was assigned to make comments on the first and the second papers. Then Professor Chen is going to make comments on the third and fourth paper. So we still have, almost 30 minutes before the end of this panel. So the first paper, is called by Mr. Lam and the other two scholars. The title is Poverty Alleviation Strategy and Public Expenditure in Aceh, Indonesia. I think this paper is doing quite good to describe the situation of poverty in Aceh, and also tell us what are the major factors to cause poverty in Aceh, and also what are the problems, the major problems of poverty in Aceh. I think this part is quite good for this paper. However, I think this paper is not well addressed in the main point of the title of the paper, because I think the title of the paper is Poverty Alleviation Strategy and the Public Expenditure. So I think the key point is the strategy. So I was thinking that how the Aceh government is going to deal with the poverty in Aceh. So what are the major strategies of Aceh government to deal with the poverty? So I think this part is not well addressed. So actually, if you when I read this paper to the end, the last part of the paper on page 10, you have provided some strategy suggestions. I think this is supposed to be the major work in this paper, because you mentioned you do have mentioned a few strategies and policies that the Aceh government should take to deal with poverty in Aceh. So I think this is my major comment on your paper. And talking about the second paper by Sri Bang, you are writing something about the public health and human security in Southeast Asia. I think the good part of your paper is you give a very good definition for public health and human security. And also you did a little, research on Southeast Asian countries regarding how they are, how they are dealing with the COVID-19, right? And you also mentioned some key parties of Southeast Asian governments to deal with COVID-19. Then the last part of your paper is to take some lessons from the proposals of governments in Southeast Asia. However, your paper is supposed to be aimed at public health and human security in Southeast Asia. Although your subtitle is the COVID-19 pandemic, so I'm a little confused with the second part of your topic. So from the your major topic, I suppose you are going to talk about public health and human security in Southeast Asia. Then your subtitle is the COVID-19 pandemic. So I was thinking that you need to provide some connections between these two issues. However, it seems to me these are two parts, two different parts. So on the first part, you are giving a definition of public health and human security, human security. But on another part, you are introducing the performance of a government in Southeast Asia dealing with the pandemic. So I don't really see a very close connection between these two topics, right? Then also, however, you do have given a good part of the lessons from the COVID-19. So it seems to me this is another topic in your paper. So if I want to give you a recommendation, I think you may think to focus on the lessons from the COVID-19 for the governments in Southeast Asia, because you introduce the definition of public health and human security. You also tell us how they did to fight COVID-19. So you get some message, some experience from the governments in Southeast Asia. I think probably if you focus on this part, then it will be more useful and more concrete for your paper. So these are my comments on your paper. Okay, so my job is done. Now I'm going to turn the microphone to Professor Chen to make comments on the third paper and the last paper.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Herlin Chen. I'm from the National University of Science and Technology. So my expertise is political science, public policy, and also sustainability science. So my comment on the first paper, Rachu's paper on health service innovation. Actually, when we know about this COVID-19, we can consider it's a government failures. So when government fails, who can come in to help? So that's the main question. So one solution is for the business sectors, the company, private sector to help. Another is for the NGO to help. And also, now this paper brings us to this question of how community can self-help their organization. Especially, I'm very touched to see that how those community, they are not paid to do this. And then secondly, we can see the innovation, especially in technology, how IT, how telemedicine. I know how the UK government now is also using telemedicine as a service to the elderly population. So for pregnant women, which is a very important target population, in the Millennium Development Goal between 2000 and 2015, they have the Millennium Goal number 5 target only on pregnant women. And on the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 3, also target on health, especially vaccine, and then pregnant women and children under year 5. So I think it's a very nice topic to dig further. However, I will recommend some improvement of the paper. My question is this innovation, this bottom-up innovation, decentralization of the health service, only happen in East Java, in Malang? Can this be replicated, can be repeated in other places? If yes, what are the variables and what are the factors that can help to mobilize or to repeat those practices in other part of the Indonesia? Secondly, also, can this practice spread to other Southeast Asia country or other country? Does this link to your culture? I'm not sure about, does this Indonesian community have this culture of self-help? Or what is the role of the community in your governing system in other topics? So in general, I like this paper and I like this idea of treating customer as producer and co-designer, because this is a very good topic now in new public management studies. So there are many theories talking about how the provider of the good is not only government now, but also customer or service provider in a community. So I will hope to see, can this service be replicated in other places outside East Java? Okay, my comment for the second paper, Ivan. So the second paper also very interesting to look at cross-cultural communication problems. But from my perspective, I think Vietnamese workers coming to Taiwan, they suffer from double pressures. First pressures is they are already coming from a less powerful member rank versus they are worker versus boss level. Second is they are immigrant workers. They're immigrant workers coming to Taiwan. So even though you use one theory, theory on cultural dimension, but I will encourage you to look at theory on immigration, immigrant workers. There are many theories on how immigrant worker, not only from Vietnam, but for example, Taiwanese worker going to UK, going to Australia to work, they experience the same. It's like this double identity, double membership that might prevent them from, you might find some different result as in the power distance. So I think power distance can only explain maybe partially your phenomenon. Secondly, in your presentation, this is a qualitative study. You conduct several in-depth interviews, but I also encourage you, for the sake of presentation, it's better to show a table. For example, how many in total have you interviewed? I'm not sure how many, 10? 7? Okay, maybe you can show a table, 7 interviewee, 5 agree, 5 have some contrasting. So that helps us, because in the PowerPoint it has many the small words, a very long sentence. It's very difficult for the reader to follow your presentation. So that's another thing you can add in your next presentation. My last comment is, so now you discover this, I'm not sure you want to say this is a problem or not, but what is next? What is the solution, or what is your policy recommendation to help Vietnamese workers in Taiwan? If you have chance to meet our labor minister, for example, what will you recommend to them based on your research? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. We right now is 11:55. We still have 15 minutes before the end of this panel. So I'd like to thank all people presenters. Your council time very good. That's why we still have some time for comments and for flow discussion. So right now the floor is open for all of you. So if you have any questions or comments, you are very welcome to raise your questions and comments. Right now we're in Taiwan, so Mandarin is our national language. And if you want to speak in Mandarin, I think you are also welcome. I would be very happy to do the translation for you. 大家如果要想讲中文也可以哈。有没有人有没有 any questions or comments before I ask the 4 presenters to give their final response? Anyone else? Okay. 那个有麦克风，传给他也讲过。Please identify yourself first, then raise your questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Rastu. Yes. I'm from. My question is.
You don't speak about it any. You don't speak about it any.
My question is, do you think any cultural factors that influence to the implementation of health service innovations? Because I think like Professor Heritage and also mentions about the culture. So do you think any cultural factor is important in the implementation of these innovations? And I also have one question for the second presenter. Like Professor Samuel also mentioned in his comments, you also put the human security in your paper. So my question is, do there any securitizations of the pandemic issues in Southeast Asian countries? If I can explain, securitization is like not really security issues, but securitization is how to make the public health become the security issues in Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you get the question? How do you
is cultural factor involved in COVID implementation, COVID vaccine?
Yeah, I think you're asking the public health and the human security, right?
Yes, how the public health become the security issue, because human security is talking about the security.
Yeah, how I mean, how public health become an issue for cybersecurity. So in the case of Southeast Asia. Okay. So right now is just 2 minutes past 12, which I think I'd like to collect two or more three questions before I ask presenters to give their response. Anyone else? Anyone else? Come on. This is very very good time for you to raise questions or make comments. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Thank you, Professor. I'd like to ask for the first presenter because it's very interesting presentation. My question and maybe also some suggestion. The first one is this paper also considering the disaster happening in Aceh in 2004, tsunami in Aceh, because it's like destroying all the places in Aceh and it may be contributing to poverty in Aceh. That's the first one. And the second one is about the asymmetrical decentralization, because among 34 provinces in Indonesia, we have 5 provinces with asymmetrical decentralization. One of them is Aceh. Because of the asymmetrical decentralization, Aceh is they having more revenues from the central government than the other rest of the province. So they have more revenues. So why they didn't use that that budget to poverty alleviation? And my suggestion, maybe this paper can put timeline for the poverty alleviation strategy from which year to which year, because if without the timeline, it's too broad. Or yeah, thank you. That's all.
Okay, good. Are you from Aceh?
No.
Okay. It seems to me you are very familiar with Aceh. I've been there many years ago. All right, so I think time is up. We have another 5 minutes to go, so I'd like to invite paper presenters to give their final response. Now, Professor Lan, you do the first.
Thank you, Professor Hu. I think you have pointed out the major weakness of this paper because we didn't address quite well in terms of the poverty alleviation strategy program in detail. We put our main focus on the budget decomposition analysis because that's our rationale. Is you only get the money, resources, then you have the strategy and program to be implemented. So in this is our first draft. So we put our focus on the analyzing the public expenditure in the last 5 years. So we get to that. So we try to locate the budget allocation. So trace from this allocation of the project, then we choose to analyze how it works or the effectiveness of this money we're using for the poverty alleviation. And that brings to the dark side of this research. Aceh gets the most revenue in Indonesia, but where did the money go? The governor have their private jets flying over the Aceh to the Jakarta to like where. But still, they have the highest poverty rate and the most populous poor populations. And these are the sensitive part of this research. And we are not there to touch. Okay, I'm safe here in Taiwan. But Jetwan and Professor Abisabdati, they still have their job in Aceh. Okay, so that's the tricky part of this part. And as for the question from the floor dealing with the cultural factor in policy implementation, when you Google Aceh, you get a lot of picture information about the Bianxi. Okay, Aceh is considered the most conservative province in carrying out the Muslim law. And so that the cultural factor has to deal with the Muslim teaching doctrine in self-alleviation, self-assistance, or poverty alleviations. So this, in our focus group discussion, we have the structured interviews, and also we have the more in-depth in terms of the cultural factors. And we didn't put that into this paper because of the length of this paper. But back to the Professor Gu's comments. So maybe it's a more appropriate to change the title of our paper called to Public Expenditure Analysis for Poverty Alleviation in Aceh. Is to align with the content.
Sounds better.
Yes, it's more fitting. Yeah, thank you that's my reply to the comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Now I'm going to invite Siri Papa to give you a response.
Firstly, I would like to thank you, Professor Gu, and the sponsors. I think it's a very, very great idea that we should link between that. And also, I think if we can follow the professor, we have to get the paper. And also the question about why the public health involved human security. The first one that I think that we know the human is an important resource in country. In every country, need to be the good human and also a public health. I think if all the people have the strong and good health, it can be developed in the developing country. I found that in the sentence, the author said that the safety of the country is depend on the security of the individual citizen. If they are not safe, the country is not safe. Then you can imagine that if all the country have the infection of the COVID-19, what happens in that country? So that the government needs to pay attention about the public health for the health people strong and get the increase of the COVID-19. And so if in that country have the people strong and good health, it can help the develop country in many systems in the country, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to invite
Okay. Thank you, Professor Chen, for your suggestion and also for your question. I think your question is very spot on because this is a case study. We tend to focus on our case and we didn't consider any other region or any other area. Do they do similar things like Malang City? And we need to find deeper about this situation. And also this is related with Tony's question about cultural, how culture can influence people, especially in community. Because in Malang City, the people is Japanese, and Japanese culture among neighbors is very close. The relationship among neighbors is very close. But outside Japanese culture, we need to find further. Because I'm not Japanese, I'm Sundanese and from West Java. So I think even between Sundanese and Japanese, I think they're very different. And maybe Sundanese is not as close in terms of relationship among the neighbors. So I can say that in Japanese culture, yes, it can influence the health service provisions because you really taking care of your own neighbor. But outside Japanese, we need to dig further about that question. Is this applied to other community in Indonesia?
especially outside Java. It will be a very interesting research to see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Vivan, your turn to do your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Professor Jen, for your recommendation. I think it's very valuable for my research. The first thing is especially about the like immigrant worker theory and to double identity of our research literature review. And I will go deeper in it. Another about comment about my presentation today. Actually, I add the method and participant detail in one slide, but I skip it very fast. Yeah, and about the solution or recommend to help the Vietnamese immigrant worker overcome the cross-cultural communication. That is one of my objectives for the research. Today, I just share a partial of the finding. In the future, I will try to finish it in my course. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vivan. And now we are come to the end of this panel. I'd like to thank all the presenters for your wonderful job over here, which has enriched our understanding and knowledge about Southeast Asia. I also like to thank Professor Chen for your excellent comments on the third and the fourth paper. Finally, I'd like to thank all you all to this panel. You stay here from the very beginning to the end of the panel. And right now, I believe you are hungry, but you're still here. So I'd like to thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, take over your mask. Take over your mask. All right, 1, 2, 3, good. Bagus. Okay, bagus. Bagus. Itu that's bahasa Indonesia. Bagus. 谢谢 ，thank you 哈。You know 齐。
人家如果给你什么 comment， 就说谢谢 ，thank you。
老师，你不要做 comment 吗？
说我不用了。
哇，这阿吃跟同班是吧？不是阿吃啊，在英文系吗？你是在英文系吗？硕士班？
我给你一个小我寄给你那个先的文稿。
你硕士班几年级啊？
大
哦，那不认识他才1年级。
还有刚刚在那个。
哇，这么巧啊！马上第2个硕士，哇，很厉害的啊！
你现在的像我那个。
哇，恭喜你！哇，这堂媳妇了啊，快结婚了，对，我要稍微提到。啊好。 这样的话 ，OK， 好，这个让我们一起结哇，谢谢你啊，你去过西尼啊？没有，好，那边我去过，那个图案是很特别。可以了，对，那两个还在雅琪啊？雕塑，
要想一下，
对雅琪非常好，所以它是最保守的地区。
这跟蓝老师再多聊啊。
下午的场次，
对，下午场次好。
你没有要留下来吃饭啊？
同学吗？
不是，
没有，
我第一次看到他。
哦，第二个 OK， 好，
我跟他们系那个肖老师比较熟了。
不，你这年硕班是第几届？第二届啊，他给你那个后面，可以是政治所硕班。
是我们政治所是吧？我是博士的，他很久以前的。
对。
啊，走吃吧，来，东西都带了。你这个。
And I have your line. Yes, show your line. So you want
Ben, elle est venue au matin. Regarde, le prof, il va juste là. Wow. Ah, mais du coup, mon autre prof, elle peut venir aussi. Mais moi, si c'est pas elle, tiens, Harold. Ah, c'est pas bon. Mais parce qu'elle est descendue, donc je pense que. Oh putain, ouais. Moi qui voulais m'écrire. Et encore des choses. Des petits choux, des petits choux. Ah, c'est genre de genre. Ah, c'est qui qu'on aime? Voilà, on vient de rencontrer et acheter le jeu. Normalement, merci. Normalement, on a. On va pas montrer des cadeaux de barbeau. Les verres en concours. Comment je trouve ça? Une fois, tu dois mordre dedans. Oh putain. On va prendre. Ça ressemble vraiment à ce qu'on avait à l'hôpital. Du coup, moi, je dis oui à l'hôpital. En fait, on a vraiment l'impression d'avoir été à l'hôpital. Et un os. C'est bon? Ça coûte une seconde. Je pense qu'elle peut pas. D'un coup, elle mange la boue. Ouais, ils ont ça. Je suis sûre qu'à Saint-Louis, on a du pays, tout ça. Enfin, je ne pas goûter. Est-ce que je vais goûter? Ouais, non, c'est comme ça. C'est au décor, ah non, parce que c'est ça. C'est vraiment les box. Ouais, vraiment. Je sais pas ce que tu as. Mon riz, elle a l'air que tiens, c'est pas dur, non? Non. C'est dur de problème. Non, mon riz, il est bon. Toi, tu peux t'acheter un petit savon comme ça? Un quoi? Bah, j'aimerais bien, mais je me dis, peut-être que sur le site, il y a des meilleures couleurs. Enfin, là, c'est cher aussi parce qu'il y a plus d'importation aussi. Je crois bien même. Non? Par contre, moi, je sais pas quoi. J'hésitais à m'acheter un nouveau téléphone parce que ici, ils sont genre 200 € moins chers. Mais maintenant, je vais s'en acheter un aussi. Mais après, j'ai pas vraiment le téléphone, il va bien. Enfin, il va bien tout le monde. C'est le diamètre. Il est vieux. Peut-être juste économiser. En fait, moi aussi, on a bien économisé parce que c'est quand même beaucoup, surtout si on va recevoir encore après 2 mois plus janvier. Au final, je sais que je vais continuer de penser, mais je me dis comment économiser sans perdre trop d'argent, tu vois, pour mettre 30 € sur ton compte. Bah, tu gardes, tu utilises que celle de Wenzao. Tu touches pas à celle de la vie. Et tu gardes. Moi, j'ai déjà bien déposé cette vie. Ouais. Bah, voilà. Du coup, j'avais dû rembourser mon père pour certains trucs. Donc, non, je sais pas. Au tout début, j'aurais fait ça. Bah, ouais, c'est ça, moi aussi. Après, tu peux remettre ton argent, ton liquide, le dollar taïwanais. Mais au final, mais c'est cher. Au final, en plus, si je perds de l'argent, au final, j'en ai rien gagné, parce que c'est pas de l'argent que j'ai gagné. Donc, pas de travail le soir, donc c'est pas une chose de moi, je trouve ça du vol. Ouais, c'est clairement. Voilà, on peut faire un virement terminé, on n'a pas peur. Ouais, tu peux. Mais, oui, normalement, tu peux. Tu peux faire ça. Tu peux donner du liquide à avec l'argent qui ne reste pas. Ouais. Tu iras à la banque et tu vas quand même faire ton tour. Oui, mais c'était minime quand même. Quand tes parents m'ont envoyé 700 €, on a eu 30 € de c'est bien. Ouais, par rapport à. Si tu retournes avec en Belgique, ouais, c'est ça. Ouais, ça, mon chien. Donc, je pense que c'est ça. Ouais. C'est une bonne idée de faire ça aussi. Et ton compte reste un million, tu peux le shutdown quand tu veux. Ouais, je pense bien. De toute façon, il ne fait rien. Je veux dire, si tu n'as pas mis de l'argent sur le compte, tu peux partir. Après, il faudra dépendre le dernier mois. Si peut-être tu le retournes à un voyage, peut-être qu'il se prend un petit peu avant. C'est chiant à manger. Tu veux des champignons? Vas-y, madame. Ça va, c'est bon? Oui, vous goûter. Il y a des choses qui sont dans la boîte magique. Et ça, c'est bon? Ouais, c'est ça. Tu goûtes pas grand-chose. Ça, c'est pas du tout. C'est pas dégueu, mais pas. Moi, c'est pas. Un peu de sauce. Franchement, les champignons sont bons quand même. Ouais, c'est ça. J'ai pensé à une de litres sur le café, mais ça va. Ah non, on dirait que son marino va enlever. Ah oui. Je crois qu'il y a une pression ici. Non, non. Je veux quelque chose qui ressemble. Peut-être de raisin, quoi. En vrai, la nourriture, ça m'a beaucoup mieux. Mais je pense que c'est parce que maintenant, on peut choisir. Avec elle, nous oblige à ce qu'il y a un quoi. Hier, j'étais chez Carrefour et j'ai acheté des biscuits qu'elle a acheté sur Highlight. Ils sont bons. Ah, ouais, c'est digestif. Il était bien meilleur. Merde, je pense que le maïs soumis, c'est vraiment. Ah, ouais. Il est vraiment cool. Je sais pas qu'il ne pose pas de questions. On est cachés dans le masque. Je suis pas là. Mais en fait, de nous, c'est meilleur que les tartines. Tu as encore la tartine de fromage? Ouais. Tous les jours. Après, c'est pas dégueu. Non, tu fais des économies. Ouais, c'est un truc que j'aime pas. Normalement, tu sais qu'on a la boucle, c'est bon. Mais dis quand même, j'ai pas non plus envie de tout on va pas manger léger et manger beaucoup après. Pas le soir. Moi, c'est le matin. Ouais, comme ça, je ne prends pas non plus le kilo. Je mange pas mal à la fin. Je ne sais pas quand bien manger l'après-midi et le gel aussi. On marche en bloc, non? C'est cool. C'est dessiné. Je sais pas si c'est les chansons qui sont bien, mais je pense que je vais sauter ça. Oui, vraiment pas leur conférence à moitié. T'as déjà été toi une fois? Oui. T'avais pas su tout ça? Il doit tout présenter. Oui, c'est énormément d'organisations qui font ça. Je savais pas, moi. C'est comme ici, c'est un village. Enfin, il y a des gens qui c'est que marquant en anglais. Sur ça. Pas chinois. Et sinon, on parlait anglais et chinois. Maintenant, on va parler du surtout le prof. Vraiment le seul prof qui sait. À la plus de 4-5 ans. Par contre, c'est beaucoup. Hein. Le poulet est énorme. Hein. Je sais pas qui mange ça. Moi, ça va, t'as bien pour les filles. Ouais, encore mieux. Nous détruisons de la mer, on va se lever au différents moments. Un peu, ouais. Il y en a plein, enfin, celui qu'il y avait à l'arena, il y en a pas beaucoup. Mais celui-là, il était tellement bon, et le volatier aussi. Je suis sûre, leur collègue, en fait. C'est bien. Ouais, surtout que 30 minutes et de dépenser 300 minutes. Aïe, aïe, aïe. J'ai déjà lapsé. C'est très simple. C'est mieux. Pas viser la lune. Voilà. J'adore parce que moi, c'est vraiment. J'ai que mon prénom. En fait, si on avait quelqu'un d'important, et tu vois, prénom, il y en avait qu'une. De toute façon, c'est tellement. Voilà, énorme. On n'a pas dû mettre le enfin, non, moi, je suis contente. C'est vraiment un premier start. Sans fait, parce que c'est le mot. J'avais toujours une moi, j'aurais détesté quand ça arrive. On n'a pas couru ici. C'est une salle de conférence. D'or. Pour de chambre. Oui, tu peux pas se présenter. Oui. Est-ce que tu dis que tu facilement ici? Oui. Ça d'office. Hier, il portait un t-shirt qui était marqué China needs tree geography en dessous. Ça veut dire China needs de la vie. Le prof culturel. Celui qui dit qu'il ne faut pas avoir de préjugés. Alors, Mais comment faire un rapport? C'est juste un résumé de ce qu'on entend. Pourquoi j'en ai pu faire le script? Ça prend facilement la même pas souvent. Mais pas parce que je vais moins, je dis que mais ça vaut plus vite. Les trois compartiments, c'est la mais c'est ça qui me paraît diplomatique. C'est ça qui me paraît diplomatique. Ça va parler de diplomatie. En vrai, ça va être chouette, mais je pense que c'est trop compliqué. Là, c'est un examen. Non, c'est ça. Est-ce que j'ai envie d'avoir une vie difficile comme ça? Mais comment, quand tu réfléchis à l'examen, c'est bon. Tu peux trouver un bon job. Est-ce que tu veux toujours faire translation? Non, je pense pas. Plus dans les ONG. Et je voulais aller faire une misère parce que j'avais été voir la base de vent à l'ONU. Pour 26 ans. Pour 26 ans. Pourquoi? Je sais pas. Je comprends même pas. Après, moi j'aime pas les volontariats. Pas les vins. Moi, ça veut dire digérer. Diriger des projets. Des trucs comme ça, mais non, le volontariat. Voilà. C'est ça, vraiment le volontariat. Ouais, vraiment, c'est plutôt l'aspect par contre, je pense qu'il oh, ah oui, c'est vrai. On n'a pas de dessert alors? Oui, normalement, je l'ai. Il y a des petits c'est beau parce qu'on n'est pas nourris. Nous, on est venus pour avoir la même chose. Ah non, il faut que par contre, j'ai parlé à toi, la fille, ce matin. Elle m'a demandé comment ça va, d'ailleurs. Elle me demande si j'ai internet. Vraiment, quand j'y étais, il y en avait pas. Elles se sont faites la cuisine. Et justement, moi, j'ai trouvé ça très bien. Enfin, ça dépend pour lesquels. On a chacun notre cuisine pour le. Bah oui, c'est énorme. Saint-Louis, t'en aurais parlé. Non, c'était pas là. Ah oui, avant que je parte pour la... Ouais, il y avait Marie qui lui était vite derrière. Ouais, ouais. C'est dans ça. Non, non, ça va, il a juste gardé les autres. Non, sérieux. C'est pas en gros. Tu fais son il tapait sur le programme qui pour un oui, oui, peut alimenter. Ah, non, et puis il passe dans sa gueule. Sérieux? Je connais mal fort. De toute façon, on va dire. Oh, c'est mon coup. J'ai pas connu une prochaine. Non, mais non, ça c'est pas d'elle. C'est ce matin. Ah, j'ai fait un et quelle heure? Quoi c'est quand c'est grave? Ouais. Ça m'a fait de faire des choses et c'est sur le boîte. Je vais aller chercher un café. Non, mais je sens que ça va arriver justement. Pourquoi les gens m'envoient des photos? Je trouvais qu'il était là, c'est ma prof. Ah, c'est moi. Oh my God. Je sais pas, je vais faire ça parce que moi, ça fait C'est bien fini. Oui, ils sont les intéressants. Effectivement. En vrai, ils ne doivent pas être cher. En tout cas, c'est que Wenzao. Ça va me faire un petit peu mieux. Tu fais quoi après? On cherche un autre personne. Ouais, c'est vrai. Ouais. Avec le cours de chinois, j'en aurais pas. Ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas mangé. C'est la droite. Moi, c'est mieux. Mais en fait, ça a plus de goût. T'as pas regardé que t'as mangé, ça m'a fait penser à toi. Ok. Oui, t'as le bon. J'ai regardé. Ouais. Voilà, tout le monde. Non, parce que j'ai aimé celui-là. Ah oui, oui. C'est vrai. J'aime le cheveu. Moi aussi. Mais les bouches de ça fait trop bien, ça me fait penser à ma mère. Mais c'est pour ça que le mocha, c'est genre du café noir, mais avec du chocolat. Et après, c'est avec du lait. C'est bon. On a pris le soupe chinois, on n'a pas pris le soupe. Par contre, le cours de cinéma, c'est vraiment le cours de soupe. Vraiment, sans ce cours-là, je pense que c'est ça. Mais la différence de niveau entre les deux cours, ça vient tout d'un coup. Entre les quoi? Entre la dernière heure et les deux premières heures, le niveau. Il y a plein de vocabulaire qu'on n'a pas vu. Il n'y a pas en dans les graduations. C'est parce que ça va dire que voilà. Mais qui sait, peut-être que Bouddha lui sera plus dessus. On va le ramener. On va le ramener là. Merci là-bas. Je pense que j'ai besoin d'une autre dose. Je fais le prix le plus. Ouais. Enfin, là, c'est impossible de trouver. Au début, je pensais que c'était compliqué. Sauf que j'ai pas fait. Genre, il y a des côtés que j'ai. Ah, c'est le photo parce qu'il nous y amène. Ouais, parce que la fois, il y a lui. Là, c'est le mais lui, non. Là, oui, d'accord. Mais bon, je me dirais qu'il se fout comme bon Dieu. C'est gratuit. Je vais sur la photo, mais vas-y. Non, il n'y a pas de mais c'est toi qui avais dit que c'était pas gentil. Ouais, finalement, quand on leur a parlé, c'était en fait. Et logiquement, on fait nos distanciations. Distanciation. Est-ce qu'on a pas une pique? Non, trop de monde. Un piquet trop. Ah, merci. Un piquet trop de monde. Tiens, on fait des photos. On fait des photos. Pour tous les endroits, ouais. C'est où le bouton? Ouais, le son, je pense. En vrai, elle a raison, il y a cette photo. Mais bon, on va pas prendre. Incroyable. Tu vois, je maîtrise tellement bien mon téléphone. Attends, je vais mettre ça comme ça, sera plus simple. Sinon, je vais tout apprendre. Je vais mettre ça quand même. Donc, on voit les notes et je vais la garder. Non, c'est. Il y a tout à changer ou c'est j'en dirais bien. Ah non, mais ça, c'est mettre les masques. Je vais essayer de aimer ça. Encore. Oh là là. Oh non. Ça fait plus comme ça. Oh là là, oh Emma, c'est quoi j'en fais un poste? Je vais faire plein de photos de toi et j'en fais un poste. C'est vraiment des expressions incroyables. Ah, je peux dessiner dessus. Dessiner. J'ai des dents. Ça fait longtemps. Ah, c'est les mêmes. Je mets des paillettes. Mais qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est des maths, je ne peux pas comprendre. Waouh, des carottes. Oh, ça marche. Je trouve qu'il y a mon petit nez qui dépasse. Qu'est-ce que je fais toi? Arrête, elles sont incroyables. Ça fait 5 ans que je sais pas. Ça va super. On aurait été marrant comme ça. Oh, viens. Oh. Vraiment. Rien qui va. Oh là là. Vous debout là. Ça change pas. Ça fonctionne pas. Rien à l'intérieur. Ah, oh, oh. Il y a quand même un autre. Il a un beau visage, plutôt. Quoi? C'est chaud. Il est super beau visage. Ça va finir. On peut se je peux pas se faire normalement. Oh, super. C'est pas un chat sur mon gueule. Pourquoi il y en a pas? Il y en a un. Il est incroyable. T'as peur parce que le chat va se bouffer. Le matin, non. Non, il est tellement. Voilà. Comment ça se fait qu'il est juste marqué tellement? T'as pas le temps. Et si j'ai mis mon famille en gros, quelque chose là. Ah non, mais c'est celui. Attends, pourquoi tu fais des trucs comme ça? T'as la tête en l'air. Non, ça retourne. Non, regarde. Mais on est au bon endroit. Comment tu sais? Parce que si tu ouvres la porte, tu m'as dit non, mais c'est ça. Mais pourquoi là, ça part? Non, parce que ça, c'est le globe. J'adore celle-là. Super. Le prof, il va t'assurer, tu vois. Pourquoi le prof de la mathématique? Il a dit qu'il avait appris. Non. Moi, c'est là, mais je te jure, je suis française. C'est qu'est-ce que c'est? C'est en chinois, mais c'est Chinese. Tu veux pas me les envoyer comme ça? Je peux mettre laquelle? Je sais pas. On a des bonnes à lui. On a confiance de faire. Est-ce que tu peux déchirer les pages? Pourquoi ça je veux mon blond. T'es blonde? Blonde. J'étais comme ça. Je ne trouve pas les carreaux sur les carreaux. Parce que c'est comme ça. Ma stop, voilà ce qui est envoyé. Mais celles-là, elles ne sont pas drôles, elles sont intéressantes. Et quelle heure? T'as pas tout envoyé en fait. Tu avais sélectionné là où tu voulais. J'ai sélectionné celle avec les chats. C'est les plus drôles quand même. Alors, je t'enverrai les trucs là si tu veux. Ça ne se voit pas. Tu vas mettre laquelle? Ça ne se voit pas. Ah, c'est bien. Là, c'est voilà. Celle-là non, celle-là non, celle-là non. Celle-là, elle est cool. Mais la qualité est dégueulasse. C'est qui Yannick? Mais c'est l'autre. C'est un peu. Ce qu'on a parlé. Enfin, on a parlé d'un bon mot, j'ai pas dit un mot. T'as vu, c'est ça que j'ai envoyé à vous. C'est beau, c'est le truc. Et elle m'a dit, on aimerait y aller. J'étais là, avec la bourse, je pourrais y aller. Avec un petit bonhomme. Tu veux aller faire ton master? Je sais pas ce qu'il y a comme master. Et ce serait là l'hôtel. Et il n'y a pas de... Ah ouais? Non. Non, les autres, c'est celle-là que t'aimes bien? J'adore. J'avoue, celle-là, elle est drôle. Ouais, celle-là, ça va. Celle-là, tu vois, c'est là où on m'a pas demandé. Celle-là, elle est ça fait pas direct. Je suis sûre qu'il y a des autres effets qui sont pour mais non, mais c'est une personne. C'est quoi le nom de la conférence? Là, je vais marquer tout le monde de la conférence. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ça, on va faire ça. Ça rallonge. Voilà, j'ai juste voilà, ah, mais je t'ai pas mis ça. Je t'ai pas mis dedans. Ça, c'est ça. C'est marqué non. C'est marqué quelque chose. Non, mais pas mis ça. C'est avec le match.
Well, what is the more information?
C'est vrai que je suis obèse. T'as dit que c'était pas drôle?
我等一下给你。
何老师好。你好，你好，你好，是那个许家豪，对，许家豪老师，这个中山大学中前对，哦是，也是这个是，对，哦非常好。
老师你要不要坐中间啊？
不需要，就这样子可以。我等一下他们演讲的时候呢，我们就坐下面，因为他们要看那个PowerPoint。
啊，
所以我是做这个是新的介绍，
是
介绍，
然后我们就下去，
好吧？啊。
Je pose tout sur ta story et tu me mets même pas sur ton truc. Oh j'avoue, mais t'as oublié aussi. J'avoue. Eric, je crois que ça soit mon truc. Ah, je sais pas.
你这个公司的40万。是在那边看到
是啊，是，它就是一个 新的方法。
所以这样的写法是新的写法，一路来不是。
我们大概2-3年前才
对
从本来的 general education 到
哦，
对，
就叫 C1 college。So it's humanities and social science.
Exactly, and
interdisciplinary. I see.
So 我是政治学的。
Okay.
对啊。
见过你吗？
见过。我之前当亚太所。
我记得叫见过你。
能戴口罩比较分不出来。有，对。
Presentation, 10 moderate 3 minutes for opening remark.
所以3篇文章。
So you would like to discuss the paper one by one, or you want to do it at the end of the presentation?
Sure, one by one.
Okay, one by one. That's you.
Yeah,
that's you.
But there's
some book. I think that's the presenter. Oh. Can the presenters please come to the front? Yeah. Are you the presenter?
No, maybe they can't hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Presenters, please come forward. That's the presenter.
Okay, before we begin, I'm the moderator for this panel. My name is Paul Kaileo, and I would like to have all the presenters so that I can acknowledge you. You know, if you're around, please maybe put up your hands. You are number 2, Ashi Puwani. Okay, very good. And can we have the third presenter, who is Semyato Galan Prokoso? Are you here? Okay, he just entered the room, so we have all the presenters here. And for the third paper, we have 3 presenters. So, who is presenting in the third paper?
Yes.
You are the only one making the presentation, but the paper has 3 authors. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think we can start right now. After all, according to the clock that is in front of me, is 1:23. We need to start at 1:20. Okay, very good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ho Kai Leong, and I am a professor at the Department of Southeast Asian Studies at Wenzao University, and I am the moderator for this session. Now, let me introduce very quickly the discussion, and also the paper presenters, right? So that we can move on very quickly. Today we are very privileged to have Professor Chia Hao Su from Zhongshan University as our discussant. And the first presenter would be Dam Sang Hong, right? And he will be talking about Taiwan's quest for World Health Assembly participation, which will be a very interesting paper. And the second paper will be presented by Ashi Puwani, all right? And this is about ASEAN policies
towards the United States and China relationship during this COVID-19 pandemic. And the third presenter, the third paper will be presented by Zenyato Galan Procoso. Okay, and this is about the intersection of One Belt, One Road initiative and Indonesia's foreign policy. So we have three very interesting papers. Now the arrangement is this. After the presentation of each paper, the discussant will comment on the paper immediately, all right? So that, you know, while everybody still remembers what the presentation is about, the discussant would make a few comments, and then we'll move on to the second presentation, and then we will have this discussant making comments, and then the third presentation, okay? So bear in mind that the presenters have only 10 to 12 minutes, all right, for your presentation. So without further ado, let me invite the first speaker, Mr. Dang Sung Hong, to make his presentation. And I think the moderator as well as the discussant can actually sit among the audience so that we don't block your view on the PPTs. Okay, please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor. Good afternoon, college. Today my presentation is about Taiwan's quest for World Assembly participation under Taiwan. And you can easily notice that I have modified the title of my papers. In the previous title, I used the middle powers. I also recognize that Taiwan should be recognized as a middle power. However, in the modified papers, I admit that that's part to focus more on Taiwan's quest for the WSA participation. So my paper, you can see that this is the outlines of my papers. The first one, I would like to talk about introduction, about some historical evidence of Taiwan trying to get recognition in the WSA. The second part, I will brief about Taiwan framing strategy. How is it important to understand Taiwan's trying to participate into the WSA? And the third part, I will study Taiwan seeking the WSA observership through the framing strategy. The fourth part is the evaluation. And in the evaluation, we cannot say that in my previous paper submitted to Wenzao to this conference, I didn't mention that. So I added this part and I used a scorecard approach to study this. And finally, I will make a conclusion about the prospect of Taiwan inclusion into the WHOs. So we can see that Taiwan has been trying to gain institutional recognition, but it's really important that Taiwan has targeted WHO. It can be considered as very important because Taiwan inclusion in the WHO can gain its reputation and its responsible stakeholders. And I will brief the short history. It's not until the 1997 that Taiwan had targeted the WHO inclusion. And in 2007, Taiwan made a risky move under the leadership of Zhang Shui-bian. Yeah, they applied for the WHO, really dangerous move, and this move was unsuccessful. We can recognize that. And during the periods from 2009 to 2016, Taiwan was accepted as the observership in the WHO under the leadership of a very friendly leaders, Ma Ying-jeou. And since the May 2016 with the inauguration of President Taiwan, and Taiwan was not accepted to be a member of the ICSEAS. So it's really important here that we can see that China's objection is very obvious, because China consider that if Taiwan wants to participate into the WHO, it must recognize, it must accept the one China principle. And President, we know that President Taiwan has not accepted that fact. So the importance of literature is that there are two regions. First, we use the primary strategy to understand a specific action. In this case, striving for institutional recognition. And second, we use a case study of Taiwan. So the primary strategy has been used widely in social sciences fields, but especially it's really important for people, especially the leaders, to frame the perception of the people, especially the public, about a specific events. And also when they frame that strategy, they frame the perception, the understanding, their mindset, they can influence their action on a specific behaviors. And the message here should be shaped, emphasized, and activated among the public audience. So in this case, there are the connection between the leaders and the public. And especially so many scholars, they recognize that the regime choice is very important in framing the perception of the public opinions. And they pointed out that in democratic country, democratic nation, the framing strategies tend to be more successful than other countries like the authoritarians or non-democratic nations. And in my study, I used, we can see that the initiators in the Taiwanese government, the target is Taiwan inclusion into the WHO's, and the audience is the domestic and the international audience. And I use the framing strategy to study the criteria, as we can see here, the political, scientific, humanitarian efforts, and also the social media. So the Taiwan seeking the WHO observership in the political norms. Taiwan has tried to promote the sovereignty, democracy, human rights, and also its diplomatic efforts. President Taiwan has many times promoted that Taiwan is a sovereign country, an independent state, not the province of China. The second aspect is that the Taiwanese government is trying to consider Taiwan as a resilient democracy. And we can see that this has been quite contrast to the management of COVID-19 situation in the authoritarian China. And also they use the human rights, especially the health for all, and the Article 1 of the WHO Constitution, to argue that including Taiwan should be compliant with the human rights. And the final step is to trying to create the diplomatic efforts. As we can see that in this year, Taiwan has been supported by 14 allies and major power, and especially also the G7 country. It's the first time that G7 country, the major powers in the world, they're trying to recognize the important Taiwan engagement with the WHO. And for the scientific achievement, we can see that the healthcare system has been considered as one of the very important aspects of Taiwan. It has leveraged Taiwan international standing and status. The second aspect is that the technologies, this is the combination of the healthcare system and also the technology that make Taiwan as distinct case in its Asian countries. And also Taiwan has used the Moscow Taiwan can have to promote the inclusion of this into the WHO, WSAs, and also so many websites has promoted that scientific achievement of Taiwan. Regarding the humanitarian efforts, we can see that Taiwan has offered humanitarian assistance to many countries, and especially its allies country, the country in Africa, the country in the South Pacific, and also country in the the new South Power policy. This means especially the focus on countries in Southeast Asia. And also we have seen the very important role of the International Cooperation and Development Funds. This fund has coordinated very actively and closely with Taiwan governments, especially in the year 2018. And also Taiwan has promoted the one country, one standard to offer medical assistance to countries in Southeast Asia. And for the medical campaign, it's very interesting that some national agencies like Focus Taiwan, Taiwan Melanoma, has promoted the image of Taiwan as a responsible stakeholder, and that should be included into the WHA as an observership. And for the international outlets, I can see that the Taiwanese government is recently very active in engagement with the international outlets at the New York Times of Foreign Affairs with the President Tsai Ing-wen and the Vice President. They have promoted the image through their papers and also through their interview with these magazines. And for the social media fight, it's very important that Taiwan is trying to fight China disinformation campaigns. Its head agency and also the support of many outside agencies is trying to recognize, to support the disinformation campaign and to educate the public about the dangers of spreading the fake news and giving the success of the U.S. President, former President Donald Trump using Twitter to promote the image of the United States and his strongman leadership. President Tsai Ing-wen had embraced Twitter diplomacy to convey the image of Taiwan as a responsible country and the reason why Taiwan should be included into the WHA. This is a new part which has not included in my previous paper. The evaluation, and you can see that I use the field of framing the concrete measure on the evaluation. So in trying to evaluate, I use the three criteria. You can say the poor, the good, and the rich. And in saying that, some strategy can be considered as missed. I'm not saying that it's going to the failures, but we can see that in the intention there's some strategy that can be easily recognized, some sequences like economic gains, military access, but there's some aspects that are really hard to figure out, like values, like reputation, and you can not easy for you to recognize that. But the very important aspect is that Taiwanese government has, yes, I promote the four aspects. The first one is that it provided the sound reasoning for to explain this quest for the observership in the WHA. The second is that it identified the meaningful benefits. Let's say the intertwined benefits of the Taiwanese people and international community. The third one is that it adopted a good set of strategy from the traditional ones like political scientists, humanitarian strain, to the emerging social media exposures. And also the final one is that the Taiwanese government has been really persistent in going after the principle-based approach. To the conclusion, we can see that the prospect of Taiwan participation into the WHA is very typical because you can see that the intimidation and the objection of Beijing authorities. And in these papers, the Taiwanese government have framed Taiwan as a democracy in conceptual and behavioral dimension because we need not only use the conceptual but also the actual behaviors to convince other people the good behavior of Taiwan. And in my paper, I argue that we should not only use on the recognition-based action. The recognition-based action tend to focus more on the consequences, the results, but the analysis-based action tend to be focused more on the principle, the values that Taiwan can offer to the international community. And because we can see that in the framing strategy, this includes first the intention, second the means, and the third one is the consequences. And we should recognize that good decisions do not guarantee the good outcomes. If you have good intention, this does not necessarily mean that you can get good results. So in my case study, they used the framing strategy, and also in the case of Taiwan, I want to promote that this study could benefit the democracy-based scholarship. So thank you so much for your attention.
Is there someone keeping time? There is someone keeping time, am I correct? And I am the first discussant. First of all, I have only 3 minutes, so I'll be as brief as I can, giving you my take on the presentation and the paper by Mr. Hong. First of all, I must congratulate Professor Mr. Hong for choosing this particular topic. I think he's from Vietnam, but he's choosing a topic on Taiwan. I think that requires some kind of courage to take up something that is not about your own home country. Right? Many of us who study or choose a topic on master thesis or PhD thesis, most likely we will choose a very convenient topic, and usually that is about our own country. If I'm from Singapore, I'll choose a topic on Singapore. If I'm from Indonesia, I'll choose a topic on Indonesia. But that isn't the case right here. So I think that requires some courage on the part of Mr. Hong. Now, I am impressed indeed by the points that you make about the arguments that you make about Taiwan's ability to frame its strategy, to make itself recognized or recognizable to the international community, to have a chance, or at least, when you knock at the door of WHO, you need to have some form of qualifications, or at least you're confident enough to say, hey, I'm here, I want to be a member. Can you actually make these qualifications or whatever you need available to me so that I can give you all my credentials, okay, so that I can be qualified. And the author has given us at least 4 criteria: political norms, scientific achievements, humanitarian effort, media coverage. All right, and of course, giving an assessment. Now, my argument is this, and this is not a criticism, certainly, but something for you to consider. I think the very fact that Taiwan has not been able to be a member, all right, it has been knocking at the door for many, many years. I think you put a date there since the 1970s, I think it's 1990s, under the presidency of Chen Shui-bian. And the organization has not actually made any final decision, or at least has made an initial decision of not admitting Taiwan into the organization. So despite all those strengths that you talk about, I would think, from a different perspective, that all those criteria that you just stated actually are the limitations. Okay? Although you have given the assessments, like, the results are mixed, some are good, some are bad, but I would turn it around and say, maybe you really want to consider all these criteria as something not very positive, the limitations, all right, that Taiwan has in making herself available to the organization as a member. Okay? Now I can go through the list for you. I mean, political norms, we talk about democracy. Do people care about democracy now? I submit to you that in the past 20 years or so, democracy has been on the decline. Okay, and that was the point made by Professor Tom Emerson in the morning in the other session. That all the indicators seems to tell us that democracy is not a value, something that we attach a lot of importance to. So when Taiwan say, "Oh, I'm a democracy, I will be the model for the rest of Southeast Asia," sorry, that probably is a limitation. Now, I'm not saying that we should not value democracy, but what I'm saying here is that there may be some limitation attached to this particular label called democratic state. And after all, if you really look at democracy in Taiwan, there are a lot of negative features, all right? There are a lot of negative features. Now, we talk about scientific achievements. Probably you're talking about medical health care, etc., etc. And yes, I think they're making breakthrough in the vaccines, but again, I think there are a lot of doubts on this particular aspect of the discovery or the invention of vaccine in Taiwan, and not many countries throughout the world, right, would accept this scientific achievement. You talk about humanitarian effort. Humanitarian effort, yes, I think that is a great contribution by Taiwan, but again, there are limitations. It's just like, I think of Taiwan as another Singapore, okay? Singapore, well, very rich, but very small. When Indonesia has problems during the financial crisis, you know, Indonesia 270 million people, Singapore 7 million. So Indonesia say, "Oh, can you help me?" Yes, Singapore say, "Yes, we can help you." But that is only that much we can do, right? And Indonesia, Habibie, President Habibie got a little bit angry. He said, "Wow, we are good neighbors, but you're not helping me enough." But Singapore said, "Well, that's that much I can do." So I'm saying, while humanitarian effort by Taiwan on all the disasters that happened, tsunamis in Aceh, earthquake in elsewhere, and typhoon in Philippines, and so on and so forth. Humanitarian efforts are welcome, but only that much you can contribute. Okay, media coverage. Again, I'm not very sure. There are, again, mixed effect, I would say. Or some would argue it's good, some would argue it's not that effective at all. So with that, I mean, I do have limitations on time. Let me end by saying that at this point, Taiwan's entry or desire to enter WHO is a topic now. It's a topical news, precisely because of the rivalry between China and United States. And given the negative image of China at this moment, that there are many countries, they are voicing support, right, for Taiwan's entry. Before that, you find that when they were very friendly with China, I think Taiwan's possibility of entering into WHO probably is almost nil, right? But now looks like that there's some hope, and that is conditioned on the negative image of China in the international community at this point. You see, so I suppose you can have what we call comprehensive assessment, rather than to project this strategy as all positive without giving the limitations, discussing the limitations in depth. Okay, that's my first take on the paper. Let me give the floor to the second presenter. And this is probably a topic that is related to the first topic, US-China relations. Rashid Purwandi. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this time for this session. For this session, my paper here, the title is ASEAN Policies Toward the U.S.-China Relationship During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Okay, first of all, I would like to share my ideas or background of the ideas of this paper that the relationship between the U.S., China, and ASEAN as regional cooperation traditionally covers the sector of security and finance. The COVID-19 pandemic then brought the rivalry between the two major powers, which is China and the U.S. The U.S. has been playing a role as a crucial partner for ASEAN and its member states, but in recent decades, some argue that ASEAN is growing more preference to China. Historical, cultural, and geographical proximity led the ASEAN member to be close to China, while others argue that the Chinese financial and investment supports are more accessible than the ones from the Western world, including the US. And then ASEAN is openly embracing the Chinese influence in the region because China does not bother with any issues regarding human rights. This is something that the ASEAN member state government are reluctant to deal with. So this is the background of the idea of my paper. And the recent question here is, then where ASEAN will stand in this contestation? For ASEAN, under the mixture of situation of China-US rivalry, the China-US rivalry, the global pandemic, and domestic problem that occur in each member state, what should ASEAN do? And how the pandemic weighs in the US-China-ASEAN relationship. Okay, so about this paper, this study will examining the policies of ASEAN regarding the rivalry between the US and China during the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. I argue that ASEAN will not move away from its original position to stay neutral. At the same time, ASEAN will also apply the non-interference policies toward its member states to conduct their own bilateral relations with the US and China. This study will limit the examination only from the perspective of ASEAN as a regional cooperation and ASEAN member states toward US-China economic relations during the pandemic. I will begin with the US-China relationship and ASEAN itself. The relation among these three actors are interesting, particularly when we look at the perspective of ASEAN. Here, you can see that ASEAN seems to face a dilemma. Like ASEAN will always need the US support in the regional security and economic development in the region, while ASEAN also cannot ignore the presence of growing China. At the same time, the ASEAN member states cannot forget the historical experience that China as the threat for their domestic security. This is what in 2007, right? And then about the US relationship and ASEAN again, actually China promoted a global network of partnership to ASEAN-China Strategic Partnership Vision of 2030, which was issued in the 21st China-ASEAN Summit in November 2018 and laid out a medium and long-term blueprint for the cooperation among the China and ASEAN. Meanwhile, at the same time, the US under the former President Trump alienated its close allies such as Japan and South Korea. To ASEAN, Washington delivered a message that they were not put
priority of the association and the region. Now we discuss about U.S. and China relationship itself. The U.S. attitude toward China, as Congressman M. Campbell 2016 write that the U.S. attitude toward China as a rebalancing to Asia, which refer to a shift that has affected both ASEAN's growing strategic economic importance to the U.S. and the growing U.S. concern over China's regional ambitions. One challenge to discuss the Beijing strategy in the global politics that it is difficult to get the idea of the strategy from Beijing. The ruling Chinese Communist Party never mentioned a Chinese grand strategy in global politics, according to Martin of 2021. Although ASEAN countries may benefit from the third war, as transnational companies may try to avoid the American tariffs by moving production from China to Southeast Asia and elsewhere. This is the recent survey from 2020 from the State of South Asia 2020 survey by the ICSEAS-Junior Research Institute. This institute that every year have survey from to send to the Southeast Asian countries, and we participate into this survey. And the result is for one question: if ASEAN were forced to align itself with one of these two strategic rivals, which should it choose? You can see here 56.6% choose to close to the US. But this is really close compared to China, 46.4. And you can see the difference of each state here. You can see which one is close to the US and which one is close to China. And my country is close to China, Indonesia. And for Vietnam and Philippines, maybe you can relate to the South China Sea dispute. That's why Vietnam and Philippines want to close to the US, because they have problems with China in South China Sea. This is very interesting. And Laos is really huge here. 73.6 respondents want ASEAN close to China. Okay, and so we go to the pandemic COVID-19 influence on the ASEAN-US-China relations. From many scholars, from many research, mention that for ASEAN, it is a top priority for Southeast Asian countries to secure vaccine access and distribution. So for ASEAN, the most important is how to get the vaccine now. China took this opportunity to pursue a vaccine diplomacy to Southeast Asian countries. So right after they successfully developed vaccine, China has promised vaccines to more than 80 countries, including ASEAN countries, under its Health Silk Road policy as an innovative diplomatic initiative. So you can see here, the figure shows ASEAN members that receive vaccine from China, Sinovac, and Sinopharm. Most of them use the Sinopharm and Sinovac. For the 12 countries, most major provider is Sinovac. Like my whole family in Indonesia got Sinovac, all of them. And the first time, like this, they reluctant, but they don't have a choice. So they just get the Sinovac. So this is like from Indonesia again, like for the country like Indonesia, with a 280 million population, receiving China's vaccine is the most feasible policy to handling the pandemic, like, because the top priority policy is get the vaccine as soon as possible. Indonesia does not have privilege to choose other vaccine from US or UK, as the country is suffer the most because of the pandemic. China's Sinovac and Sinopharm, while the US is still struggling overcome
that to overcome the pandemic at home, Washington does not put priority to help countries like those in ASEAN. Future of US and China relation, actually it is unlikely the US will involve in a situation like Cold War with China, but I think I read this paper before the US, UK, Australia, US, UK, Australia is focused about the focus. So maybe my my paper will have more different side. Most analysts that US-China relationship will highlight the strategic competition, but mostly based on key factors such as ideological disagreements, changes in mutual perception, and policy agenda conflict. But most of scholars share agreement that US-China will not move to military contestation. That's 2019 before the situation today. So my conclusion here is, during the COVID-19 pandemic, ASEAN represents the coordination among the member states. So it's mostly the coordination because each member state is also have their own policy. Member states individually focus on their domestic survival in the race against COVID-19. US and China remains as the most important partner for the ASEAN. Both US and China have historical involvement of the development of ASEAN. This unique legacy from both powers is not affecting on how the association, the ASEAN, look at them. But China, this is my argument, has one advantage, which is its closeness with the ASEAN member states, geographically and culturally. So China has one advantage. Although China has not a positive historical image in some ASEAN member states, however, the strong diaspora Chinese among ASEAN member states can help to develop Southeast Asian country relations. As US and China is important for ASEAN, but the association should not ignore other important regional powers such as Japan and Australia. Thank you.
Can I invite Professor Su to make the comment? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wenzao Ursuline. I'm from National Studies University, working under Shiwa College. I specialize in the Asia Pacific politics, and today it is a privilege to comment on two papers. So the first paper is by Asi. I know her for quite some time, so it's glad to hear that we can have further exchange on our views. So basically, I would like to say that this article is structurally sound, but the content is a little bit lacking. So what we see is a framework of a paper, but a lot of places probably require more elaboration. And so I would like to point out some of these issues. So the I think so. For example, as Asi just told us that ASEAN has played a a significant role during and after this pandemic, and probably going to be that, and that ASEAN will most likely still take the neutral position. But I guess this last part actually requires more elaboration, because you talk about China, you talk about United States, you talk about ASEAN, you talk about vaccines, but in the end, it seems that it didn't came to a conclusion that ASEAN will still maintain neutral. And just to use the vaccine politics as an example, I think you have some very good numbers showing us, for example, in the case of Indonesia. And but what you showed us is, like when you say that, yeah, it's a fact Indonesia received the most vaccines from China. On the other hand, because your topic or your essay is focusing on the ASEAN, so perhaps you should compare how many doses of vaccines received by all the ASEAN countries instead of just looking at Indonesia. So I see there's a jump there. And so in fact, the United States is not behind China too much. I mean, yes, maybe last year China has been like really, really active in donating and giving away their vaccine, and also they're fast. They have pre-produced a lot of them. But at the same time, if you look at this year, United States has been starting to give lots of vaccines to countries like Vietnam or the Philippines. Now, here's the question I want to pose, because there is a reason, and you just showed that actually, because you look at the country differences, and you look at how people's perceptions regarding the United States and China. And you can see the only two exceptions are Vietnam and the Philippines. In other words, the United States has been targeting these countries with their own strategic interests. And so if we want to talk about Asian as a whole, then you probably want to talk about how some of these issues are dealt with at the ASEAN level, because you're not talking about Indonesia alone. And so I feel that at the last part, you spent some paragraphs on Indonesia, right? But I think you should go back to your own topic, which is the ASEAN level. And at that level, I see a kind of a competition between the United States and China, trying to win over individual countries, right? So, for example, there are some historical friendly countries with China, such as Cambodia and Laos. China has been like specifically focusing on these countries, and also Indonesia. So what I'm trying to say is that that probably is a part that you can focus on. And in all these articles, there are a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, there are a few places where it sounds like you need more evidence. So for example, like you say, although this is a quotation from you, although the US promised to give protection to ROC or Taiwan, that has never came true, even up to today. Yeah, I think that mic is dying. So, for example, even just yesterday, Biden just said that we have commitment to Taiwan remains unchanged, but that does not mean that the United States will come to Taiwan's aid when Taiwan's attacked. I mean, the baseline of United States-Taiwan policy still remains to be strategic ambiguity. In other words, in the next 2 days, you'll probably see how the State Department in the United States is trying to explain what Biden means by saying that. So what I'm trying to say is that so to say that the United States will come to Taiwan's aid or will protect Taiwan is obviously an overstatement. So there are quite a few sentences like that. Let me give you another example. Say, for example, you said the ruling Chinese Communist Party never mentioned a Chinese grand strategy in global politics. I think that is a statement. I think that is something you quote from other people, and you probably need to elaborate on that. And there are quite a few places like that. So, for example, when you talk about how there is a cultural affinity between ASEAN countries and China, that is true, but there's also a lot of details that you skipped. So, for example, Indonesia has a long, long history of fighting Chinese wars. So, I mean, you can't just explain that away and saying that, oh, because there are a lot of Chinese diasporas in Indonesia, so in the future they will work together. Do you know what I mean? You have to look at each individual country. So, for example, you can see that for the countries that who are ideologically close to even for those who are ideologically close to China, there are two different positions. Vietnam today has a different position from, say, Laos. So there is a difference, and you need to be careful with using those statements. And lastly, I think that although largely I agree with your conclusion, your observation, I think that this is an ongoing process. Apparently, the United States is trying to refocusing on ASEAN, and that has changed since Biden came up to power. And so, yes, ASEAN countries and ASEAN as an international organization did complain about how Trump administration ignored ASEAN. And it's true because, I mean, he never came to Southeast Asia since 2017 until, you know, he finally stepped down. So what I mean is this is an ongoing process, and Biden administration obviously is trying to retake the advantage that they already lost to China in the last couple of years. So that's probably something you can that you should remind yourself. And so there are a few technical issues, such as, for example, your abstract is far too long. You can probably make it 1/3 of it. You know, it's abstract. And also other things, just technical issues. Like, for example, you would say, oh, some argue this, some argue that, but you never tell me who. So those are things you need to be careful about when you are writing an article. You need to give us citations when you say someone says so. So that will be my comment for Ozzy's paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Su. Okay, I think there are a lot of issues being raised here on ASEAN as well as on vaccine diplomacy. And I'm quite sure some of you have some questions. But let me ask the third presenter to do his presentation first, and then we'll open up for the floor. And well, before that, the discussion will be one more comment on the presenter. Okay, please.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. My name is Utugan Raposo, and actually this paper is as a production of 3 people. So I did that. Okay. This paper is actually created by 3 people. With me and my colleagues, but unfortunately they cannot come here because they are stuck in Indonesia. So basically, our paper is entitled "The Intersection Between China's Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, and Indonesia's Global Maritime Fulcrum, GMF, after COVID-19." So basically, this paper is actually an early phase in our further research that we want to test the water whether this particular topic can be scrutinized even more, so that we can use the engagement between 2 of the policies within the countries, considering the proximity of Indonesia and China that is getting closer together, especially during Jokowi's administration. So For the introduction, we want to like refresh your memory or maybe add some like additional material for you to know about Indonesia's global maritime program, because this is like far less known in international world. So basically, under the first term of President Jokowi, Indonesia launched a new outlook on its foreign policy entitled Global Maritime Program. And it consists of 5 pillars. Basically, there is maritime culture, maritime resources, maritime infrastructure, maritime diplomacy, and maritime defense. That needs to be under the spotlight, because this administration argues that this kind of these 5 pillars is not being taken care of properly during the previous government. So basically, it will try to drive Indonesia forward using maritime power as its core, and basically it can cater to Indonesia's national interest and global needs. That's for the GMF. And for the Belt and Road Initiative, I believe that most of you already know that basically it was based as a grand design or like something that can be part of the China dream as a whole, since Xi Jinping promoted as the chairman of the Communist Party of China in 2013, and basically his speech at the time aims to retain the glory or recraft the glory of the past of Chinese people, of the cultural of China, and makes it the orientation for their policy in the future. And his thoughts on socialism with China's characteristic in the new era then become the constitution, including the constitution on the Chinese Communist Party's 19th Congress in Beijing. Later on, it is manifested in the Silk Road Economic Belt, or SCRB, and Maritime Silk Road, and well known as the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI), or basically One Belt, One Road, or UOBOR. So finally, in Indonesia, we just basically say this as OBOR. So basically, it can be OBOR starts basically the translation. So it can be that. But basically, from this introduction, we want to know more. We want to dig more and search about the depth of the intersection between these policies. And basically, later on, we'll also use the conceptual framework, result and discussion, and base and conclusion. Next is the conceptual framework. So this, as I said before, this is very entry phase level of research. So basically, we use like the grand concept framework. We just basically take national interest and some part of realism later on inside the paper, basically. But I just not include it here because it will prolong the discussion. But basically, from the conceptual framework of national interest, as a nation that needs to grow and develop, the national interest will also follow along. And thus, in order to adhere to the development and modification, is considered a certain measure to be taken. So we also take the argument by Charles Herman that program changes refer to the way of the goals or aspiration of the nations are addressed and may require a instrument. Thus, what is done and how it's done, is changed, while the purpose for which it's done remains the same unchanged. Means like it's also similar with certain quotes by Deng Xiaoping, maybe whatever the color of the cat, whether it's black or white cat, so as long as it can still get a mouse. But it's just a different different discussion. But still, here later on we will examine whether this BRI or GMF still also serve its purpose, just like when they are first being initiated. Moving on, we go into the result and discussion. So basically, when we talk about the global maritime program implementation pre and post COVID-19 outbreak, because we use COVID-19 as the time checkpoint to time to differentiate and to know about the implementation of the policies. So in the beginning, the project that under the global maritime program are the establishment of the sea toll road, or a special sea line, a special ship line between the island of Indonesia, or you call it toll out. And also there is a utilization of the Bakamla, the special institutions that caters for the needs of the security and also the transport ship in Indonesia. And also the third is destroy and sink the illegal foreign fishing vessel. But since the change of the minister, this third policy seems to be lacking in implementation. And fourth, increase the number of defense equipment to bolster Indonesia's maritime policy across all dimensions. Well, it's interesting that we can say that in the second term of President Jokowi's administration, the global maritime program is no longer the priority of Indonesian foreign policy. we are rarely heard on any media. We are rarely heard mentioned on every presidential speech. Even right now, in the second administration, the issues or the needs to underline the global forum itself, it seems to be forgotten to broadcasted to the people. So basically, global marketing forum can be said like in the beginning, it's a set of development plans focusing on the domestic performance rather than a well-developed foreign policy. So maybe if you want to stretch further, I think we see that it's just being used to bolster Jokowi's chances for the second term. But then we can see that actually some projects are already being worked at and already being done in some certain locations. What you see here is a map of Indonesia and also points, like the 19 points containing the programs of special economic zones or kawasan ekonomi khusus in Indonesia, special economic zones designated to develop the country, the region more according to their resources that what they have there. For example, if they have nickel, then there is a nickel smelting there. If there's a tourism object, like basically near the Bali area, for example, it will bolster more, and the government will adjust the policy and also the domestic investment there, and so on and so on. This is also a part of the proof of global marketing program. However, in this case, we do not see any particular development further after the COVID-19 happening. And the next one is for the BRI. So this is just basically also already a very famous map. It's a very old map about the Silk Road when back then. And as said before, there are purposes to make this come true again and combined with the maritime Silk Road. So basically that's that. And the 5 pillars is policy coordination, facilities connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and regulatory exchange. So this actually there is an interesting thing that we also want to quote and also to paper this. It is some views maybe portray the BRI similar to the Marshall Plan, but happening in 2014 because the balance of power between China and US. So this is basically China's Marshall Plan in Asia, but that's only like some opinions. Then this phenomenon is also can be elaborated or can be described in 3 stages, 3 main stages. The first stage is investment. So basically China assists certain countries that they want to establish relations and also bolster the support for the BRI. And the second stage, industrialization, is also basically done inside the country and also by investing outside the country. And the third is connection. This indicates that now basically China may be possibly, very possibly, already focused on the third stage since they already underline the connection side. So, but there is also interesting argument that actually came from Wenzao in his work on realism. He said that maybe international aid is a bribe. This can be considered a bribe because it can guide a country that is indirectly receive the aid to a debt. So they will cater the country that give the aid in particular. So basically, it also can be seen as a debt trap diplomacy. Thank you. And for this particular BRI, we can see just this fast fact that this is actually the trade value between China and countries that are being included in the BRI scheme since between 2014 and 2018, just before COVID. You can see the gradual increase here, the trade value in trillion yuan. So basically, it's very high, up to 8.4 trillion yuan in 2018, but that's included a lot of countries. And this is the export value of goods, export value of goods from China to BRI initiated countries. This actually taken in 2021, and since already include the data from 2019 and 2020. We can see here that despite COVID happened, the export value of goods from China to BRI still high. And maybe if let's say if we want to dig deeper, whether vaccine diplomacy also included in this. So but there's the future risks maybe. But still, the export value has this increase. It means that this is a possible and also potential finding in the research. And this is also interesting because we can see the Chinese import from the other nation fell sharply over Q2. So the nations that are included in the BRI scheme basically has struggling to keep the trade performance with China. However, China themselves, they still has a trade surplus within the scheme of BRI. The increase happened here after the sharp decline in the first or before 2020, in the beginning of the COVID-19. But now, in the second quarter of last year, they already bounced back, and we can see that even it is like a faster bounce back compared to if you look at other graph compared to the bounce back after the financial crisis in 2008. And time's up. So basically, we want to say that investment in BRI remains strong in second quarter of 2020, and this is basically the thing that we want to say. So before the outbreak, China-Indonesia relation is in China-Indonesia part. So now there is drastic change to adjust the policy and to adjust the practice of the BRI and also the government program since COVID-19, and basically more focus on health policies. And thing is like both Indonesia's government program and China's BRI have modified the implementation of their policy. Even Indonesia GMF is not that underlying and it's not that strong anymore. But BRI is still very strong, and it's shown by China's State Affairs even during the outbreak of COVID-19. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Hi, it's me again. Yeah, in many ways, I see these two papers are actually mutually complementing each other. And the advantage of this article is that it actually specifically focused on the intersection between China's Belt and Road Initiative and in Indonesia's GMI. And so overall, I think the article is structurally sound, and I think it has provided enough length in most of the major issues. So what I would like to do is that I will point out there are a few sections where you can improve. So the first part is like in the middle of an article, so you try to apply a theory and explain your methodology. Methodology, I have no qualms with, but the theory. So there are a couple of issues here. First of all, is that you use theories back to Morgenthau, which is that's far too old. So what you want to do is, I will recommend that if you want to research on national interest, there's actually a lot of literature on this, and so you should instead of focusing on these older literature, you should focus on discussions about national interest. For example, how do we define the United States or China's national interest or Indonesia's national interest? And can you find more concrete examples? Because that section of theory, I almost think that if you it cannot be connected to what is above and what's below. I mean, I'm not saying that you should get rid of it, but I'm saying like as a journal article, you could probably consider shrinking it, make it even shorter, unless you want to talk about specifically about national interest. But that is an issue because we just assume that BRI and the GMI is the national interest. but in there you didn't really define why this is a national bank, which is the priority, economically or politically speaking, or are we talking about U.S.-China rivalry? Like how do you define the national interest? And so if you want to use that in your topic and in your article, then you probably need to give it a better definition. The second thing I would like to talk about is, yes, the article focused very specifically on the Indonesia and China intersection, but because it is still in the background of international politics, especially when you talk about the pandemic, right? So, I just want to say we can't pretend that there's the other elephant in the room, which is the United States. I mean, it seems to me that you focus very much on this, but I think overall, in the bigger background, it seems to be able to give you a better idea of, say, for example, why China started the BRI, or how the BRI has been blocked in many ways. Like I said, once again, this is a developing situation. And in this year, we actually are starting to see how the very ambitious BRI plan has been shut down or retransferred. So what I mean is, you do need to give it a bigger picture, or else the article reads like, it's good for both countries. But that's not a full picture, is what I want to say. And the third thing is that even when we just focus on China and Indonesia, we still need to see how the intersection between these of the national interests of these two countries, there are, according to the three authors, it is generally beneficial. But are there any conflicts? I mean, I'm sure, and I know that you guys actually talked about it, but there are more issues than that, than what you said. So, for example, I just pulled out an article that's published on October 2nd. It says Jakarta beefed up. This is just the title. Jakarta beefs up defenses in Natuna Sea after China meddles in harbor energy law. So this just happened in August, in this August. So what I'm trying to say is that there are parts where largely the two countries are benefiting each other, but there are parts where there are serious conflicts, especially because I observed South China Sea very, very often. So it seemed to me that the major issue between the two states is the EEZ, and you guys mentioned it too. But what I'm saying is that in the end, you probably can show us a overall evaluation of your assessment from now. So I would even recommend something like the presenter in the first article give us a table. Like this and this good, this and this bad. Overall assessment, on the spectrum may be good, but not. There are some issues. So, for example, instead of just using words to describe, visualize it. So that will be really helpful. And that's it. That's all my comments for the article. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent comments. And now that we have heard all the presentations, we have to end this session by 2:40, and I think we have about 7 minutes to go. Let's see if any one of you who have listened to the presentations and also to the excellent comments coming from Professor Su, you have any questions, any queries, any issues you would like to raise? Please put up your hands immediately. We will give you the mic. Okay, there's a hand there. I think microphone is available. Go ahead.
I'm Jesse Lam from the East University. I have a question to the first presenter.
based on your analysis about the Taiwan's strategy, so let's turn your paper around. So does it work? Does Taiwan's strategy for international participation in WHA works for Vietnamese government? You from Vietnam. So would openly or officially support Taiwan's international participation, especially in WHA? If not, then why? Based on your research. Thank you.
Excellent question.
Thank you very much for your excellent question. I would like to respond that the Vietnamese government has official policy of One China policy, the testament to One China policy. And second, Vietnam is trying to maintain the neutral point between China and the United States. And especially this strategy has been to maintain the Vietnam autonomy, and also want to gain the benefit from the two countries. And in terms of international relations, we call it the handshake strategies. And because of the very close relation between Vietnam and China, it's very dangerous for Vietnam to support Taiwan inclusion in the WSA. And that's my response to your question. Thank you.
All the ASEAN states have One China policy. So it's unlikely that any of these ASEAN states, including Vietnam, would support openly, okay, Taiwan's entry into WHO. Okay, anyone else? Questions? Queries? Yes, please. There's a question. The microphone is coming your way. Right there. All right. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Local here from this university. I would like to ask a question referring to the same part of this lecture. So the first part and then your comment, Professor. As we all know, Taiwan scores as one of the most democratic countries in the world, like both in terms of democracy and human rights. But as you mentioned, it doesn't seem to be as significant nowadays. Then, in your opinion, if you could give us any instructions, what could be the strategy for Taiwan to create its image as a strong and sovereign country in the world? Thank you.
That question is directed to Professor Su, right? Yeah. Or would you want to respond to that question? That why do you say that democracy is really a strength for Taiwan to ask for a membership in WHO? Would you like to respond to that? Well, they are, actually you asked me to answer this question. Am I correct? Yeah. Maybe Professor Su would like to answer that. You know my take. So they want your take, actually. They want your take.
Okay, so
Taiwan's perspective. Taiwan perspective.
So I think there are a few different levels when we can talk about this. The first thing is that what Taiwan is really focused on, and as the first presenter has been saying, is that what we're focused on is more like public diplomacy, meaning that we are trying to use second to even third track diplomacy to attract more sympathies. I hate to say that, but that is the truth. But on the other hand, I still think that for the first track democracy, it is really, in my personal opinion, it is just a purely power politics. You know, I mean, remember the time from 1971 to 1979, from 69 to 71, where Taiwan was gradually kicking out of the UN. And it is not a one-shot thing. It's been like voted for so many times. And eventually, in 71, it succeeded. So what I'm going to say is that I just don't think that it's going to be a one-shot thing. And I think that you cannot expect that next year Taiwan will be a member of WHO. But what you can wish, and this is exactly what we're doing. We're wishing. We don't know whether it's going to happen, but we're wishing that this is going to happen sometime soon. But eventually, at the end of the day, it's small politics, and we can see that it is changing. You can kind of see the wind is changing. So people are saying there's an info war. We don't know, but if that's the case, then are we going to go back to the 1970 scenario? Likely, very likely. Yeah, thank you.
I can actually give you a very, very long answer to that excellent question, but I won't do it now because, time is up. I'll answer your question in class. Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, any other questions? Otherwise, okay, go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Tom. I come from France. I am part of the Department of International Affairs, and I would like to ask a question to the first presenter, or to anyone. I know you have a lot of questions today. Your presentation was very interesting, and the topic you choose is a very important topic. It's very present in media and so on, so we are quite aware about it. And my question is more exploratory because I think Taiwan needs to be supported by organizations in order to be part or to be more active in the WHO. And my question is, what is the role of of NGOs in this regard? Because so far I did not really find a real support for Taiwan's participation in the WHO from NGOs, especially from international organizations. So why is it so silent? Or maybe I did not find one, but so far it is not obvious. It's present in media, journalism, and so on. But how about NGOs? That because we know that because Taiwan did not really be part of international WHO, could not share his expertise and so on. So someone must speak up for Taiwan, not only at the diplomatic national level, but also from the civil society, from NGOs and also international NGOs. So, what's your take about that?
Thank you very much for your question. That really interesting question that has overhauled me for a long time. We know that Taiwan really serious about participating into the WHO in 1997, and at that time the reason for that is so many Taiwanese medical association they trying to force Taiwan to be the member of WHO, and Taiwan at that time targeted WHO is the main international bodies to integrate with the world. Because at that time, the inclusion of Taiwan into the WHO tend to be humanitarian rather than political. This is in the mindset of the Taiwanese people. And another aspect is that for the support of Taiwan into the WHO, I have mentioned that the 14 allies of Taiwan, the major powers, the G7, and also there's one NGO the association, just one, the sort of friendly association that's supported Taiwan. Yeah. I will check the later. Yeah, but I remember they just one.
Why not more? No, it's true. Why they just one NGO that support the...
Because I mentioned before that if you put attention and that attention do not guarantee for the better outcomes. It's so many countries and so many NGOs, they're really not serious on violating the One China policy, and this is not why to antagonize China. We all understand that, and I think that's the main reason for the keeping neutral point of view or the keeping silence on these issues. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to add very quickly that Taiwan has not been able to actually officially participate in the WHO assembly. So, in the last 20 years, we've been participating, but it is just always under the name of NGO. And so, if you understand, if you know that the first track is the official diplomacy, the second track is purely civilian. This is more like a 1.5 track, and it's right in between. So we always send NGO observers to join the assembly. I think there is a good concrete proof to that. It is just that whenever we send these NGOs, the Chinese government always think that we're actually sending official delegates because there is no real NGO in China, so they think we're the same, and so they will actually also try to boycott that. But that really is our only track to attending the WHO these days. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we had 3 excellent papers and very excellent commentaries from Professor Su. And we have to end here. We will take a break and then we'll come back for the next session. Thank you very much. Can the presenters come forward so that we can take a picture together? Yeah. I do, yes. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Our first step.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well. 这个是，这个我有。
But I got my master from aerospace. Actually, I am a junior at the undergraduate. Yes. Yeah. No.
Yeah, because they're going to publish it, so you probably need to. Yeah, you need to make sure. 以这边。我教一门台湾的民族志，一门就是我教后疫情时代的国际关系，然后还有一门是对啊，我们现在连 general education 都要。对啊，对。其实温校长的那个意思，去年变成那个就加入有意思的一个发展我们是其中没有了，我在军训就在中山店，对啊。爸爸妈妈找到，对。Come. I'm from你的第一个 idea， 第二个就是问说台湾，就是说为什么，就他的部分好像是说国际上的 NGO 为什么都没有在平台，另外一个就是台湾不能用，为什么不能用 NGO 加入？就是 NGO， 我们之前一直都是用 NGO 的，对啊，所以就是他可能理解上。对，我们实际上是国家的话，所以我们一直都是用 NGO， 对，不会。
我们的是直接产业。
可是3000块的话，3000块的话。 你好幽默。
But I do have a personal failure. Do you have a card? Oh, okay, thank you. No problem. Yeah. I would like to, I study, part of my study is psychology, so I like to, build connections.
Actually, my Chinese name is
Oh, Huang. Okay. So I should call you Huang.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, very happy to meet you. I would definitely like to meet you because we are observing, we're not trying to be biased. So in my institute, I have a research center, and we always like to do different stuff, such as Vietnam, Philippines, and so on. So
Yeah, if you have time, join our.
Actually, Spanish, I want to be degree in in 1919 and then pursue master degree in international.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then I graduated in August. Then I defended my thesis in about the beautiful system. It means how we use the power of to mitigate some transit.
Which department? Okay, I see.
And the supervisor professional program.
I see. Okay. So, but then you deal with
It's been working in Taipei is Taiwan Exchange Foundation.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I'd love to also to for our audience to hear so either you can working on very much
Because everything you have is what you need to take. So, in case of any have just email me.
Yeah.
That's a third reason. Study in this time. And there is university many interesting.
我先看一下，我还先看一下，老师也很焦虑。我好像好困扰的，我跟家要发的，我收到很多。我今天没有，我写好竟然不交，因为我没有全，我跟老师我没有全面，我只有 PPT。
All right, so very glad to meet you. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I will definitely email.
啊，我要写东西吗？
要先你去的。好，等我一下，我去一下。
加油！还是兔子呢？而且还有我，是多做中间。这个。Hello， 两位专业的我们就会等他开始，我们再坐下来。好，可以放东西。这样吗？不会。我要坐你旁边吗？不要，他说给我一点，给我一点。我真的好对帮你看，不要，我去截了一片。Hello， 燕如，你要帮我们拍的，你现在先拍一张，我跟那个阮老师还有魏老师。
每件拍照要半分钟。
是说师生的都是。所以我现在完全头过全过了。
我要用中文。要我用中文。
我伸出去过了。我要等你伸完。跟他要全文，对，要全文，跟他要全文。全完。居你是谁？居你，是校外的。是男生还是女生啊 ？Mr. 男的吧？我们那一场没有，你们那一场刚刚没有。那边的好像是没有。那你们的学生，那个也是我忘记了。2年级，摘要，太好说了，要回来。奇怪，是刚好穿的稍微有点亮的，怎么在这里穿就很适合我们下午用？他说太热了，你出来了再跟我讲。不要。
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to panel A3. And this is the 3 o'clock session, and we welcome everyone here. And before we start the first presentation, I would like to introduce you our discussant, Dr. Ran Qinglie. He's our Vietnamese expert and also our Indonesian expert, Dr. Wei Aining. Okay, because this is a 4-session panel, I would like everyone to finish presentation and then we will give comments all together at the end. So the time will be more efficient. All right. Okay, so 12 minutes for each presentation. And the audience can also ask questions at the very end when we have time. So let's welcome the first study by Ms. Huang Lianzhu, and we will give the time and the podium to Ms. Huang.
喂，好，谢谢。在座的各位老师，然后各位同学，然后各位先进大家，下午好。我是文藻外语大学硕士班的学生，我叫黄元珠。那我今天要跟大家报告的主题是后疫情时期越南籍移工在台适应与消费行为变革的研究。那这个研究的部分，我会以高雄地区为例。那接下来是我的报告大纲。第一部分就是序论的部分，然后第二部分是文献探讨，然后第三部分是研究方法。那序论的部分呢，在研究背景与动机的部分呢，根据我国劳动部的统计资料显示，在就是这个资料显示到110年7月底为止。在台的移工总计有大概69万多人，那其中以越南籍移工的人数为24万多人，那又在以高雄地区的越南籍移工总数呢有大概2万多人，以全台各国移工总数以及全台人口总数换算下来，大概每33位人口里面就有1位是移工的身份。那这70万名移工分布在全台呢，各地都有所谓因应他们日常消费需求所形成的商圈。那假设这70万名移工每个人每个月消费的日常生活需求大概约新台币4000元左右的话，那乘以高雄地区大概越南籍移工的人数的话，这样子总大约会。每个月会产生大概新台币7800多万元的消费额，然后如果换算到1年来说，其实这个消费的商机会高达9亿3000多万元。那接下来还有就是另外一个背景是今年永丰银行在就是109年呢10月呢，针对移工也有推出专属的信用卡。特别是就是为他们量身定做的一个SEA 钛金商务悠游卡，为移工们提供更便捷的支付选择，也希望透过这个方式呢，能够串联就是他们的消费生活圈。那接下来呢，因为就是我的研究呢，它有一个比较特别的背景是，因为在新冠肺炎爆发以前呢，就是全台各地都有所谓的移工商圈，那他们这些商圈的产生是为了要因应他们日常生活的消费需求，比如说在每逢周休假期或是一些国定假日，都可以在这些商圈看到移工聚集的身影。那这些商圈其实包含了比如说娱乐啦、购物或是美食等等的。那可是直到就是今年我国就是3级警戒期间，就是从今年的5月开始，就是政府针对一些特定行业实施禁止营业啦，或是餐饮店禁止内用，还有群聚用餐这些就是禁止他们从事娱乐行为的一些防疫措施，对这群移工就是时常需要借由同乡聚餐联络情谊，去弥补他们内心思乡情仇的移工们，其实在这个环境下就会对他们的消费的行为还有模式，甚至是适应上会形成一大的挑战。 那研究的目的呢，我有列了这4个点，就是这篇研究报告的研究目的，就是希望在就是新冠肺炎疫情爆发的前后呢，就是针对越南籍移工的家庭背景啦、在台工作收入还有心理适应情形，跟他们在台消费行为的一些关联性做一个探讨。那第2个部分是探讨他们在这些越南籍移工在高雄地区消费行为还有消费的程度。那第3个是分析他们就是高雄地区越南籍移工消费聚落的分布啦。然后第4个是希望依照这个研究结果来提供所谓地方政府去设立一些东亚商圈的一个参考。好，然后接下来是研究的重要性。那因为国内移工呢，其实他们所聚集的商圈已经有一个不容小觑的消费主力。那如此庞大的移工群体消费商机，那我们如何可以去打破这些就是异国文化的藩篱，然后让更多在地的人啊、观光客或是新住民，还有移工融入在这个商圈里面？所以我们才做这个就是这是一个蛮值得关注的研究议题这样。那研究范围、对象以及限制。那研究范围的部分呢，因为我们研究的范围就是以高雄地区越南籍移工为对象。那研究的方法，我们就是会以焦点团体访谈的方式去取得他们就是在新冠肺炎前后啊，就是来台的心理因素啦、家庭背景，或是一些来台之后的工作收入跟适应情形，然后针对这些部分去做一些访谈的样本，然后拟定一个访谈的大纲，然后就是分析整理收集资料，然后进而去撰写研究结果跟建议。那语言限制的部分呢，因为毕竟就是我们面临到的研究对象使用的母语跟我们跟我们的国语是不一样的，所以在访谈之中会有一位就是越南籍通译的人员，就是参与并协助及时通译，然后避免我们深入访谈，还有一些详实记录受访者就是他们想要表达的词义，希望能够在这份研究里面把语言限制的部分就是尽力的，就是降低这样子。那第2个部分是文献探讨部分。那文献探讨部分就是把这收集相关文献进行分析，还有归纳整理，以作为本研究访谈题项的拟定，还有一些结果分析讨论的基础。那第1节就是会先提到移工的定义。那移工的定义有非常多种。那我国的移工定义而言，其实是以就是就业服务法第46条的那个部分为主要的就是定义这样子，就是从事的工作会有比如说像海洋渔捞啦、家庭帮佣，或是制造工、营造工、机构看护工，或是家庭看护工，或是一些双语翻译以及外籍厨师之类的。那其实像在台湾认定的移工呢，其实就是以在台湾就业的不具本国籍的工作者为主这样。那越南的消费第2节是谈到越南的消费文化，像其实在这个经贸研究的报道指出，就是目前一般越南人的收入水平其实仍是偏低的，就是奢华或是高价的货品属于就是小众的市场，负担得起的消费者其实不是那么多。可是因为随着一些经济的开放，或是甚至一些外资的进入越南的部分，其实越南的消费者还是会渴望去购买一些优质啊或是时尚的产品这样。那移工来台后的消费行为的部分，就是移工消费样态呢，就是以网络以及实体的商店为主。那因为我参考了这个就是国内其实文献里面我目前看到的研究资料是有学者研究菲律宾籍移工为主，就是目前还没有看到就是研究就是越南籍移工的部分。那我是先以菲律宾籍移工的文献去做一个参考的基础这样。然后就是在这个研究里面是提到说，就是他们其实会大部分都是透过像资讯传播啦，或是 就是比如说像朋友介绍，或是当地母语的报纸、广播电台等等方式，或甚至是像在台湾的一些异国家乡的商店去购买商品，那他们买的一些消费，就是他们消费习惯以及程度的部分，大部分都是就是以价格低廉的饮食啊，或是休闲为主，其实不太有其他的一些消费的样态，就他们还是会以就是在就是休闲娱乐的选择为主要的消费就是行为这样子。那影响移工的消费因素是有2种，一种是就是移工在台的消费行为，其实最主要是透过资讯传播，然后就是从资讯传播来看，就会知道说，其实对移工来说，文化跟语言的差异是阻碍他们消费的最大因素。那另外一个就是影响他们的消费因素是，他们来台湾是移工工作的身份嘛，那对他们来说，固定还有有限的薪资也是影响他们消费因素就是主要的原因，因为他们其实来台湾最主要的目的是要赚钱寄回家乡，然后去分担家庭的经济，所以其实对于他们需要汇回家乡的金额多寡，会影响他们在台消费的金额还有能力。那接下来谈到社会文化适应的部分，就是首先第一个文化接触呢，就是这个 B 学者呢将文化接触分为2种，第一种呢是多元社会的成员间所造成的社会内接触，然后第2种呢是社会成员为了一定的目的，比如说像工作、旅游、留学或是出差到国外时的一些社会间接触。那我就是以上2种的，就是这个文化接触的部分，我认为说，我们也是这个研究里面所探讨的越南籍移工是属于第2种的文化接触，因为就是像因着工作的原因，就是经济的因素来迁移到其他国家，所以就是这个部分会属于社会间的接触范畴这样。那消费形态的生活消费形态的定义跟内涵，那生活消费形态的定义跟内涵是认为说，首先我们是提到就是消费的定义，消费是一种行为，也是一种满足需求的行为。那就是现在的消费会影响就是人们的人格形成啊，或是一些维持，或甚至是他们自我感，或是甚至是理想中的自己。所以其实消费除了是一个经济的过程，也是一种重要的社会啊、心理还有文化的过程。那在这个消费的就是背后呢，会有一个就是巨大的力量，也就是动机。所以这个动机就可以视为个人内在的驱动，也就是因为有这种驱动，促使人们采取行动，然后这个驱力也会来自因为需要未得到满足而所产生的紧张。那消费的行为呢，会包括消费者为了满足他的需求，然后对产品还有服务所进行的一连串搜寻啊、购买、使用还有评价等处理的一些消费行为表现。那3研究方法的部分，我这篇研究想要以质性研究的方法，就是焦点团体访谈法，去真实的呈现他们越南籍工在台的消费行为，然后描述、诠释还有发掘，就比如说新冠肺炎在疫情爆发前后，他们的心理因素、家庭背景，还有在台工作收入以及心理适应情形，还有一些在台行为消费的样态程度之间的关联性。那请问还有一点点可以就是谢谢。那焦点团体的受访者的部分，就是我会选择就是研究对象限定来台，就是从越南来台工作地区满1年以上的人，因为就是这些人呢会实际有一段时间在台消费的行为，更能够使访谈有深度的反应跟互动。然后针对上述的条件呢，就是选定男性跟女性共就是6人，就是男性是3人，女性是3人。由于他们不同的生理、心理特征，还有社会角色的呈现，会去造成消费行为的差异。然后就是透过这个男女各半的访谈结果，更可以收集到比较丰富还有多元的资讯。 那这个就是我拟定的那个研究方法的研究流程，就是确立研究目的问题，还有收集文献探讨，还有就是订定焦点访谈、团体访谈主题跟题项，然后就是焦点团体研究对象选择跟联系，然后进行焦点访谈。那进行完焦点访谈之后，就是整理逐字稿，然后针对访谈的资料进行分析，然后最后形成研究结果跟讨论，提出就是结论跟建议。那就是我有写到就是焦点团体访谈的流程，就是参与者的报道，然后填写个人资料，然后对于受访者进行编码，然后有一个主持人会进行开场。那主持人会说明这个访谈的规则，然后参与者依照每个人的提问发表意见跟观感，然后最后就是访谈结束。那以上就是我的分享跟报告，谢谢。
谢谢。我们现在请第2位邵婷佳小姐跟我们分享中美台关系。
好，各位评审老师、同学，大家好，我是文藻外语大学东南亚学系硕士2年级邵婷佳。那我今天要发表的题目是以美中台战略三角关系分析新南向政策。那首先目录的部分，我会提到我的前言、研究动机与目的；文献分析我会以战略三角理论为主，那我会提到它的相关背景还有相关文献。最后是我的结论。那前言的部分，首先新南向政策是我国目前最重要的对外经济战略。那它是在2016年5月由民进党候选人蔡英文当选总统后提出的。那它与早期李登辉总统提出的南向政策有一些差异。那蔡政府它是透过新南向来重新定位我国在亚洲的角色。那因为我的研究主要是着重在三边的互动关系，进而分析新南向政策，所以在新南向政策的内容部分我不会琢磨太多，所以我将新南向政策简单归纳为3大重点。那首先就是降低对中国的高度经济依赖，并且拓展东协的新市场。那第2点就是新南向政策它是以人文交流为主。那第3点就是台湾要在亚太角色中重新定位，也就是说政府它在推动新南向政策的思维上，除了透过一些投资还有经贸来吸引新南向国家以外，台湾也应该加强自身地缘的政治、经济、社会的重要性。那像是具体来说，就是提供一些传统或者是非传统的合作关系，借以加强就是与东协的合作伙伴角色。那第2点就是新南向政策 1.0 进入到了新南向政策 2.0。那随着蔡英文总统在第2执政的阶段，也就是从2020年开始，新南向政策 1.0 也进入到了 2.0。那期间因为国际上的一些变化，像是中美贸易战，还有印太战略的形成等等，所以使得新南向政策它也必须要加强自己政策原本的基调，那持续深化与美国的伙伴关系，也协助台商他们在东南亚寻找新的生产基地还有合作伙伴。那在研究动机的部分，我是分为3边国家互动。那首先是台湾跟中国的互动，因为政党因素的变化，使得台湾跟中国在政治上呈现一个紧张的状态。那在2016年，蔡英文总统在胜选感言中就体现出蔡英文总统对于两岸关系的看法是希望可以维持现状。那在就职演说的时候，他也提到了1992年两岸两会会谈的历史事实，还有求同存异的共同认知。所以从胜选感言到他的就职演说，都体现出蔡英文总统他不愿意在承认9·2共识上让步。那虽然他没有公开就是发表台独的言论，那也很积极的想要与两岸，就是想要积极的跟两岸有原本的协商对话，但是事与愿违的是，中共国台办就在蔡英文总统上任的那一天也发表了谈话内容，那表示蔡英文总统在两岸关系性质上是呈现一个不承认的状态，那对于也没有明确的认同9·2共识，还有认同它的核心意涵，所以这是一份没有完成的答卷。那也因为这样子，所以造成两岸的沟通机制停摆。那在贸易的方面的话，台湾对中国的 仍然存在一个高度的经贸依赖。那以2016年蔡英文总统上任时对中国的 FTD 来看的话是22%，但是到了2020年，它的 FTD 就上升到了25%。那 FTD 它代表的是一国国民经济对外贸易的依赖程度，所以也就是说台湾有大约1/4的经贸往来是依赖中国，所以在这样子的情况下，当我国对中国出口更多的产品的时候，我国是会获利的。可是相反的，如果中国减少我国的出口贸易量的话，那很可能就会造成我国的经济衰退。所以在近期的新闻会提到说，中国禁止我国产品出口，那这个时候可能就会对我国的农民啊会造成一些很大的伤害。那在美中双边关系的话，是自从美国总统川普上任以后，两边关系就呈现一个僵持的状态。那美国总统川普他在就职典礼的时候也发表说，他会重振美国的经济，并且以公平贸易还有互惠原则为名，开始对全球的多国产品实施一个全球性的防卫机制，甚至是一个贸易制裁。那美国总统川普呢，他也在2018年3月的时候对中国以贸易法301条对中国的产品实施一个关税。那在同年的7月呢，中国也就是以回敬性的方式，就是用惩罚性的关税来对付中国，来对付美国，所以美中贸易战也一触即发。那在政治方面的话，随着中国的一带一路战略，还有中国逐渐崛起，也致使美国必须要在2019年提出一个印太战略报告，并且联合日本、印度跟澳洲组成一个4国联盟来抗衡中国的崛起。那在台美双边关系的部分呢？随着我国的政党轮替，还有一些两岸僵持的变化，那台湾也开始改变对美国的态度，特别是在美国总统川普上任以后，台湾选择去顺应美国的政策。那在2018年3月，台湾签署了台湾旅行法以后呢，陆续的美国又提出了一些跟台湾国防有关系的法案，所以综合上述的3方互动，我认为比起用两岸关系来做一个文献探讨，那其实战略三角理论它更可以去探讨说3边的关系。所以我的研究动机就是透过3边的互动关系，进而延伸台湾的外交政策，在这3方关系下应该要做出什么样的策略，才可以为台湾谋求一线生机。那这一部分是我的动机。那目的的部分呢，我主要是分为2个原因。首先是在中华民国历任总统时期，都和中国发生一些可大可小的意识形态纷争、主权问题，还有一些国际上的地位承认与否。但是与以往不同的是，随着中国的崛起，那台湾的处境是越来越危险。那中国跟美国，他们2边的综合国力也不断的在缩减，以至于美国在全球性还有区域性的地位也受到了影响。所以这个对台湾、美国，甚至是整个国际社会上来说的话，都是一个新的认知，也就是中国崛起，它已经是一个不容忽视的议题。那第2个原因是随着冷战的结束，那战略大三角美中苏的瓦解，那战略小三角美中台也开始备受瞩目。那也有许多专家学者开始去探讨这个议题。那但是透过战略三角理论来分析单一政策的资料却非常稀少。那有鉴于新南向政策是我国目前最重要的对外战略，所以我希望可以透过战略三角理论来进而分析就是3边关系的互动，然后探讨政策未来的走向。所以基于这2个原因，我希望达成的目的有3点，就是透过战略三角理论来检视台美还有台中关系的变化，还有检视新南向政策的制定还有成效，最后是透过战略三角理论来分析新南向政策2.0未来的走向。那在理论的背景，它最早可以追溯到冷战时期，是由美中苏战略大三角所形成。那中国呢，它在冷战初期是作为一个共产党的一员，那台湾就成为美国在围堵共产主义下一个很重要的国家。但是到了1970年代，美国采取一个联中制苏的策略，那中国也为了要抗衡苏联意志崛起的威胁，所以选择与美国改善关系。那这个时候对美国来说，用台湾来制衡中国的效益就逐步的在降低。可是当时中国跟台湾因为一些安全还有意识形态上的抗争，所以2方是呈现一个僵持的状态。那 那这个时候就可以发现，美中台三角关系是已经在改变的。那随着冷战的结束，1992年苏联正式瓦解，那也视同是战略大三角的破局。那战略小三角的独立性也相对的浮现。那战略三角理论文献的部分呢，最早提出战略三角理论的是 Lowell Zimmer， 他在1981年承袭德国社会学家的三角关系。那 Lowell Zimmer 他认为，战略三角理论必须要形成，必须要具备3个条件。首先是所有的参与者必须是主权国家，还有理性行为者。那第二点就是所有的参与者都必须认识到三方的重要性，而且可以同时和另外2方自由交涉。那最后是他们的双边行动时都必须要考虑到第三方的利益，还有做出来的反应。也就是说，当一方决定要和另外一方进行互动或是抗衡的时候，都必须要考虑到第三方所做出来的结果。所以战略三角理论可以是视为一个理性主权者在彼此互相抗衡或者是合作的一个理论。那 Lowell Zimmer 他根据这3个条件呢，也分析出4种战略三角的模型，分别是三边家族型、罗曼蒂克型、结婚型跟单位否决型。那吴玉山教授就是承袭 Lowell Zimmer 他这样子的理论呢，进而去延伸出他自己的3个条件。那分别是行为者他是理性的主权者，有完全的能力可以决定自己的对外行为。那任何一边的双边关系都基于和第三者间的关系。最后是国家的安全是行为者最重要的考量因素。所以吴玉山教授他根据 Lowell Zimmer 提出来的4个模型，也提出了6种角色，分别就是枢纽、朋友、伙伴、侧翼、孤雏跟敌人。那包中和教授呢，他则是承袭了吴玉山教授的战略三角理论，那他也提出了3点自己个人的看法。那分别就是3方都会关注彼此间的政策发展，那进而去产生一个互动或是抗衡。那第2点就是其中2方的互动都会受到第三方的关注。最后是他认为3方的权力即使不对等，依然是可以构成一个战略三角。那沈友忠教授呢，他则是提出一个线性函数的算式，来提出一个改良式的战略三角。那他认为战略三角它是必须基于在3者权力对等的情况下，才可以有效演绎它的理论。那如果出现战力不对等的情况下的话，除非是有其他的因素来支持3者的竞合关系，否则战略三角就难以适用。那第2点是2分法已经不适用于后冷战时期，也就是说 Lowell Zimmer 他在冷战时期提出来的战略三角关系是不是友善就是敌对的2分法关系。但是后冷战时期，随着经贸全球化的速度很快，那冷战时期的国际关系可以用2分法来做绝对关系的界定，但是后冷战时期常常会出现既友善又敌对的双边状态，所以也衍生出第3点，就是不能排除单方友善还有单方敌对的特殊情况。那最后呢，透过我的文献资料还有研究动机，就可以知道目前的台湾的战略三角大概是呈现在美台为伙伴，那中国为孤雏的一个结婚型三角关系。那最后呢，就可以透过这样子的三角关系，进而去分析新南向政策在这样子的三角关系下，应该要做出怎么样的变化，还有怎么样的发展。对，那以上是我的参考文献，那我的报告到这里结束，谢谢。
Thank you very much. Let's welcome the third speaker, Miss 金宇琪，东南亚司法通译现况 Specialization in Current Status of Southeastern Asian Judicial Interpretation in Taiwan。
大家好，我是东南亚学系硕士2年级的学生金宇琪。我今天要分享的是东南亚司法通译在台专业化之严重。一直以来，通译的专业化的问题都是存在的，因为通译它不仅仅是语言上字面上的翻译而已，它其中更包括了文化、地区性，还有专业用语等等的之间的不同。如果是在举例来说，在医疗方面的话，如果没有办法得到及时以及正确的翻译的话，那会大大影响到人的生命以及健康。同样的，在司法方面的话，如果没有办法得到正确的翻译协助的话，则会大大影响到人的权利。以往我们看新闻都会看到一些东南亚籍的移工， 他们因为语言上的障碍而无法为自己发言，在遇到法律相关问题的时候，更因为语言上的障碍，同时又没有得到正确的翻译协助，而无法为自己伸张，而让自己冤枉入狱，甚至是枉死。举一个例子，在2015年8月底的时候，发生了一起印尼渔工虐死案，起初是以病死来作为结案，但是当时同船的一名渔工有利用手机录下了3段影片，那3段影片就成为很重要的证据。在隔年，监察院再次审理这个案子的时候，发现这个影片所翻译出来的内容很具有争议。从这上面可以看得到，黑色的字是屏东地检署所聘请的通译人员，那白色的字的话是监察院所聘请的通译人员。单这样看的话，可以看得出来，屏东地检署所翻译出来的都很简短，因为它连最基本字面上的翻译，它都没有办法翻译的很精确，都是很粗略的带过而已。它甚至会有翻译错误的问题，也有直接说他听不懂。那他听不懂的原因是因为这名通译人员他根本就听不懂印尼的爪哇语。那后来监察院的通译人员在翻译那3段影片的时候，他边翻译边落泪，因为影片内容包括了死者的他如何受虐的自白，以及他是被谁虐待的。那伴随着新南向政策的实行，来台的东南亚人士也是逐年攀升。根据内政部移民署所统计，从2013年到2020年的3月，持有效的居留证的移民是从52.5万人攀升到80.2万人，截至2021年的4月，更来到89万人。那这成长幅度是超过了50%。那在这其中，更有高达93%是东南亚籍的人士。但是，即便这么多东南亚籍人士会来台，其中还是有很多是没有办法用华语或是英语沟通的。有完善的司法通译制度是国家基本人权很重要的指标之一，它保障了人人都能够拥有公平审判的机会。我国跟联合国签署了《公民与政治权利国际公约》，那这个公约的第3编第14条第3项中的第6项，就是说，如果你不通晓或是没有办法使用法院所使用的语言的话，你可以免费有通译人员协助。这就表示，在司法程序中，你能够使用你自己所了解的语言。那如果你站上法庭的话，你也可以享有免费的通译人员来协助。那假如不善华语以及英语的东南亚籍人士来台的时候，那当他进入到警局或是被检察官侦讯，甚至是站上法庭的时候，却因为翻译上的问题而让自己成为无法为自己发言的失语者。有许多警察、检察官，他们在案发的时候，他们当务之急下，他们只能找到熟知语言的非专业人士，像是东南亚小吃店的老板，跟移工有利益上冲突的仲介，又或是同案外籍证人来充当翻译。那这里有一个小小的例子，就是曾经有一名仲介担任了来充当通译，但是那个案件的内容是那名外籍人士他受到性侵害而去医院验伤，但是在那名仲介跟医生沟通完之后，医生竟然当场把验伤单撕掉，这就表示仲介如果来 充当通译的话，往往都会影响到案件后续的处理。虽然移民署有建立通译人才资料库，但是有一些警员使用过之后，他们认为不太好用，因为除了他没有办法直接媒合以外，他在人员的多寡跟城乡差距也有很大的关系。假如我们在搜寻条件里面搜寻新竹县越南语陪同侦讯的话，他所筛选出来的通译人员可能只有台北市有而已。有一些警察，他们如果没有手边如果没有自己的通译名册的话，他们在案发的时候，他们也只能马上联络到熟知语言的人士而已。司法院有建立特约通译名册，然后在近年来，警政署也有要求各个警局要自己建立自己的通译名册。那特约通译的使用率，以法院来说的话，因为各级法院所能够负担的通译费用比较高，所以使用率有高达96%。但是地检署因为各个地检署所聘请的通译人员，他们所负责的范围是跨县市的，会因为交通费而大大降低通译人员的意愿，所以特约通译的使用率平均只有39%。除了以上关于专业化的问题，通译费用也是有间接影响到的一个问题。因为在以往，通译费用很低，而且也没有一个明确的薪资标准。但是在2019年5月的时候，劳动部有修正，日间通译费用的话，每个案次前2个小时是补助600元，从第3个小时起，每个小时补助300元。夜间通译的话，则是晚上10点到隔天的6点，那每个案次前2个小时补助1200元，第3个小时起是每个小时补助600元。那如果该案次是跨日间以及夜间时段的话，那都是统一采取夜间的通译费。同时，为了保障通译人员能够拥有适当的休息时间，参照劳基法第35条，连续通译4个小时的话，应该要有30分钟的休息时间。但是如果案件是有连续性或是紧急性的话，则是另外再调配休息时间。最后，关于未来台湾该如何改善通译的专业化问题，以及建立一个完善的通译制度的话，我认为有3点。第一点是立专法，要立定一个司法通译的专法，让通译人员都能够受到专业的训练，并且取得认证。第二个是依照各机关需求所培训，这个意思就是司法通译的话，那他就要接受到专业的司法知识以及伦理，并且取得专业认证。第3个是建立完善的劳动办法，薪资要调高，而且薪资应该要跟通译人员所付出的是相对等的，同时还要保障通译人员的心理状况。因为有时候如果案件是比较高压或是内容会比较残忍的话，有时候在通译人员协助案件的时候都会受到影响，甚至得忧郁症。那台湾是移工大国，随着移工人口的攀升，同时也间接影响到移工纠纷的问题，所以司法通译人员对我们来说是密不可分的，而且也是不可或缺的。所以我认为政府跟大众都应该要重视到通译人员这个问题。谢谢大家。
Okay, thank you. Let's welcome session number 4 by Mr. Ye Junyi. The topic is horizontal alliances among Chinese Immigrant Association in Southeast Asia. The example is Penang, Diaoju, and Taipo. 东南亚 人移民社会的合纵关系，以槟城潮州会馆以及大埔同乡会为例。
各位师长、各位先进，还有台下同学，大家好，我是高师大东南亚研究中心的叶俊。那我今天要报告的题目是东南亚华人移民社团的合纵关系，以槟城潮州会馆和大埔同乡会为例。那我今天发表的一个顺序大概章节分成5部分，第一个是我的绪论，那第2章是社团组织与当权的运作，第3章是槟城的潮州移民社群，那第4章我们进入到社民后的华人当权社会，以及第5章做一个最后的一个结论。那在绪论部分的话呢，我的研究动机与目的最主要是来自于说，一开始我在麦流邦的专著里面看到一句话，就是说，在东南亚华人社群的一个认同上，方圆群的认同是一个抽象的概念，那也是一个特殊的群体意识。那这个群体意识呢，表现于群体活动的时候，它变成社群的一个分类的法则。那进而我去思考到说，如果说方圆是一个分类的社群法则的话，分类法则的话，那如果是处于经济或弱势的一个社群的一群的话，那如果在不同的当权网络运作，还有折冲尊主间的有效运用其杠杆效用，帮他的社群获得一个最大的利益，然后保有其特定的文化。那我在这一篇的研究里面呢，我试图透过2个会馆，也就是说潮州会馆还有大埔同乡会的一个发展脉络，然后借由文献的一个分析呢，来论证说早期华人移民社群的传统分类，除了借由方言的不同的分类之外呢，那他们因应现实的考量，在不同的归属优异中呢，进一步衍生非单一性的认同方式，那进而在网络中的互动，进行他们自己的互动的定位，找到对自身认同的一个平衡点。那在第2章的部分，在华人组织的一个帮权运作上，我们都知道说，早期华人在东南亚的社群，只要分成主要的5大类，包含5大一个方言群，包含福建、广东、潮州，还有客家以及海南方言群。那在他们各自不同的方言群所组织的一个会馆的类型上，有许多学者针对他们的组成的方式分成各种不同的分类。那包含大陆学者无法把它分成3大类，包含方言性的会馆以及血缘性还有业缘性的会馆。那在外国学者孔布里他的研究上呢，他把它分成4种不同的分类，包含以地缘纽带、还有血缘纽带以及业缘性的会馆。还有第4个是一个兄弟会，也就是所谓的私会党。那在另外一个大陆学者赵宏英及林一的分类上呢，包含5大类，以亲缘、地缘、神缘还有业缘及物缘做一个分类。那在会馆的功能上，其实我们常可以在会馆的一个设立章程上呢，其实可以从设立章程的一个精神还有宗旨上，可以了解到说，他们这设立会馆的一个功能到底是什么。包含说我们在潮州会馆它的章程第2条里面，可以看到说，会馆的设立是联络同乡感情，还有共谋同乡的福利，排解纷争，促进社会公益以及教育事业为宗旨。那在另外一个大埔同乡会它的一个章程上呢，其实可以看到说，大同小异，它也是提到说，他们是以联络同乡感情、交换知识，还有共谋同乡福利，以促进社会公益事业为一个宗旨。那在第3节有关于当权网络的当权运作及当权政治上，其实早期的一个华人社会，它很多都是从秘密会社开始发展起来。那很多会馆的一个领导，其实也是秘密会社的他们一个领袖。那所以说，其实我们可以看到说，不同的方言它所生成的一个隔阂，其实是建立一个帮群的一个最主要的因素。那因为不同的方言，它会形成不同的一个隔阂，所以他们在互动的过程里面，他们也有可能因为这样的利益，或者是说突破地缘限制而相互结合，进而形成方与方之间的当权政治。然后不同的会馆领导者，他其实透过神权的作用，我们都知道说，其实在东南亚华人社会，他很多他们在当地时候，他们会把原乡的一个宗教信仰带到当地，所以不同的一个社群，他们就有不同的一个宗教信仰，他们会透过神权的作用，间接提高他们其实对当地华的一个控制的影响力，然后经由这样的控制影响力呢，进一步累积自己生权，也就是他们自己对在华人社群里面，他们一个影响力的生权的一个对方权的领导，然后透过这样的一个不断的周而复始的相互支援或是循环式的拉拔作用呢，然后形成初期华人社群方权网络的一个运作和方权政治的一个形成模式。也就是说，我们看到右边的这个图，它其实是借由秘密会社取得财富之后呢，进而 成为一个邦权的领导人，然后借由设立宗祠或者是说寺庙来累积他们的一个神权，然后进而控制影响到他们的一个神权，然后借由这样的一个 feedback 之后来进而回馈到他们的一个邦权领导人的一个影响力。那在第3章的槟城的潮州移民社群的研究上，我们都知道说，其实在早期东南亚华人社会，它的一个组织上呢，它其实他们早期的那个跨邦组织就是1800年广福宫的一个创建。那其实广福宫的创建，其实早期在华人社群上，它以福建占为最大宗，所以在广福宫的创建上，捐资最多的也是一个华人领袖，那包含吴文辉及蔡世章这2位假币丹，他们都是福建人。那我们可以从早期在创建广福宫的一个碑记上可以看到说，其先王社道、神道社教，神道社教意思就是说，其实他们就有这样的一个宗教的一个影响力呢，去逐渐的规范说他们在当地的一个华人之间一个相处的一个模式。那在1824年第一次广福宫的重修上，我们从它重修碑记里面可以看到说，明月人犯伤此地，各捐所愿，运财着实不惜之费。其实，在经过20几年的一个当地的一个发展，华人的一个发展之后，其实有一大群人，他们已经逐渐从当地的一个响马制度的城堡里面累积大量的财富，那他们有更多的一个能力去针对所有的一个宗教的一个比如说庙宇的重建啊，或者是说会馆的设立啊，捐助更多的财富。然后呢，在这一次的重修里面呢，其实我们可以发现说，8名董事还是都是由福建帮的人士所担任。我们可以了解到说，其实早期在华人社会的初期，福建帮的人士其实是具有一个一定的很大的影响力。那在第3次的一个重建上，1860年咸丰10年的一个重建上，在重建碑记里面，其实又可以发现到说，不同的福广还有潮州里面，他们其实是已经透露出彼此合作又分立的一个讯息。包含说，在他的碑记里面提到说，碑文说连内居之重心，然后在中间有提到说，原力既少之其以敦和睦，然后中间有提到说各个不同的一个社群所成立的会馆，包含义兴、海山、宁阳馆等，他们各自订立的既少的一个日期，但是呢，他们又怎样就同计分计，总部的新民前之与后日之日，是闪通心之欢愉，为与魂之零落。众以不可归故乡，亦当无憾履敌。其实我们可以从这个碑文里面了解到说，他们虽然说彼此合作，可是他们又是各自订立一个既少的日期，表示说他们可能就彼此间其实他们又有一个分离的一个现象。然后在1862年再一次的重修广福宫碑记里面，可以了解到说，它其实透露出族群分裂的一个隐忧。它在里面有提到说，有事则排解分排难，共享鹊角之争。那其实从这次整修的名单里面呢，我们可以看到说，早期由福广2帮人士所把持的广福宫呢，其实在邦权的势力上已经产生了很大的变化。包含董事呢人数已经有福建帮和广东帮各自分占半数。那特别是客家籍的冯登贵，他是广东增城人，他已经显示出客家族群在某种程度上进入了华人社群的一个领导阶层。那在潮州早期移民的一个文献上呢，其实我们可以了解到说，在18到19世纪初，其实在槟榔屿已经有许多的潮州移民呢，在对岸威斯利省，他在南部的巴都礁湾开垦土地，从事一个正常的种植。那在巴都礁湾当地有一间寺庙叫做万世安庙，它在万世安碑记里面，它有一个捐款，它是叫公和号捐联事会。那其实公和号就是早期潮州领袖徐老和他设立的一个商号。那其实这个公和号捐联事会已经隐约透露出潮州早期在当地开垦的一个讯息。那在19世纪初，也就是说，除了福广2帮之外呢，其实像潮州或者是其他的一个府县呢，它并没有很大的势力来设立组织，所以他们只能依附在地域势力较大的社群，包含福帮或广帮的方式来相互结合，来参与当地的活动。所以在这次的一个捐集买公司3地碑记里面，1828年的碑记里面，其实我们可以看到潮州府，它其实是以结合所有潮州域下面的各省级的人士呢，来捐赠一个捐款啊。那潮州移民其实在 1800年开始进入八路交换之后，来借由当地种植甘蔗，逐渐的一个经济发展之后呢，其实当地的他的潮州领袖徐老呢，他其实已经开始我们可以看到1837年，他是已经开始有足够能力去捐款个人的一个捐银。那包含1846年、1860年、1860年，他呢在海珠大公庙，那其实他已经开始捐款，参与许多的活动。那之后呢，潮州会馆它就开始在这样的一个基础上呢，开始设立起来。包含在1864年，他在潮州公司的基础上创立韩江家庙。那潮州公司它是结合职业、地域和祖籍的组织，那利用家庙的祖先崇拜吸引更多潮州9亿不同的一个人群。那这是我们看到说，在这个图表里面可以看到潮州社群在整个方群网络中的一个互动包含其实在潮州社群的上群，在华人社会里面，它设立广福宫，那它有一个平章公馆。那下面所属的就是有福冈跟广房2个大的势力帮群。那在第4章的社以后的帮群社会，其实我们可以看到说，其实大埔县早期是潮州府下面的一个县治，可是它在设领之后，它逐渐的崛起的原因是什么？早期呢，大埔县是潮州府辖下的一个县，在地缘关系上是属于潮州府，是一个下层社群。那其实客家社群在认同上其实比较倾向于方言性的认同，其实在认定的所属社群的归属上呢，能跟因应实际的需求保有弹性的空间。那潮州和大埔2个社群的语言文化虽然有别，但是为了维持在广方内部的一个地位，所以大埔社群，也就是他们这个客家社群，采取超越地缘意识的一个认同，获得自身的一个社群利益，同时又能保有自己的语言和文化方面的特色。那其实潮州大埔社群会跃上东南亚兵华社会的政治舞台，其实重点在于说副领事一职的担任。其实，在黄村县，他本身是一个客家人。那黄村县在当年担任总领事的时候，其实他就提拔了张正勋这个潮州大埔人士。那所以说呢，他在当初他认为他智计过人，所以担任副领事官足以堪任。那我们可以看到说，其实在整个兵华社会里面，槟榔里面，他在设立副领事之后，历任的一个领事、副领事，其实都是由客家人所担任，包含第1任的张弼士，他是大埔县的，包含到最后的一个戴新然，还有中间的张荣轩、谢春生等，他们都是不是大埔县就是梅县的客家人。也就是这样的方式呢，让他们逐渐在一个潮州社群的一个势力之下，逐渐开始活跃起来，那也取得他们一个政治上的舞台。那其实他们除了在政治上取得一定的政治舞台之外，他们其实也是借由捐官的方式来获得一个官衔比如说像张正勋他就取得一个知府衔，然后像张义南他就是2品顶戴，包含我们可以看到表上的戴春荣，他是取得一些清朝的官衔。那他们也积极的在参与兵华社会的一个慈善活动，包含我在槟城新报里面所统计出来所看到的，从1892年一直到1904年，所有的担任领事或副领事的一些人士呢，他们都积极的从事一个当地的一个慈善活动，借由这样的方式来累积他们的影响力。
叶先生，时间。
好，那我最后做一个结论。那其实我们可以知道说，在东南亚华人社群的他们在居住国可能各种行政管理、社会制度和群体利益冲撞下呢，那可能发展出不同的应变模式。那这样应变模式可能导致传统社群分类的一个结构。那这样结构也可能进入彼此的合纵再生，还有可能的归属合作方式，进而让社群分类变得趋于多样。那在大埔和潮州社群里面，他们在广博地缘关系，他们是以广东及地州会馆做一个支点，然后借由这样的杠杆作用呢，扩大他们自身群组的一个影响力。那不同的认同模式呢，主导不同的帮群的合作关系，然后社群的认同分类和社会结构、价值观有明显的连结。那认同及分类会受到当时国家整体政策的一个社会氛围的左右。那其实，在整个不同的华人社群上，其实他们还是秉持一个大华人主体意识。然后这样的华人主体意识，其实是有可能最终都是他们不同华人社群之间彼此认同， 互通认同的一个观念和准绳。那以上是我的报告，谢谢。
我们谢谢大家。今天有没有像听了4场的硕士论文口试会？非常的多元。然后我们等一下的进行方式是 moderator 跟 discussant 会给一些 comment， 然后我会开放现场让同学问2-3个问题，再一起请我们4位的 presenter 来做一点 comment。那首先黄小姐做的这个后疫情时代的越南移工在台消费行为的研究，我觉得她的研究内容非常的充实，然后选材非常的新颖，因为 COVID-19 的相关的研究目前是比较少的。那包括他对于越南移工现在在台湾的数据是差到3个月前，所以是最新的数据。那我想要给他2点的意见。第一点是要加强理论，因为我们做任何研究就是要先 understand、analyze。之后要能够 predict and control， 所以如果说每一个越南移工可以消费4000元，这次高雄区7000万的大饼，究竟你的访谈问题是什么？你的理论要从 marketing research 里面来做一些 theory， 譬如说，每个人的消费行为里面有products of necessity。necessity 下面又分了吃的，譬如说，请问越南移工买的面是 made in Vietnam 的越南面呢，还是 made in Taiwan 的台湾米？就是各样，它的早餐、中餐、午餐花多少钱？周末出去玩的时候，请问厂工、看护工或者是渔工，他们有没有不同？所以在我们的理论消费方面呢，我们要能够对消费方面的理论，还有它下面其实之前的研究有非常多的项目是关于消费研究的。如果我们很仔细的来分 necessity products 跟这个 non-necessity products， 可能是同学娱乐跟刚刚黄小姐有讲到那个休闲方面，请问越南朋友们、越南弟兄姐妹们，他们周末的这些消费钱是花在哪里呢？那既然research question 是 COVID-19 前跟 COVID-19 之后，所以如果是找在台湾工作1年的越南移工，他并没有经历过COVID-19 之前那一段，所以时间应该要拉到22个月以前，这样会更合适。那第2个部分呢，就是对于硕士论文研究，找3位男生、3位女生，这是很 balanced 的一个study。但是因为你要做的研究是量化型的，你要看出到底越南移工是花多少钱在什么上面，所以最好你的是厂工，然后厂工你想要问他们的是个人的薪水跟消费。那请问不同行业，譬如说做金属业的 metal 或者是 machinery 的，他们的薪水是不是比其他做鞋子的或者是做其他业其他的 manufacturing sector 的，他们的收入本来会不同。如果你找的是同样一群的朋友来做 interview 的话，最好能够做2次的 focus group， 因为如果你要用3位男生、3位女生来代表越南移工的话，可能还要再有更多一点的资料来 support， 否则你可能会变成3位男生、3位女生来回答越南移工在高雄消费的这个问题。那我觉得我非常期待看到你做出来的结果呢，能够 predict 高雄还有哪一些可以服务我们移工相亲的这些的消费的行为。那一旦你的理论比较清楚，你 interview 出来的 item 就可以跟现行的研究再做更多的对话，这样就能够 contribute to the academia study。 好，谢谢。那个第2位要请阮老师吗？我先讲一点好了，因为好像本来我先讲，再请阮博士来补充哈，就是评价同学他的这篇中美台的研究，大家听了有没有觉得理论非常的扎实？
然后呢各种这个 dating 的行为，结婚型的、浪漫型的，然后有综合出三角形的。那我小小的建议就是，我们大部分的这些的reference 是在2019之前所做的。那因为 COVID-19 到现在22个月，这个世界亚太变化非常的大，所以就是从日本、韩国到台湾，拉过来到印度，还有到 Australia， 我们整个中间对中国的态度已经完全改变。所以武汉肺炎虽然到现在武汉已经完全没有疫情传出，可是全世界已经有2亿多快3亿人发病，然后500万人死亡的情况之下，东南亚的朋友们对于中国的态度究竟是亲中还是反中的这件事情，我们可以多看看国外的 reference， 还有美国本身的研究。我看你有 cite 了，就是美国国务院的当时的白皮书，但是从那个时候一直到今天，又有非常多的新的文献出来，还有很多的新闻跟 journal 可以 cite。所以我的小小的建议就是能够增加一点新的国外期刊的文献。那国外期刊也有很多种，有譬如说 New York Times 它的看法就常常跟 Washington Post 是相反，看他们的是以经济为主的，还是以人权为主，它会有不一样的可能性。所以我们可以看看说怎么样来完成你非常棒的硕士论文。好，把时间交给阮博士先。
我先讲一下庭家同学的。那我不是进入那个政治经济的专研，不过对这份论文来说，我有一些浅见。题目上是这样，因为题目是以美中台战略三角关系分析西南向政策。那基本上从这个题目应该可以看到2个重大内容，第一个是美中台三角关系，然后再来它对西南向政策的影响，或者是对，那这样的题目应该是这样的内容。那在结构方面呢，我看到的就是第一个人先看一下那个这里前言部分，那是说西南向政策里面有一个问题讲是说以人文交流为主。那按照我所了解到的，我就是应该是说西南向政策呢是扩大包括4个方面，包括经贸合作、人文交流、资源共享以及社区连结这4个方面，所以应该好像是说不是以人文为主流。我有怀疑这样，那我不知道是不是还是我疏漏了某些内容。那这第一点。再来第2个就是在部分有提到所谓那个西南向政策 1.0 跟 2.0， 那刚才你有解释是说就是第1任跟第2任的。不过你是说那个有转变，但是我有去查询西南向政策方面的，我没有看出来是好像有新版，就是蔡总统第2任上来以后，他有提出来有什么变化在西南向政策。第一个。在第2个问题是，里面有提到一个问题是持续深化与美伙伴关系，也就是说，按照这样写法的话，应该是不是美国也是属于西南向政策里面一个对象，是不是这样的意思？因为你说从西南向政策1.0到西南向政策2.0吧。然后持续深化与美伙伴关系，意思就是说，美国就是西南向政策里面一个对象。但是呢，我所查到的是，西南向政策的对象是包括东协10国、南亚6国，还有纽澳，对不对？对，似乎是美国是不是在这里面？我想要再重新再思考一下。那另外一个问题就是在有关我看一下。在那个研究动机部分，我看一下，还有一个就是在那个研究目的这个部分，那题目我有写个很清楚，包括在研究目的也写很清楚，就是透过分析三角理论关系来，然后呢再来去 技术去看去分析西南向政策，但是呢，刚才按照那个报告，我没有看全文，没有全文，我看到就是刚报告的档案，我所看到的就是，在三角理论关系是分析的非常详细的，对，很具体的，不过是还没有看到就是西南向政策的制定与成效。没有看到，就是从那个三角关系如何影响到西南向的制定与成效，因为按照上面的就是它的关联性嘛，那没有看到那个关联性，只看到前面那部分而已，这是三角关系而已，没有看到后面的关联性，影响到西南向政策。还有另外一个问题就是，西南向政策 2.0 未来走向，也是还没有看到在里面。对，那还有另外一个问题是说，我想想，我突然忘记了，等一下。对了，就是在你讲就是以美中台战略三角到针对来分析西南向政策。不过哈，在里面就有在中国那个部分在讲那个台中这个部分哈，就是推动西南向政策是因为来减少对中国的依赖嘛，对不对？那大家都很清楚这个问题。不过西南向政策它如何影响到美国？跟美国有什么关联？对，美国到底是为何跟这个西南向政策有关的？似乎好像在这里没有看到。所以真正的这三角关系如何影响到西南向？西南向是完全是另外一套。我个人觉得西南向政策是完全，它主要是针对减少对中国的依赖，经贸跟投资的依赖，减少那个风险。然后呢，它再来就是在商语里面有提到的，就是来重新定位，来加强台湾在西南向国家里面的那个政治地位，是这样子。对，那就是有关你的这些。你的这份论文，我有这些意见，对，谢谢。但是老师，我继续讲。
您继续。
好，
请小姐的。
那还有另外一个在参考这个部分哈，对不起，我补充一条。那在参考文献部分哈，我看那个参考文献部分，我看到的你也提到就是西南向，就是从美中台三角来分析西南向政策，对不对？等于就是西南向政策是在论文里面非常重要的一环，对不对？但是我看到在参考文献里面是根本没有看到，就是有哪一边有关的西南向政策的参考。那然后呢，在前面你说那个题最主要是针对三角关系，西南向比较略过。但其实如果按照那个题目的话，那应该西南向是非常重要的一部分，应该要进行分析的。对，那我就这样有一些浅见。另外一个第三篇是秦宇奇同学，应该是宇奇对不对？
宇奇，
抱歉，我念错。
没关系，对。对。
这里边有两个音。
都可以这样。
好，谢谢。好，那其实我觉得你的题目是非常有意义的。因为是讲到有关那个东亚司法通例部分，那的确现在台湾是非常大的问题，因为劳工一共在台湾那么多，然后经常发生在法律的问题、犯法或者是那个纠正问题，那个政治问题，但是在处理包括那个警察在询问盘查或者是在司法法院的处理部分，那员工一共当然他们不可能会很熟悉英文或者华语嘛，那造成就是说很多事情呢，通译在中间又是翻译的不好，所以这个到了现在还是个很大的问题，所以你的题目是非常有意义的，那这是要很肯定这个内容。不过这个方面我有些意见，首先一个就是在架构方面，好像没有分比较清晰一点，对，没有分那个架构。那再来呢？另外一个问题是这样，那你有提到包括就是几个问题存在，第一个是翻译的品质，第二个，然后呢再来就是建立那个 通力的人才库、资料库。第三个就是在薪资方面的。那我认为没有提到这些都是非常好的，但我认为如果可以能更深入也会比较好。就是讲比如说以前的是警察随便去找人，那现在有个人才资料库不好用，对是没错，但是要找回来为什么不好用？如果能深入分析，它比较有才能露出它的背后的问题。他是怎么样去建立那个通力人才库？然后呢，除了在选择找上面呢，就是他们规划可能在设定网络不好，所以在新竹找人却是在台北，那是在网络设计而已。但是里面没有提到的就是在警察去使用过或者去找人，但是有时候还是不太正确。那这样的话，能不能去分析背后的他如何去建立这个通力人才库？它里面的被列进来的人才库是什么样的对象？有没有经过训练？有没有经过训练？有经过训练了以后呢？那为什么是不是翻译不好？刚才你只提到一个，就是在找人很不方便，在那个资料库方面。那如果是有没有提到一个问题是找到了，在人口资料库里面，他翻译的好还是不好？如果还是翻译不好的话，那为什么有人才库了还是翻译不好？那最适合下面就是他如何培训，还是怎么样去进来，这样的话才能彻底找到那个解决办法。如果单纯只是在那个资料库上面搜寻那个人不方便，那只是说那个技术不在处理方面而已，并非是真正的能提升就是翻译的品质。那第一个还有然后呢，接下来我看一下。那薪水部分，对我觉得是蛮好的。再来，那如何改善部分？那应该是说，我认为后面有提到改善是好的，但是如果在写作方面做真的太简单，因为我认为就是前面要更深入分析，后面真正的来解决问题才能找出真正的背后的问题来解决问题。那还有另外一个就是，刚才在报告档案里面有提到一个就是所谓那个公民与政治权利国际公约，然后有提到那个如果按照上面写是第3篇第14条，我有去搜寻这条那个法律的。那其实应该可能就是第3篇的，我看到的是篇不是编，我查那边可能都是速度太快的错字，它应该是第3篇的或第3篇，对，这样可能意思就不同。那然后呢，架构要重新调整，因为几乎没有什么架构，它有点像内容非常好，只是有点像一篇新闻一样。对，然后在很多数据，如果真正你写出论文的时候，我希望在上面数据要补充，就是它的来源。对，因为很多数据翻译的是不会有来源，然后或像比如说像那个警察，他有些警员就使用过那个，但是觉得不好，那些话的来源是从哪里来？这个应该有个根据，追寻它的来源的，因为这研究就是务必就所谓的说话有证据，务必要有个来源比较清楚。那就是我有简单几个意见，好，谢谢。
谢谢艾妮老师。然后就请同学发问。
好，我这边是叶先生的那个研究报告是吗？是有关你在马来西亚槟城的这个2个华人的社团，可以这么说哈。好，我觉得你应该是花了非常多的时间去完成这份报告这样子，因为它是相对是非常的详细，然后也做了应该是很多的调查。其实对在东南亚的话呢，除了马来西亚的部分，然后因为我本身来自印尼，其实印尼的话也有很多跟华人相关的这样子的社会组织吧，主要是以就是早期的性质跟现在的性质稍微有一点不太一样，因为社会的演变这样子，所以组织的宗旨后来也是慢慢的不太一样。那我觉得你的研究是非常的棒，但是如果可以再放一些可能 东西进去的话呢，可能会变成更完善的一个学术性的研究报道。这边我有一些浅见哦，说不定你已经有在你的内文里面，但因为我没有看到你的全文，然后你刚刚是还没有讲完，然后就会就是必须要那个下台了这样子。好，所以我觉得即使因为我目前看到的资料呢，都是比较近代的资料，可能到就是20世纪初的资料。现在的话，我觉得我们可以加进去，比如说它现在的发展。就像跟我说的，在印尼早期也有，但是早期可能是有一些是跟政治有关的。但后来呢，因为是印尼发生了一些排华的事件，那慢慢的话，这些政治性质的这些社会团体呢，慢慢就变得比较是慈善活动的团体。那可能是不是马来西亚的部分呢，也是有这样子的变化？第一，然后另外我觉得呢，我们可以其实透过去研究年轻人怎么去看这个华人的组织，年轻华人，可能这些组织呢都是早期华人，可能因为是有一些的性质是地缘血型，还有因为职业的关系形成了这个团体。那现在的华人呢是在马来西亚土生土长，那他可能对于这样子地缘性的这个性质呢，是不是已经还是非常的强烈，也是我们可以考量的一个部分。那另外的部分就是它未来的发展会是怎么样？马来西亚的国情那就跟印尼有点不太一样。马来西亚的话，可能华人参与政治的话是相对从来没有被禁止过，但可能有一些限制这样。那印尼的话，可能就曾经被禁止过，那现在开放这样。那马来西亚情况是这个对于华人的这个慈善机构也好，还是社会的这些社团也好，会有怎么样的一个发展？这样子，我觉得这个就会让你的研究可以更完善在这个学术方面。这样，谢谢。
谢谢。好，我们刚刚艾妮老师说，我们要听听年轻人这一代的人的看法。请问有没有大家有任何问题的？是我们从越南移工，然后还有中美台在东南亚的关系然后东南亚移工的司法案件的通译，跟那个潮州会馆的一些传承，有没有问题 ？Any question？ 我们这里有好多班哦，有没有问题 ？Yes， question。我们同学给他一支麦克风，好，谢谢。请先说 identify 你是谁，譬如说你是大二的谁谁谁这样 ，Thank you。
大家好，我是大三的蔡雨婷，然后我想问一下，第二位演讲者，
邵婷
佳同学，对，然后谢谢你在新南向政策还有中美三界的关系，就是讲了很多。那我有就是因为你在中美台战略的三角关系有提到，就是其中蛮重要一点就是台湾的地缘政治的重要性。然后我自己觉得，因为新南向政策可能比较偏向市场方面的，然后战略位置就比较偏向军事方面的。那中美台这三角关系，比较像是就是军事方面的一个同盟。但是如果用在新南向政策的话，主角化可能会不会要放在中国、台湾跟东南亚的国家？那不知道就是你同不同意这个？然后另外一个问题是，就是如果将主角放在中国、台湾跟东南亚的话，是地缘位置的重要性是不是它还会是一个重要的关键吗？因为我认为新南向就是东南亚的国家，像比较大的经济体，像越南啊、泰国，他们其实是跟中国比较靠近的。那如果你靠战略位置去看新南向政策的话，就是台湾的战略位置还会是一个 重要的指标吗？这是我的问题，谢谢。
同学，你可以来念我们研究所，可以现在报考大四跟硕一一起念。好，那可以先领取。
东南亚学系欢迎你。其实那我可以顺便回答阮老师的提问，因为其实我在设计这个研究架构的时候，我之所以会把美国放进去，而不是把东南亚放进去，是因为我有考量到两岸关系。那我之所以把美国放进去，不是因为西南向18国有包含美国，而是因为我希望，因为西南向政策 1.0 其实整体来讲，它的成效是偏向。我的个人的看法是有点失败，对，因为它没有，就是在我刚刚前言那3点，其实它并没有去达成到一个就是脱离中国的一个经贸互赖。那我会把美国加进去，是因为我希望，因为美国在近期成型了一个印太战略，那我认为如果西南向政策它可以借由这3角关系来看出。台湾对中国跟台湾对美国的关系，那进而可以去分析西南向政策它到底是不是能加入印太战略，又或者是西南向政策它如果结合了一带一路战略的话，当然也是最好。但是有鉴于是现在政治关系的因素，那在早期早期中国在开发亚投行的时候就没有让台湾进入。那在这样子的结构下的话。台湾如果能顺势加入印太战略的话，那也许可以为西南向就是创造一个就是比较好的未来。对，这是我自己的看法。对，那就是同学刚刚提到那个就是台湾、中国跟西南向国家这3个也可以组成一个战略3角，没错，因为我也有看过这个相关的文献。但是我的出发点是在于说西南向政策，因为台湾国家太小了，所以。西南向政策没有办法达到为整个台湾就是有一点成效，所以我希望我的看法是觉得西南向政策应该要结合其他的战略，那再将西南向政策发扬光大，这样子。谢谢。
谢谢。
我们因为时间的关系，如果同学有想跟我们的 presenter 问问题，或者是 presenter 有想跟 discuss 和 moderator 交流的，我们今天就到这里。Thank you for all the participants' participation and all the presenters' presentation. Thank you very much. That's all for this panel. 我们今天这场的这个 photo， 我们请学会的同学帮我们拍。我们要不要我们80人拍一张啊？好。
大家都1、2、3页。对啊，好哦，1、2、3，交。好。先1、2、3页，再1、2、3、3。来 ，OK。3、2、1。
好，1、2、3。再来一张。
赞。
1、2、3。要换姿势吗？
你建议什么？爱心。
好，那就比心吧，
比心。
好，1、2、3 ，OK。
谢谢大家。
好，谢谢大家。我们接下来4点半有一场 publication workshop， 也希望大家有时间的话可以留下来，我们会有3位作者会发表。 Alright, and now we have another publication workshop going on at 4:30. So you may please stay and be with us later on.
Bye-bye Kak, makasih.
这个是走上面吗？
没有，是等你下来是这样的，对。哦，可以是。
So the stop. 起码那个晚间，对，呢有是进行了进行了，像那个对，这也是我们何启良老师，然后是那个新加坡的，会在中国老师They're just running around, enjoying the freedom of not having to sit in a class.
But yeah, that's right. Còn tập tua.
你是印尼来的？对，印尼来的。看不出香港。哦，very comfortable。
来哦。
你講廣東話，你講廣東話，唔錯啊。你係華人嚟㗎。我真係要講就識同我講廣東話。你講廣東話係咩意思？哇！真係。You know, in my class, in the master's class, you also in my master's class. Why is that? When I ask the students to post the PPT, they never did. Cannot post or what? Those who make the presentation, remember? I asked them to post. Maybe they forget. Lady and Rachel and they forget. I reminded them many times already. So you like this conference? It's about Indonesian topic, about Indonesian paper. Yeah, there's my classroom. Did you hear anything? Doesn't enter. Too difficult. Too difficult.
That's why we cannot be very
Not just write down what you did during, the conference as assistant, right? You help people who come in and sign their name, give them the tag, give them the bags, and so on. You can write that down. It's okay. It's okay. Very simple assignment. Do you eat? Have you lunch?
Yeah.
Writing out. Tell me about your mentor. Yeah,
Adjust the cream. Okay. Thank you so much.
还有一个讲者在线上，一个国民忘了谁是忘了，他你知道吗？就像我们的 online。
Oh, okay. So, I think.
So
他应该会在这边。对。
So we don't know how to So
你说那个哦。
Oh, okay. Oh, that's quite a ago. I think he left. He didn't finish his degree. What is he doing? Okay, I see. Okay, so
然后再就是说像我有申请那个数位传播的那个资深学的那个对，今年华等的一个网站，像一些去吃饭，现在要干嘛？
明天晚上吃饭的地方，明天晚上吃饭的地方。
但是我分两次，好像有一个
今天晚上是在今天晚上在那个公主馆的时候，今天晚上真的啊？
Jam berapa mulai? Tulisannya sih jam 4:30 sampai
Testing.
Hi, hello everyone. Yeah, great. So we are about to begin our last workshop. This workshop is on publication. Yeah, as a scholar, you may know our phrase, and that is publish or perish. All right. Yeah. So this is just like a joke about this reflected the reality of the daily life of the scholars and the researchers. So we Department of the Southeast Asia Studies already organized this conference visited 6 consecutive years. So we are very eager to build a platform and a harbor for the researcher and scholars who are interested in Southeast Asia studies. So that's why we arrange this workshop for our colleagues and the young generation scholars. And we invite 3 speakers who are very experienced in publication. Especially, you may remember 2 years ago in the 2019 conference, we also had a public workshop. But that period is only about the author's perspective. And this time, we invited 3 scholars who was or are the member of board in several academic journals. And first, I want to introduce to you is Professor Hong Mingxiu. Professor Hong is the professor of the Department of Sociology, National Taiwan University, and also he is the director of the Research Institute for Humanities and Social Science, Ministry of Science and Technology. And right now he's he's in charge of the maybe the fund distribution about journal article in Taiwan. So that's why he's our very important person who are charging the funding distribution. And in this workshop, we asked opportunity to share his very expression of the publications and his responsibility of the distribution. And he will share with you the 2 points. First is how to publish, yeah. And second is how to evaluate of the journal in perspective of the government. And the second one is the Professor Richard Lin. Professor Lin right now is our professor of the Department of English, Wenzao Ursuline University of Languages. And right now he also is the chief editor-in-chief of our Journal of Language and International Studies. So not only he want to announce want to prepare a special issue in the next year about Southeast Asia studies, and also you want to share with how, in view of chief editor-in-chief, what kind of articles will be accepted or rejected. It's very important for scholars, right? And third speaker is the Professor Panam Wang. Yeah, right. Let's welcome Panam Wang, Professor Panam Wang. Professor Wang is the Department of Public Language and International Studies, University of the Bath, UK. So he will share his experience on the publication and his opinions as inspector of the editor-in-chief of the Bandung the Journal of the Global South. And I think he will share with how to publication at the same time, also the criteria of the accepted and rejected. Yeah. So that's first we invite Professor Ho to share his opinions.
Okay, thank you for being here. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here. I was with Zhongshan for more than 1 year in the past, and always intrigued by the Chinese art structure and entries of this school, but I never have a chance to set foot on this critical campus. So really an honor and pleasure for me to be here. So today I have only 20 minutes, so my topic will cover 2 parts. The first part is sharing my personal experience of how to get published in English language journal. And as one being has introduced, I'm actually wearing 2 hats. So the second part will be about one of the services that is provided by our research institute. It's about how to evaluate journals. If you are coming from a journal editorial perspective, you might want to know how this will apply. So, I can wait. Okay, I'm a sociologist, as one being has introduced. So, in my personal experience, I think since most of us are based in Taiwan, and probably most of you are doing Taiwan study. So from my personal experience, I think it's very important to maintain a bilingual academic career. So on the one hand, you really have to have some Chinese language publication. That is good for accessing, even if it's published in academia journal. But I think it's good for reaching out readership beyond academia. Because your topic, you will maybe dealing with some important issue, policy debate here in Taiwan. And also, I would say that over the years, our academic journals have been more rigorous in reviewing and processing journals. So it's really getting more and more difficult to get published in our top tier journals. But on the other hand, I would say that since most of the readers are based in Taiwan, and most of the readers are academic workers, so I think there is, of course, some parochial reason if you just stick to your publishing career only in Chinese venues. I would also, on the other part, I think English language value is also important because you are engaging with a conversation with a more globally based audience, and also I think that we have to acknowledge that even in Taiwan, people still value English population much more than Chinese population, even though the content or the depth of the analysis are the same, but still we still have this stereotypical impression. But on the other hand, I said I also want to say that there is possible pathology with English writing, because sometimes the issue or the problem that you want to address is actually very detached from Taiwan. Some of the audience in different disciplines might be interested in a certain question or approach that how you apply here to a Taiwan case. But if you met the people who are familiar with the situation or the problem at hand, people might think your analysis is very superficial. It's just primarily geared toward the foreigners who have nothing to do with Taiwan, who does not understand about Taiwan. So that's one of the possible pathology. And from my personal experience, if you want to write an English paper, you want to get published in English journal, don't translate. You don't, because most of us are just like me, we are more familiar with Mandarin. But I think one of the most typical rookie error, I would say, is that you start to write Chinese. And then when you try to get it to submit to the journal, you try to translate it. But I think that's a totally different erroneous operation, because you have to bear in mind that when you try to publish in English, you were expecting different readers, and they were expecting different things. One of the things is context. So we do have our context here. Some of the questions that are of vital concern to us here in our Taiwan's context, but maybe not so the so-called you can call it in international context or Anglophone context or American context. And also, I think most of them who are doing social sciences here in Taiwan, we always know there's an important guideline or principle that we should contextualize the theory. And on the other hand, we should theorize the contextual. So it's a two-way operation that coming from different points and try to meet in the midpoint. But we all have this dream. But in practice, it's very difficult. I would say that one of the things is that if you were doing Taiwan study, and you try to present a Taiwan, a certain case, a certain development in Taiwan in light of the international audience, people will always say, what is the relevance? Oftentimes, Taiwan is being too small. Okay, it's just people are not familiar with Taiwan, so you have to face the question. So I think one of the main challenges is trying to sell Taiwan story in a meaningful frame. So I'm bringing two examples. So for example, we may come in from different disciplines, but what makes you want to read an article that is about Netherlands or about Australia? I mentioned these two countries in particular because the Netherlands is almost have the same size of Taiwan. And in terms of population, Australia is almost a little bit higher, larger than Taiwan. But you don't think that these two cases are the case that you really want to get more familiar with. And if you have this thought, then you have to ask yourself, why do international readers want to read your papers, even they don't have any knowledge about Taiwan? So that means that you must present Taiwan in a very theoretically engaging way so that it entices people who are not Taiwan specialists to read your paper. And one of my tips is that to look out for a theoretical puzzle. So here is one of my papers looking at how Taiwan legalized same-sex marriage. So maybe a lot of young people in Taiwan applaud that achievement. They always say, oh, this is an Asia #1 achievement. But try to puzzle it. Try to contextualize it. So in my paper, I'm trying to do that. We are doing quite in a different trajectory. Like we will probably 24, 26 countries are legalizing same-sex marriage. But before that, only 3 countries has legalized same-sex marriage without an intermediate condition or situation of civil partnership or union. But we just went straight forward without. And also, we actually look at the history of the LGBT movement. It's actually much shorter, and also it's milder. So you have to contextualize. You have to bring a puzzle. And in this paper, I try to argue that the change of a political condition can make this possible. So I'm trying to make a puzzle and then offer an explanation and try to engage with individually that deal with other countries. The second tip I often do is to add a variable or time. So oftentimes we know a bunch of literature deal with the questions. So, and the feeling is that oftentimes I think a lot of Taiwan studies get published in quality journals, not because they have state-of-the-art method or they have so valuable data that no other people have. But most of the time they know how to try to frame it meaningfully. So this is another paper I published. It's about sunflower movement of 2014 in Taiwan. So this is about social movement studies. So I want to argue that in Indonesia, we do have two types of mobilization. One is top-down organization and left mobilization. That's traditional one, conventional one. And the other two types is, the second type is that with the advent of internet, with the Arab Spring, Occupy Wall Street, and people are arguing that protests can emerge spontaneously. So it's all horizontal, it's leaderless. But I try to argue that actually Taiwan sunflower constitute another type. So you cannot really categorize Taiwan in this existing typology. So that's my personal experience. And talk about now if you want to here's also some my experience. So you do have your target journals, but before you submit, you have to collect a key information like an scope, editorial board, and that issue that could have a lot of clues that you might want to look into. And some of the orientation or expectation are not explicitly stated. So sometimes you really have to look at that issue because sometimes the journal are probably more geopolitical mainstream approach, some are more critical left-wing, and some accept qualitative papers, or some are mostly geared toward quantitative data. Also, some of the journal have prefer a line of investigation. Or in the past history, they have certain debates. And then if you can engage in that debate, I think that would be welcomed by the general editors. And also, I want to mention that journals also come in many different kinds of varieties, and some are discipline-based, some are area studies. My personal experience is that for area studies, you can have the latitude to tell more about the context. But when it is a discipline-based journal, you probably have to go forward to a theoretical question, and then introduce your case in a very context-free way. And also, don't forget to cite in the target journal's articles, not because the author that you cite could be your reviewer, but also coming from the editor's perspective. They do want their citation to everyone care about impact factors, so even the editor care. And on the other hand, also, if that is a core issue of these journals, I think being an editor would like to see this conversation going on and on. So I think that's one of you need to pay attention to. Also, I think when you get started, you really be careful to write a journal-worthy paper. Choose a journal first and start an article. So you have a set of audience, a set of target group. So I'm going to address this issue, and I'm trying to get published in this group of people. And English fluency is a must, write it as clear as possible, and one argument per paper. And sometimes I've read some papers that are too ambitious, too complicated. It becomes a task of the reviewers. I think and the reviewer often have the feeling that if I cannot understand this paper, it must be problem on me. Then if so, you are actually involving the reviewer's intelligence. And also one of the tips is that always try to write or rewrite an opening paragraph at the end. Because when you write, you close through the article, and you probably will wondering somewhere in the middle of a part you will come up with some surprise. But that does not was not reflect the opening beginning. The opening beginning actually is the first impression that review and editor will see your paper. And so that's very important. And by the way, you always have plan B, plan C, plan D, and on ready, because it's very difficult to have your paper published, accepted in the first shot. Okay, so I'll now come to, I have 8 minutes. So, I'm also in charge of the research function within the state. So I'm going to introduce one of the services that we will provide into academia. That's called Evaluation of Taiwan Humanities and Social Sciences Journal. And the listing of core values, core journals is so long, we often say that it's just that would be easier. So, so the rule is that every journal are going to evaluate 3 years in a 3-year cycle, and we do have 4 indicators for overall score. So the formality score 5%, citation index 15%, survey score 20 to 35%. The proportion can be adjusted according to different disciplines, and also in expert evaluation. I explained that component later. And at the end, we will give you a result. The result is if you got the first rank of certain rank, it will be listed as the so-called whole journals. And if it happens to be in the humanities, you will become Taiwan Humanities Citation TSCI. And if it happens to be a social science journal, you will be TSCI. And so we are doing 3 cycles, and we have 15 disciplines, 学门. And some of the disciplines, some of the journals choose to be more than 1 discipline, that will become 综合类, the general. Okay. So this year we are doing 6 disciplines this year. And so it's going on with this cycle. And so the workflow is that every year, in March, starting and in January, we are going to accept the application. It has to be done by a journal. Okay, journal has a decision, make a decision whether they want to join this evaluation. And so we spend a lot of time from April to August. We have to check and we have 4 time steps doing this. So they are going to check all the journal issues, article with anything that is data that is missing. And then starting in September, we're going to invite experts and have meetings. So we every year cycle ended in December. So we have a joint meeting. So we'll decide on the ranking result. And 4 indicators, as I said, a number, the 5% formality, 形式指标. Actually, I don't know how to translate that. In order to do this presentation, I actually translate all the rules. So you are not going to find that in our website. So I'm not sure whether it's done correctly or not, but just bear with me. So formality index has to do with format, style, requirement, open access, quality of editing, and so on. Our stats is so professional. They can spot typos even in the articles. And now, if that happens, you will get a minus something of that. Okay. And then citation index. So our national Taiwan library, do have a TSI index. So we just use that as our score. So we only cut it as 15%. There's a big question here. Because if we are familiar with the English journals index, like the SSCI, everything is based on citation index as impact factor. But why we didn't do that? Well, there's a reason. The truth is that every citation is impact factor of all journals are so low. So it makes no difference. So because this kind of being a peripheral country as Taiwan, that we always cite people who are based in North America or in Europe or UK, but we rarely cite each other. That's why our citation, our impact are always so low. That's the reason why we only make it only 15% rather than everything. Okay. So the third part is survey score. So every summer, all the disciplines, all the scholars in the discipline that have done the most research grant in the recent decade will receive an online request. And the request is about asking the recipient to do the scoring on each journal. So that's the so-called survey scores. And finally, we will also invite experts. For each journal, we assign 2 or 3 experts to do the careful reading and scoring and make some score based on that. So 60% will be about the quality of a published article, and 40% will be about the review process and editorial form. So we actually took a very close look at how the journal is running. So this is quite unusual in Taiwan, but we have been doing that for more than 1 decade. So the system is quite stable. So eligibility, so all academic journals that are discipline-based or multidiscipline are welcome to apply for this evaluating. So it has to do with humanity and social science. And our rule is that journal published in Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, and Singapore are eligible. I don't know why they make this rule, because they probably have in mind that the Mandarin is like a Sinophone world. But we don't include journal published in mainland China for a number of reasons. But okay, I think it's very good reason. But we only set qualification on the place of publication, but not the language. So if it is an English language that is published and managed in Taiwan, we are also welcome this publication. Actually, in our list there are some English journals in Taiwan, and also you have to you do have the process of anonymous review for original research article, and at least one issue published in 3 preceding years, and at least 3 anonymous reviewed original article in each issue. So that's a basic qualification. But quite a number of journals fail to meet this criteria. That's why they cannot apply for that. So you will see some journal that was listed as core journals, but it failed to do that for the next cycle. So that happens. I know it's very difficult to manage a journal in Taiwan. And that's our result. So for this cycle, we have more than 300 applications. So, and there's a rule that a rank 1 can be no more than 40% of the applicants. So say that there's a journal, there's a discipline, it's got 10 applicant journals. So only 4 maximally will be listed as rank number 1. And so we have 101 rank number 1 and 76 rank number 2 and rank 3 at 137. And this is the distribution of the humanity and social science. And some this is called general. I mean covering both areas. So this is our website. So you can go on. We can have all a list of the listed callback journal will be here, and it is separated by disciplines. And this is the rule. You can check it out. And there's no English version for that. So what I've been saying is what I've just translated a few days ago. I'm not sure whether that correctly reflects the original meaning, but you can go ahead and check out that. So I have my talk here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Professor Hope's very fast and very simple about his experience as a scholar, as an author, and the director of the Research Institute. That's why we can know how the academic community to review by themselves what's ranking of the academic journal. So maybe many scholars or the young generation scholars are not familiar with these systems. Okay, so but first, most you want to know your journal you want to submit. That's very important. Okay. The second reminder is returning his opinions.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, I'm Wenzao Li. I'm from English department. I've been in Wenzao for more than 10 years, and I'm really happy to see you here and really honored to introduce our lovely journal. But I have to tell you, it is at the moment ranked number 3. So rank 3, but we are going to swing upward. Okay, trying very hard. I'll introduce our journal later, but I like to just link to Professor Ho's topic about how to write, publish or perish, right? Publish or die, I would say. Okay, according to my personal experience, it's really a tough process, really. And I know we have a lot of young scholars here and also graduate students. Yeah, you have to do it, but try it wisely. So Professor Hall already provide very important pathways for you to follow. And according to my experience, I just want to cite some experiences from years ago. I did my PhD in the UK. Actually, I did my research fellowship in University of Department of Education. Yeah, so our next speaker will be from University of Bath. Okay, and because I was granted the ESRC scholarship, so we attend a workshop. And I heard something that really warmed me greatly because the speaker, who is an editor-in-chief in a top-tier journal in UK, and he said, even an editor-in-chief get rejected. Not just once, maybe twice. Okay, so he said to us when I was a young research fellow, and he said, when you get rejected, don't lose your mind, don't lose your heart, don't lose your temper. Put the paper into the drawer for a few days, okay? And then when you calm down, come back, get it out, and think, and write again. So try and try. So this is the kind of life cycle of writing journal papers. But it is worthwhile because every time you get rejected, at the same time, simultaneously, you get very constructive feedback. Yeah, I think a lot of you know this experience already. But I heard just, even the top guy, gatekeeper of some journal still get rejected. Okay? So, yeah, try. Just keep trying. Okay. So I'm going to just introduce Journal of Language and International Studies. If you see this, languages, okay. So we deal with languages. We also deal with international studies. So that's quite mature field. So consider submitting to this journal, okay? Right. Okay, a little bit history of this journal. Because Wenzao established in 1966, and since 1986, we have our university journal called Wenzao Ursuline. And gradually, we work very hard, and then now, since 2004, we have this journal, which is our current journal, Language and International Studies. Okay, a little bit history. Okay, this journal accepts submissions all year round. So if you think of you have something in your pocket, okay, think about write it out and submit to our journal. And of course, it is peer reviewed strictly. Okay, we follow the strict process because we want to maintain a high quality of the journal. All right, so that's why I'm going to tell you we are kind of trying to swing upstream to rank 2. Trying very hard. Right, and then 2 issues per year published by the end of June and December. Okay. Research disciplines. Number 1, of course, we have the major discipline, which is located at languages and literary studies, so Yuan and Wenxue. Okay. For the past few years, we have special issue, and also we accept papers largely from the area of languages. However, we have international studies. So this is why I'm going to announce we have a couple paper for a special issue next year, which is kind of actually in the field of Southeastern studies. Okay, we'll talk about that later. And then we have our academic book review as well. Oh, sorry. Right. I probably, if I'm correct, we are the only journal that has plural languages. Okay, usually in the journals and maybe Professor Ho, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Usually in Taiwan, you have either Chinese or English journals, or both. Okay, but we just trying very hard to maintain because we are language universities, especially for languages. So we have Chinese, we have English, we have French, German, Spanish, Japanese. That fits well with our 5 major foreign language departments. Okay, so if you are writing in different languages like this, it's okay, you can submit. All right. Okay, just to give you an example of the special issue I just published this June, right? This is a special issue, and because of COVID-19, bloody stuff. So we try to look at this issue that post-COVID-19. You know, this is probably 6 months ago. We want to say post, but I think we are still in the process of COVID-19, affected by the pandemic diseases. So topic is post-COVID-19, a social scientific reflection and insights. Okay, so we received quite a few submissions, and actually we have an acceptance rate of 50%, right? And if you are interested in this is the issue, okay, you can have a look. And editorial board for this issue, editor myself. For this issue, I'm just giving an example. So for this editorial board, we invite editors who are in this particular field. The first one is Dr. Catherine Murphy-Julie from USA. She is from Virginia Commonwealth University, specializing in educational technology. And reason, because during the pandemic COVID-19, all the teachings are going online. So educational technology, online teaching, online learning has become so important. So mostly we have, I think we accept 6 journal papers, and in this special issue, most of them are dealing with online teaching and learning. So we have this guest editor. And the second one is Zhang Xuehua. She's from National Zhongshan University, the chairperson of Institute of Education, 教育研究所, Zhang Xuehua. So she is also specializing in the field of educational technology. Okay, so that's an example. So as I said, we are trying to swim upward, and then we are trying to going toward a digital communication for the journal. So we have submitted a proposal to RHISS, Professor Ho's Research Institute. So we want to, because this is kind of trend for journals, to do digital communication with the readers. Okay, this is another example because we want to establish our website, something like this. For example, this is Taylor and Francis, Language and Cultural Communication. So we want to establish 建制, a platform just like this. So very clear instruction for authors, okay? And then OA, open access, we are trying toward that direction, okay? So we are kind of in the middle of trying to get everything ready for this kind of platform. So lastly, I'd like to announce, so next year, we have issue 28. This is a special issue. The topic will be the issue relating to Southeast Asian studies, okay? Maybe you can have a picture in your mind if you consider submitting the papers to our journal. The deadline of submission will be June 38th next year, and scheduled to be published in December. next year. Yes?
Can the paper be in South Asian language?
Actually, our guest speaker is, no, our guest editor is here. Professor Gu, are you going to say anything? You will be the boss.
This is a very tough question. See, previously we already have 6 MPCs here. In Southeast Asia, we have at least 3 major languages. So theoretically speaking, this question will be focused on Southeast Asian studies. So we are supposed to be able to take articles in Southeast Asian languages. But I think practically it will be a little difficult because
from Japan and Spain and France, they can publish in their own language. But why scholar from places?
Yeah, you're challenging me. I understand. Well, I mean, well, see, I just give my immediate response. Maybe it is not decided yet. So, but just I think maybe we can talk this year later. Okay, so I'll just stop here.
Well, usually we have to consider readership. Okay, if you write in a particular language, not just you write that language, you have to consider who's reading it. Okay, who is accessible to that language. So this is one of the considerations. But I'm not going to say no because in our organization of the journals, we have 12 editorial board. We hold a meeting every year before publication. So these 12 members are from different universities, and they are the member of the journal. So we have a kind of group decision before publication. So but I will bring this issue to the meeting. Yeah, we'll have a meeting in November. Yeah, especially if this is a kind of special issue for particular Southeast Asian studies, and probably we can have a little discussion on that. But definitely we have 5 languages. Yeah, these as I showed in the PowerPoint. But thanks very much for the question. Thank you. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
All Professor links in our introduction, and let us know how the operation of the editorial board. As you see, it's very difficult to running the academic journal. Just you can see that Professor host sharing, you mentioned later, you have to pass a lot of hurdles to get to the ranking 1. Right now, just as Professor Links mentioned later, the Journal of the Language and International Studies swing up. Yeah. And next we invite Professor Pan Wong. He's the editor-in-chief of the Bandung Journal of Global Science, and this journal was published by the International Publication Company. It's published in affiliation with the Leiden University, the View of Publication Company, and let's invite Professor Wong to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. I just want to make sure, have you seen my PowerPoint slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for making time, coordination, and organization for this very successful conference. I also very exciting journal published by Wenzao University. So I think I will make use of this opportunity to introduce you about the Wenzao Journal for Southeast Asian Publishing, through since year 2008. So my name is Pan Wong. My Chinese name is Huang Guolong. Okay, I have been the editor-in-chief of this journal since 2013. So perhaps the first question, why the Bandung is a conference held in 1955 in Indonesia, in the city of Bandung. And the official name of the conference is the Asia Africa Conference. So the context of this conference is a group of post-colonial states in Asia and Africa, including Indonesia, Burma, Sri Lanka, India, the Philippines, and Egypt, and also others. And they decided that they need to have a conference to talk and have conversation. These are relatively small states and young states after the Second World War. They just gained frank independence from the previous colonial masters, mainly in Europe and also in North America. Okay, and why they're doing that? Because they were all troubled by the superpower rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union at that time. And they are thinking, they are gathering about how do we do this kind of situation so that we can survive, not just survive, but also thrive altogether. Because you don't want the Soviet Union and the United States, they just come to tell us what to do. And as a matter of fact, because their ongoing insurgency and also good economy in the territory, they are very concerned. How are we going to deal with all these situation and evils? So the organizer is President Kano at the time, and he made these very important opening speech. He said, sisters and brothers, let this conference be a great success. In spite of diversity that exists among its participants, let this conference be a great success. Yes, there is diversity among us. Who denies it? Small and great nations are represented here, with people professing almost every religion under the sun. Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, Confucianism, Hinduism, Jainism, Sikhism, Zoroastrianism, Shintoism, and others. Almost every political faith we encounter here. Democracy, monarchism, theocracy with innumerable variants. And practically every economic doctrine has its representatives is for Zionism, socialism, capitalism, communism, in all other manifold variations and combinations. So from these excerpts, we can tell the Bandung theory is about inclusion, about pluralism, that we improve. We also encourage the expression of different religious faith, different political systems, and also different economic doctrines. So let's talk about explaining our general start. Yeah, we obviously inspired by the spirit of the conference, and among us, we are a group of Asian, African, and Latin American scholars and practitioners as policymakers. We decided in 2018 to found a new cross-disciplinary journal in the humanities and social sciences. And we also aim that this journal will have a policy impact outside academia. And because of the legacy of the Bandung Conference, it's actually been long alive, which means any state which thankfully to the long alignment, they decided that they want to pursue their own path for development without aligning with any superpower at the time. Okay. So this is what we mean by long alignment. So we decided that Bandung Journal Rules of these long aligned academic course platform, for global South scholars to explore and seek for their own pathways of national development in colonization projects towards genuine independence in all aspects. So we're lucky at the beginning we got a small funding starting of the Regional Ministry of Education and Culture to run the open access journal by Discrimination Department Central. And so from 2015 up to 2018, we published, and all of these articles are open access. And after 3 years of publication with Springer, we decided in 2018 to move on to a different business model, which is now under review. It's also a subscription-based hybrid publication model. We started to, because we're thinking about how to make sustainable long-term development of the journal. So we decided a mixture between subscription by libraries and open access would be a better strategy to move forward. So up to now, we're still real in this model, and we believe that it's actually quite a nice model. Yeah. So from 2019 up to this year, okay. So this is the most recent issue. It's issue number 2 of 2021. Okay, and we have already published. And we every year we publish 2 key issues, and each year we have a budget of 230 pages. Now, because in the past 3 years, the submission rate increased significantly, and getting back to my data set, I think I would say up to March this year, the rejection rate is actually quite high. It's about 80%. So we feel that it's very sad to see some quality articles rejected because we do not have enough space to publish on that. So just 2 months ago, we heard things that we signed a new contract with Three and published on the January 2023. And we published 400 pages. We published 3 issues per year. That means we are publishing more or less, I would say, 18 articles per year from next year. And in the previous years, we published more or less 12 articles a year. So this has been growth of the journal. It's very also common to ask about how about the indexing performance or which indexes listed there. So at the present, we are listed by the first 3 indexes. And since April 2019, we are under the integration by scholars. And then within the next 5 years, it's already been consented, which proves that we are going to be verified Web of Science or SI 1.5. So here is the statement of our mission, which will also tell you the scope and aims of our journal. Yeah? We are a cross-disciplinary journal in humanity and social sciences, and we aim to provide an academic course platform for scholars and patients to develop deep perspective, share, review findings, and exchange reviews. This should be grounded on a complex colonial landscape of implementation and development for identifying their own place of scientific development and organization. And we welcome the development of alternative paradigms, worldviews, convergent epistemology as well as practice. We have to develop access-sensitive debate pertinent to African application and intellectual traditions and critical cultural and theoretical reality. Moreover, research perspective from outside the global south, for example, from Europe and North America, also welcome to facilitate multiple dialogues. This is the main mission of the journal. So what is our editorial ethos? Yeah? I believe every editorial will have their way of doing things. Although we all do similar things, for example, we conduct field reporting. Yeah? And okay, so this is the editorial ethos. I will again show you what presidents will come to say on 1955. But what harm is in diversity and there is unity inside. This confidence is not to oppose each other. It is a confidence of brotherhood. It's not an Islam confidence, nor a Christian confidence, nor a Buddhist confidence. It's not a mutual Malayans, nor one of Arabs, nor one of the Aryans. It is not an exclusive club either, not a bloc which seeks to oppose any other bloc. Rather, it is a body of enlightened, tolerant opinion which seeks to invest on the world that all men and all countries have to face under the sun. To invest on the world that is constantly living together, meet together, speak to each other, without losing one's individual identity. Yet, to contribute to the general understanding of matters of common concern, and to develop true consciousness of the interdependence of man and nations for their well-being and common survival of humanity. So, to translate President Sukarno's idea, if that would be our general control practice, which we call it inclusive control practice, we also template and try to have all of them to develop their original and genuine ideas. We're inclusive, that means we do not exclude anyone, or we get anyone based on their faith, based on their political ideology, or based on their economic faith. We do not exclude anyone based on their racial and cultural identity. And we are encouraging authors and the academic and also policy circles to be hospitable to new ideas and different traditions and doctrines. And in the process, we also try our best to be dialogical. Authors are very much welcome to ask questions, and I'm very happy to answer the question in 3 working days. And we're very open, very transparent, because according to the publication ethics that we have our publishers, all these correspondence and peer review process and documents have to be kept, and so that anyone can be case of there's a requirement of investigation. These need to be presented. But there's some bottom line we have to be aware is that most of our computers, most of the computers so if you're interested in submission, you can easily find the document submission website. There is the link. And we have 3 article categories: research article, review article, and post-insight article. All these necessitate peer review process. So normally, once a submission is received, we will assess and handle by handling now mostly by me as the one who's seeking the submission. And then we will, if it is considered reviewable, we will put it into a peer review procedure, which is double-blind. Yeah. And then I will try my best to work with the authors, go through the revision and find the acceptance for publications. So in general, because all articles in our journal has to be peer reviewed, and from what I've read in my experience, there's some key criteria for acceptance. Yeah. I think articles need to be written in straightforward and lucid English language. And as far as I'm concerned, I think that should be jargon-free and should be readable by different readers across the world. And of course, because we have authors who come from other English-speaking countries, so abstract will also be written another abstract in another language. And we basically in compliance with general scientific norms, all our articles should aim to make a new contribution to identify the author. And unless addressing a relatively new phenomenon, a research question or knowledge gap deriving from a literature review will better guide the readers what to expect from the article. And 4, arguments and claims are well supported with sources and the data, and must be original in kinds of publication topics, and we do more published case publications. So, so it is important to ask if, for example, if your work was already published in another language. For example, we got authors published in Spanish journal, and they want to publish with us in English, which then we will assess because normally I asked to publish another English language to be considered, but we will have to assess based on data. Okay. So, and then citation processing style should be consistent throughout. Actually, use and allow authors to use different citation systems. But once please feel free to ask. If you want a more kind of conversational dialogue that you could give, these are my address. So thank you very much, and I will end my presentation here.
Thank you for Mr. Wong sharing and talk about the principle of communications in health. And right now, we have some time for the Q&A. If you want, and your question, raise your hand. Yeah.
I have two issues for Professor Hall. Just clarifications. I think on the issue of eligibility, you say something like journals in Hong Kong, Singapore, and so on can apply for this criteria setting, right? For this classification. Does that apply to Chinese journals or English journals or
I said that all these academic journals published in these three areas, in four areas, Hong Kong, Macau, Singapore, and Taiwan. As long as they are academic journals, as long as they do have they do have meet other conditions like 3 issues for 3 years, and at least 3 review, there is 3 original articles in each issue. As long as they meet these criteria, and they are based in these 4 areas, they are eligible regardless of the language. But language is only English and Chinese. So we are not going to accept like a, I don't know, what language in Malaysia, what's that language? Malaysian language. So we are not going to accept that because we don't understand.
Understand. So you're saying once they apply, they can be classified into THCI or TSSCI. Is that what you're saying?
As long as they got a rank 1 and rank 2 in the result. So if the evaluation, after the evaluation, the journal got rank 1 or rank 2, then they can be classified as core journals. Then it can either be THCI or THCI core. But what happens if the journal unfortunately got a rank 3 decision, then it's not listed in that core journal list.
The follow-up question is, what's the incentive here? Besides being qualified as a core journal.
I think that's a point. What's the incentive here?
I mean, there are incentives for journals in Taiwan, but what's the incentive for, let's say, a journal in Singapore to be classified as core journal in Taiwan?
We do have journals coming from Hong Kong and apply for our evaluation service.
Okay.
I think in Hong Kong and Singapore, there are still academic communities who primarily publish in Chinese. And in these two Anglophone societies, I understand that if your publication language is primarily Chinese, you will be marginalized. So we do need, there is a need coming from these two societies. But I have to say, we only, so far, we have like 1 decade of offering this service, but we only have application coming from Hong Kong, but not coming from Singapore.
Another question for Professor Paul, sorry. In the very beginning, you mentioned something like it's becoming more and more difficult to publish. Can you elaborate on that? Is it because, you know, the process is becoming more and more vigorous? Or is it because there are more and more good articles being published, or there are more and more bad articles being published, or being submitted, and therefore the process becomes much more tedious, much more complicated? Is that, I mean, what are the details? That's actually what I'm looking at.
So you were saying that when I mentioned that the review process in Taiwan's based journal become more rigorous, and you want to know the reason why, right? That's your question, right? Yeah, I think.
No, you say something like more difficult to publish.
I think it's more difficult. I think we all agree on that, right? Yeah, even it's very difficult to publish in every journal in Taiwan. I think the vetting process has become more stringent, and that the demands coming from reviewer and editorial board are much more stronger. Well, I would say it's not because we have too many bad papers. I would not say that. I was an editor last year. I would say that first of all, I think they will become more pressure. There has been more pressure for academic workers here in Taiwan that they do have to produce a certain quality number of papers in order to survive in this current regime. That's number one. And number two is that I think a lot of reviewers are actually doing their job very well. I mean, they're paying attention to every detail. So in a way, they are very picky. So it's very difficult if you have, let's say, a paper has a structural form, then you can escape from a review process without being attached. So I would say that there are more paper being submitted, and also on the other hand, reviewers become more demanding. Yeah, that's why we make more rigorous. And also, some journals want to maintain their evaluation result with this system. That's why they have the pressure to maintain the high standard. So everything together, I would say over the past 20 years, I've been in this job for 20 years. So I know that I think the paper is really more and more difficult to get published in Chinese journals, quality Chinese journals.
My personal take on this kind of competitive culture of journal publication, because this is a kind of international market. So local scholars, they can either submit it to the Taiwanese journals or international journals written in English or different languages. So it's a kind of worldwide competition. So that's why my interpretation of Professor Ho's saying about is getting more difficult. It's probably nothing to do with the quality of a paper. I think the quality is still there because we always have a kind of double-blind review process. But the thing is, we have to, as a journal editor, we have to consider the submission rate, rejection rate. And for rejection rate, it's something to do with the evaluation. And from the positive side, local scholars, if they want to submit it to rank 1 or 2, we call core journals, that carry with it a certain supreme status, locally at least. Okay, because this is not the situation outside of Taiwan, because no journal is being classified as core journal. But in Taiwan, but the good point is that represents somehow the value of the journal. And that is why TSSCI, THCI core journals still we call top tier journals in Taiwan, because that shows a certain quality and also status. And that is why if scholars in Taiwan who can submit and then publish their paper in TSSCI, for example, in their evaluation, in their promotion to different academic stages, and that is a plus. But it's difficult because it is a kind of worldwide competition, and the review process is always very rigorous.
So I invite Professor Wong to answer the same question. I want to get some other questions. Is there anyone who have another question? No, maybe not yet. So, so let me invite Professor Wong to answer the question in terms of the international journal, in terms of the international area involved to these questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Wang Yi. So, may I know, would you please repeat the question again?
Professor Ho's question is about it's getting difficult to publish in terms of the local scholar in Taiwan. And Professor Ho and Professor Lee saying not only in Taiwan but internationally, it's getting difficult to publication. So, in perspective of the editor chief of international journal, what's in your opinion? How come this will happen?
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is one of the reasons why we decided to establish Guangdong in the first place, because we recognize that. I think I agree with what Professor Hong, the speaker, said about a lot of journals in the international academia. When they publish, they may not be able to recognize or appreciate the local contextually relevant situation of scholars who are based in the so-called peripheries. And actually, because we see this is a problem, that's why we deliberately set up this journal to support scholars who are based in the peripheries. Now, having said that, I can, because I've been working with scholars based in the periphery in the past years, I can see there are two challenges on them. So why it's becoming difficult to publish? I think in the first place, we are under tremendous pressure to publish nowadays as the biggest two people who think about the publish or perish and culture in the universities nowadays. From what I have gathered, this publish or perish culture has quite been prevalent, even in African countries such as the Ethiopian universities. Yeah. So the competitions is very intense. We find out that the authors are competing for application space, not just because of where of the quality of the papers. A lot of them are of good quality, and they are also publishing competing with other authors in many countries who are also write up their quality articles. Yeah. So this is the one of the key things. Yeah. So in my point of view, because in views of these ongoing dynamics, as actually it's competitive, and journal editors, they are receiving more and more submissions. They will need to choose which one to start with, and so in other words, which article am I going to spend more time with to work with the authors, because my time is very limited. And so my tips to the upcoming scholars, if you are interested to submit to a journal, perhaps it might be useful if they have email address of the editor. You just send them an abstract of your paper, yeah, to give the editor details of your article to see how does the editor reply, yeah. And instead of throwing the editor the entire manuscript at once, yeah. So if you get an encouraging or positive reply from the editor, just based on abstract, it looks like these might be the journals that they are also interested in your work. Because targeting a journal is a one-way, it's not a one-way process, it's a two-way process. Authors can choose journals, but editors are also choosing authors. So this has to be dialogical. Because editors are receiving many submissions every week, and then we have limited time. If you send me an abstract, or you look like, for example, 250 words or 400 words, I will definitely give you a quick reply. Yeah. But if you send me an entire manuscript, then I have to come to go through. Then that is, if we do not have time, then I will have to find one of my managing editor or editor to do that. Yeah. And that would, because the entire full manuscript, you have the invitation that we have to review that. Yeah. And so I think this is one of the tips I would give to the up and coming scholars to for submission. Yeah. And so did have answered the question?
That's great, thank you. And Professor Wong gives some suggestions for the authors. And please do not hesitate to email or sending your questions, your something, your any requirement before you submit. So as the editor chief, they are lovely to and gladly to reply to your questions promptly. So I think Professor Wong and Richard and Professor Lin and also Professor Ho, they are doing their job very well, and want to encourage our scholars and the young generation scholars to have the courage to submit their manuscript to institution. Everyone will take his or her first step to becoming the stars in the academic world. So that's we can have an opportunity of overcoming the culture or the publishing and the publish. And that's the three symbol or idol of the benchmark here. Professor Ho, Professor Lin, Professor Wong, and even Professor Ken Liang and Professor Samuel Koo. So yeah, even the Professor Frank Donghong. Yeah, they are well established and very experienced in the publishing. So I encourage the young scholars do not hesitate to reach them. Even though that seems great, but they are very friendly to want to help. Thank you so much. And maybe this is over the time, and we are going to have our closing ceremony. But before that, I would like to take some commercial advertising. So you know we have several books listed behind, and this is our academic output of the past conference. And this year we accept so many good quality paper. I encourage authors to submit not only the journal of language and Indonesian study published by Wenzao University, also the Bandung, the journal of global science, and even we have the publication planned at the conference. But please do not hesitate to raising your question to the editor-in-chief and our editorial board. Yes. Yeah, so and next we give the microphone to our student to open the pin into the closing ceremony. And we do have some surprise.
都是这样的一个问题。不，因为那个是
Everyone please stay online and see the event.
是的，就老师是为了他们要看的比赛是东西，他们都觉得可以做那些social science。
欢迎来到文藻。Wenzao University.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to our closing ceremony. And after a day of the ceremony, I hope you enjoyed. And we have prepared a video for the review. So please enjoy it. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Wenzao University.
I'm sorry because our video has some problem. So yes, the computer is not good.
Selamat datang di Wenzao University.
other subsidiary that country of other country that this
between the U.S. and China. And primarily, there is not.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã đến với
Okay, I think it is a nice video, and we are going to upload it on. We are going to upload this to the YouTube channel, and don't forget to rewatch it again after you go home. Yes. So I'm going to move to the last session of our conference today. We're happy to meet you here. After this, we invite everyone to have a dinner party with us. So if you are able to attend the dinner party, please follow our staff, and we are going to guide you to take the bus. If you are unable to attend, we also provide some dinner box. So don't forget to get it before you leave. And before you leave, don't forget to return your name card to the staff. Thank you. So this is the end of our conference today. Thank you, everyone.
And very next, I want to borrow you on a hand, give a product to our staff, student staff. They are all volunteers. Thank you for their contribution. We can have this wonderful, although it has some kind of technological issues. But you can see the opposite say that you can read this again on the net. Please do not forget to download the picture you have attached on our website. Thank you so much. Thank you.
you. Thank you very much.
Don't forget to return your name to us. Thank you. If you are able to attend our dinner party, please go to our tabs. It will guide you to the best place. Thank you.